You're listening to The Drone War, Book 6 of the I, Soldier series, written by Craig Martelle, narrated by Bryan Douglas. Chapter 1. Vacation. Sometimes taking time off is the very last thing you need. The aura seemed incongruous with the conversation. The bench overlooked the Galena River, rural Illinois, a small cafe. Two travelers from afar. They stood out, not sporting the latest fashions and not caring about it. A blue sky radiated a warmth that could not be replicated in space with the heaters and stale recycled air. No sun to raise one's face to. No light to color the skin. Unlike this precious moment in time. The sun, the river, the coffee and cake. The company. Ares watched Evelyn. She rolled her finger for him to continue. He hesitated. She took a sloppy bite of her cake and slowly licked the crumbs from her lips. Ares stared. "You were in the middle of your battle?" "I survived," Ares replied. "You have to give me more than that." She batted her eyelashes at him. He swallowed heavily. "All right, as you wish. But I think you're getting bored." "You know that because of your extensive experience with women?" Evelyn asked. "Well, no, but you look bored." "I'm not. I'm tired. There's a difference." Ares nodded. "The Gorms flooded the plain from our left flank. The battle planner had taken to putting my section on the flank. Success gets you more opportunity to be successful. In other words, we were given the worst missions, in the worst places to turn a mess into a grand exposition." She rolled her fingers once more. Traveling on the small vessel with Ares and his people, she had subconsciously adopted some of their mannerisms. She found it amusing, because the soldiers responded immediately when she spoke their language. "They came in across the plain, but we dodged into a depression, a low spot between the two plains. We set up an ambush, but they had seen us, and dispatched a combat team to clear the area. They started with a grenade, but my wheel soldier, Blitzen, caught it and tossed it back. That surprised them more than us. We followed as soon as the thing exploded. There were a few more of them than us, but they never expected us to come at them. We wiped out the first rank, but they were arrayed in a skirmish formation. That means open ranks, with some distance between them. They weren't bunched up." Ares stalled his retelling until Evelyn laughed. "I know what those terms mean, Paulus. You don't have to coddle me. I asked you to tell me the story. Keep telling." He narrowed his eyes and took her in. The beauty of innocence, because she wasn't a soldier. She was there with him because he made a promise, and she had agreed. She'd said what she had to because his mission was one way. No one expected him to return. Definitely not him. He'd made his peace before he left. Her last memory of him was the sadness in his face, a look that carried the grim determination to carry out his mission and the hope it would be enough. There was no fear in his eyes. He didn't feel fear like others. His was a fear of failure, not death. He had no intention of failing in his mission to Prime, home planet of the Skinnies. He had succeeded. His people had won their fight, and they returned to Antilles, where Evelyn waited. The fleet commander had promised Ares and his people a month on Earth. And he delivered, sending a cutter with Ares, Frodo, Doc, Tin Man, and Stubby, along with Daryl Schwartzman and Nurse Evelyn. They'd all gone their separate ways the second they touched down on Earth's welcoming soil. All except Ares. He had nowhere to go, so Evelyn brought him home with her. Home to Galena, Illinois. She had no family left there, but she knew her way around, and that was good enough. She took his free hand and held it in hers. "Please continue. You attacked into the ambush. That was the last thing you said." Ares smiled. Not only had she been listening, politely he thought because that was her nature, but she understood. "That's right. We attacked into the ambush, but they weren't bunched up, so we took 3 casualties in the first few seconds. Then we suffered another 6 before we made it 20 meters. We were less than half strength by the time we cleared the first 3 ranks and the first wave. They continued to fire, but we were energized. We burned through our first power pack before we engaged the second wave.
What did you do, Paulus?
That's not my name, Ares replied.
Neither is Ares. Since you aren't going to tell me your real name, then I'll call you what I like, and I like Paulus. It's exotic, mysterious, like my man.
You have a man? He asked. Evelyn didn't understand. Not immediately.
You mean? No man beside you. My mother was married in a church just up the hill behind me. Maybe we can follow in her footsteps.
Evelyn caressed his hand. I don't understand. Follow her where?
Get married. Make an honest woman of me.
You're one of the most honest people I know.
You're really bad at this, aren't you? Evelyn stated.
It wasn't a question. There was no answer he could give that would make him more worldly. If you insist, we can walk to the church. I'll tell you that I pray to the originator. He is not a mainstream faith.
The originator. War and battles. No wonder they call you Ares. Do you dream of anything other than war?
It's what I know best. Sorry. What do you want to talk about? Ares wondered. He was more than happy to listen. He listened so much that Evelyn had run out of things to say. He feared boring her with war talk, so he didn't expound or even start those conversations. Fighting, working out, preparing to fight, training, and more fighting. He wished he could hide within his combat armor. He felt at ease with his mind at peace. The combat armor was a cocoon of power and grace.
I want to ask what you'll do when the wars are over, or you're too old and broken to keep fighting.
I don't know. That's a hard question that I can't answer. Not right now. I guess I'll figure it out when the time comes.
And the second wave? What did you do with the second wave of Gorms?
We turned their flank. The second wave fell before they knew they were under attack. Then we signaled for artillery to hit them before they stepped off into it. That finished them. They tried to regroup, but we were waiting for them.
You make it sound a lot less exciting than I'm sure it was, she noted.
It was. You had to be there to believe it. It sounds incredulous when we say that we started with 17, ended with 6, and in between, we eliminated hundreds of enemy soldiers, turning the tide of battle. I don't want to seem like I'm bragging. It's war. Kill or be killed. Protect your fellow soldiers while accomplishing the mission. Sometimes there are sacrifices, and other times there are losses. I'm lucky.
You are and you aren't, Evelyn replied.
The comm unit they gave Ares buzzed. They'd given one to each soldier before they disappeared. It was cheaper than recruiting a new soldier and training them. Once home, it was difficult for many to return to space and the rigors of war. Ares stared at it. Evelyn picked it up.
Section Leader Ares answering service. This is Evelyn. How may I direct your call?
I'm sorry, I was looking for Ares. Is he there?
Yes. What do you wish to ask of him? He's had so much sex that he's sound asleep and may not wake for some time.
Ares' mouth fell open, and he stared at Evelyn. He motioned for the device, but she casually shook her head. She was a nurse in the service of the fleet, but she wasn't military, and found it humorous to flaunt their rules. He put his hands in his lap and waited. Emergency recall. He's to report to a secondary launch site outside Chicago for transfer to an interstellar cargo hauler in space. We calculate that he can be at the site in 3 hours.
Did you not hear the part where he's sleeping? You know very well you can't put him on the road in this condition. He'll be there tomorrow, late morning. What about the other soldiers of Ares section?
They will be recalled next.
Then we'll meet up with them tomorrow, too. There's no emergency so great that a war hero like Ares has to get jerked around by the nose ring. Do you understand what he did to earn 30 days leave on Earth? He saved thousands of lives in 7 different alien races. We're 6 days into our vacation, and you're already jerking him around. You need to rethink how you run the HFP if it is so contingent on one man. You are setting yourselves up for failure. We will see you tomorrow.
She clicked the unit off. They'll think I was insubordinate, Ares said with a hint of a smile.
You know they needed to hear it. They guaranteed us 30 days, Ares. They will abuse you by riding your coattails until you're dead. I don't want that for you. You don't want that. You were enjoying our time out here, weren't you?
Ares hung his head. Very much. But it's time to go back.
Quick trip to the church?
She suggested. He nodded. They threw away their half-finished coffees and walked hand in hand up the hill from the downtown. The Church of Santa Maria stood on the corner in a residential neighborhood. It was neither gaudy nor ostentatious, but clearly an old-school church with a bell tower and a spire. There was hardly any parking. Evelyn genuflected after she entered and crossed herself. Ares did neither. She pulled him along with her to the front of the church, where a single elderly patron sat. The old woman took no notice of the newcomers. She was lost in her own thoughts. A priest appeared through a door leading to the sacristy.
Ah, visitors! I thought I heard someone. Tourists? No. On leave from the military. We'd like to get married. We've been recalled and thought we had more time.
I'm sorry, what? Ares asked in a rough whisper. These things take time. We cannot do it today. Licenses, forms, and spiritual preparation. Are you a disciple of Christ? The priest asked Ares. Ares was never one to lie. I worship the originator. I fight for his honor and glory. Ah, yes. He looked at Evelyn. Maybe a non-denominational wedding would be more appropriate, or a justice of the peace. He crossed her and gave her his blessing before retiring to the sacristy. Ares faced Evelyn, holding his hands gently on her shoulders. She stroked his face.
I thought it was worth a try. Ambush. Attack into the ambush.
The worst thing we could do is get married, Ares said without explaining further.
I know, but the impulsive youth of today.
I don't know how old you are, Ares admitted. It's not important to me.
I'm 31, she said. And you're 24, going on 40.
Yes, I am. You're not getting away from me, I promise. I'll marry you, when the time is right. After the war. Wasn't there supposed to be a romantic proposal?
Wars. Plural. They will never end, Evelyn replied.
Then she laughed, and it brought a smile to Ares' face.
What do you know about being romantic? You're a soldier.
Ares furrowed his brow. That doesn't mean I can't be romantic.
Have you?
Have I what?
Been romantic.
Evelyn pushed. I got you 30 days on Earth. We could still be on Antilles, he countered. She shook her head.
That makes you a good provider, not a romantic. So tonight, our last night on Earth, if you romance me properly, I could very well end up in your bed.
Ares raised one finger like a schoolboy in a class that's far over his head. Where do I start?
With flowers, sonny, the old lady interjected. And then you take her down the river walk and appreciate nature and tell her she's beautiful. Then have a nice dinner, something expensive but not too expensive, and treat your server well. Good tip, too. Show that fine young lady that she's lucky to have you. And lose that scowl.
I'm not scowling, am I? Ares wondered. I think that's just my face.
Oh, sonny, you have a way to go. Listen to her. She'll tell you what to do. You a soldier?
Ares nodded.
I figured.
She scoffed and returned to her prayers. Evelyn bit her lip as she hurried Ares from the church. Chapter 2. Vocation. Being a soldier is more than a job. It's a calling. Frodo and Tin Man were first to arrive after Ares and Evelyn at the orbital launch station outside Chicago. This sucks. It was supposed to be a month. Frodo nearly shouted, not at Ares, but to anyone who would listen. They owe us 3 more weeks. I'm disappointed by the interruption, too, just when things were getting really interesting.
He glanced at Evelyn and smiled. Frodo rolled his eyes. Tin Man snapped his fingers.
They got married!
Ares stared back.
They did, Frodo shouted. I'm telling everyone. We didn't,
Ares countered.
Never get married while you're still serving. Isn't that what you always say, Ares? I think it was to never marry a stripper and then take out a high-interest vehicle loan. That wasn't it,
Tin Man stated categorically. Stubby and Doc appeared, both looking like they hadn't slept. Stubby glared at Frodo because of his mirth.
They got married,
Frodo said.
Congratulations!
Stubby cried out and ran over to hug Evelyn. Stubby let go, then grabbed her head.
So much beer.
We didn't,
Ares replied once more, but his soldiers weren't listening. They'd already decided to have fun at his expense. They didn't need facts. Their minds were made up.
Well, well, boss man. Making time with the nurse who's seen us all naked,
Doc said while scratching his chin.
Does anyone know why we've been hosed out of our well-deserved vacation?
Ares walked around the group. Stubby and Doc smelled like alcohol. Frodo smelled like sweat. And Tin Man smelled like motor oil.
They wouldn't recall us if they didn't need us. They dumped the new recruits on board before we left. Someone has to train them. I don't want to go into combat with an undisciplined mob. Soldiers like that have a tendency to get themselves killed, along with anyone who's too close when they turn themselves into an impact area. They needed training before we left. There's no one who can teach them the basics.
Frodo flopped into a chair.
That was a rhetorical question, by the way. There are lots of people who can teach noobs the basics. Why does it have to be us? I was speculating, but I know that I'd rather train those in my section. Same with all of you. I would think you'd want to train your soldiers. Make no mistake. When we get back to Antilles, you will have your own sections. And I'll have a mob of new soldiers too. You won't know any of the soldiers in your sections. It'll take a lot of work to get where you can trust them. You might not have a lot of time.
Frodo offered his hand for Ares to shake.
What if we have to deploy the second we get back to the ship? Then we hit the deck running. You train them on the shuttle to the surface. The basics. Keep your head down. Keep moving. And listen to the section lead. Fire and maneuver. Single envelopment. Carry an extra power pack. Identify your target and fire. Sight picture. Sight alignment.
No one doubted Ares' knowledge of what was important. For him, it was intuitive, but he was able to share it in a way that made sense to his soldiers. He inspired those in his section. He motivated them to do better, be better, just until they walked into enemy fire and died on a distant battlefield. Sometimes, the glory and honor saved others' lives, and not their own.
Why do you smell like oil? Turn up on the old thigh slapper.
He held up his arm in the air and spun his hand around in circles. Then he extended his arm an extra 30 centimeters.
The university hooked me up with a technology demonstrator. The arm can look normal, or it can do Swiss Army knife stuff. Do you need me to open a beer bottle? No, Ares replied. Did anyone in the Force approve the changes to your prosthetic? You're not going to be a bureaucrat, are you? Do I need to fill out a form or something? I would have had plenty of time to test it and get it fixed if it didn't work. Calling me back early will get them what I've got. Fair enough. I'm not going to say anything.
Frodo held his hands up.
Don't tell me I smell like sweat. I know that. I was on the beach with these babes and stayed until the taxi arrived. It was hot. They were hot. I was sweating. Deal with it, boss man. What the hell happened to you people? You used to be the best disciplined soldiers in the HFP.
Ares punched his fist into his hand. The soldiers stared at him for a moment and then started laughing.
That was before you took us to Prime to wreak havoc. We returned to our feral selves,
Stubby said.
The others nodded. A launch crewman leaned into the crew compartment.
Please take your seats and belt in.
Ares looked around. He seems to have not made it back. I'm all torn up about that. He was a complete knob on Prime, just until he came through in the clutch. I so want to hate that guy.
What guy? Darrell called from the hatch, wearing a sombrero, short pants that were too small, and open-toed shoes.
We're going to space, Darrell.
My stuff is loaded in the cargo bay. I bought all kinds of new threads. I'm ready for round 2 of Ares World. Maybe it's round 5. One can never tell with you.
Frodo scowled. Tin Man glared.
Stubby chuckled. Ares and Evelyn got married. Look at you two lovebirds. Maybe they'll give you the Admiral's quarters so you can do the nasty.
Stubby produced a beer can and hiked it across the compartment to hit Darrell in the head. Evelyn chuckled. Ares watched with mild amusement. He had already tried to disavow them of their mistaken beliefs. And failed. He figured it would be best to leave it alone. They'd tire of it quickly enough, especially if the HFP was headed to a new campaign. The soldiers would focus their attention on the upcoming battle and staying alive. The ship counted down from 10 to 1. It lifted off with barely a jerk and accelerated quickly. The group sat in silence through the worst of the G-forces.
Did everyone get lucky as many times as me? Darrell started. I did win 5 different awards, one for every night I was in the city. I guess it's not luck. I am a gifted writer. Shut it, Darrell. We don't want to listen to 3 weeks of your self-gratification. Then again, maybe you'll immolate. Catch on fire? I guess fire could fly from my fingertips while I'm writing. That would be appropriate. You could bask in the glow from my flames, Madam Stubby.
I'll beat you senseless and spit on your corpse if you say one more word like that, Frodo said, shaking his fist at the reporter.
Darrell scoffed. Even after I told them how many times you threatened my life, you're still you. I would have thought you'd be in the brig.
The authorities like you as much as I do, methinks. Sucks to be you, Darrell.
Frodo smiled, but it was the smile of a starving man about to eat a big, juicy steak. Darrell frowned, but kept his chin raised in what little defiance he was able to muster. I don't think you have any redeeming features, Stubby posited. Sure, you flew the shuttle, but you crashed into the spire and almost lost a few of us. We had to hold a gun to your head to keep you from bolting. I was maintaining an exit strategy, to save your lives, Darrell blurted. Doc looked at the others. Does anyone believe that? Frodo waved noncommittally.
5 awards suggest he convinced the other toads of his veracity, and not that he's a brave coward.
Brave coward. I feel like I should take offense at that moniker. The soldiers checked with Ares, but he maintained his stoicism, all the while holding Evelyn's hand. She leaned close to him. Interesting dynamic. You've spent how much time with the reporter?
Too much, he whispered in reply. Too much time. I prefer the company of soldiers.
And me?
Yes, and you, Ares admitted. That goes without saying.
You still need to say it. That's what good husbands do.
Ares cocked his head to look sideways at her. Did I miss the part where we actually got married? My promise to you. I will do my best, no matter what I'm given to do.
As will I, Evelyn said. I'm satisfied. Now see to your men. Don't let them beat Darrell senseless and chuck him out the airlock.
Ares nodded. He had no intention of allowing that. If anyone sent Darrell into space without a suit, it would be Ares himself. They cleared the Earth's atmosphere and lost gravity. Frodo unbuckled and drifted into the air, where he performed cartwheels, spinning one way and then the other. Tin Man laughed while Doc stretched against his harness and closed his eyes to catch a few winks. With weightlessness came a profound silence. The ship's engines had powered down. Not even the positional thrusters were firing. They sailed on a ballistic trajectory toward a starship that was far more than a cargo hauler. A reinforcement for the forward deployed fleet. armed like it needed to be to fight the skinnies in space. But that was from a time before Ares took a small team to Prime and decapitated the skinny leadership cabal. 2 captives and 5 dead out of the 7 members. It was a huge success. By encouraging the new skinny leadership to consider a negotiated settlement rather than subject their home planet to the deprivations of war. 6 other races were liberated too. Language training had begun for the computer systems and the diplomats. Ares thought he'd have more time off while the desk jockeys did their thing. He was anxious to learn why they'd been recalled. Was it the skinnies? Military leadership deployed far from home who refused to leave? A splinter faction? A liberated race attempting to take back their territory? Ares hung his head. There was going to be strife in the galaxy. The vacuum left by the skinny departure would encourage other races to rush in and take over. He was naive to think that ending the skinny dominance would end the wars. He feared humanity might rush in to fill the void, becoming more than the galaxy's peacekeepers. They might try to be the masters. The first step would be sending in the troops to quell dissent. Evelyn pinched his arm.
Why the dark cloud hanging over your head?
What if we're the problem? I mean, humans. He let the thought hang in the air. She snorted.
We're not. Look at you and your soldiers. You want to be on Earth, not out there. You will always be the one who enforces the policies made by others. But that's where you have leverage, Ares. You are a 5-time winner of the Star of Valor. Your voice carries a great deal of weight.
He shook his head. I'm a section leader, the same as those 3. He gestured toward Frodo, Tin Man, and Stubby.
You're not the same, and you know it. You have their ear. Use that, but I think you're wrong. I don't think humanity is trying to take over. I like to think we know our limits. Pan Minor and Pan Major? We need more farmers, since there was a lot more land to be cultivated, wasn't there?
A lot, but I think the skinny prisoners are helping. If we're at peace with them now, maybe skinny farmers can fill the gaps and help us in addition to helping their own people. How do they feed billions without something like what we have?
They tried to take what we have because they didn't have anything like it. They invested too much in their armies and not enough in supporting those very same armies. How many medics did you see with their troops?
Evelyn wondered. She knew the answer, but wanted it out in the open. None. They survive on their own or they don't, much like how we operate.
You have medical treatments that are automatic within your suit. Every set of combat armor can treat an injury. Only the worst injuries results in death, or the inability to evacuate a casualty. We have rules and methods that the skinnies don't.
Ares nodded. It was different. Even though humanity had lost vast numbers in their wars with the skinnies or skinny proxies, they could have lost it all. Many hadn't survived the battles that had been won. Evelyn waved a hand.
It doesn't matter. They need your sage counsel, and that's it. Don't sweat it. We'll find out soon enough, and that will allay your fears.
I would like my fears allayed, Ares repeated with a smile. He leaned back and closed his eyes, fully intending to sleep until they arrived at the starship. His soldiers had other ideas.
Ares,
Stubby interrupted.
I'm a section leader with real soldiers. How do I pick the point and wheel soldiers?
No kidding. Since we have you to ourselves for the moment, how do we keep the peace while also keeping the soldiers on edge? They have to be ready to fight the enemy and not each other. Ares opened his eyes. Evelyn giggled beside him.
And you said you're no different, she whispered.
Maybe a little different, he admitted, before turning his attention to the others. He didn't have much time to teach them what he had learned about building a section. Chapter 3. Tripping. The tragedy of time is its constant pace and unforgiving march in one direction. The ship was nearly the size of Antilles, the biggest troop carrier in the fleet. This wasn't a troop carrier or a cargo ship, but a warship, one that bristled with weapons. The name was painted boldly on the bow. Patton. The first time in the history of human space exploration that weapons were on full display. This was a vessel to intimidate alien races that no longer abided by the Regulus Treaty, or ones who were never signatories. Aliens wouldn't know what Patton had done on Earth, but the humans knew. His success with armor was incomparable. This armored behemoth would defeat any army that stood before it. It was sleek, with sharp angles. Troop and cargo carriers are boxy, not aerodynamic, because they didn't need to be, while this starship was designed to foil space radars, making it harder to hit for an enemy weapon. And sharper angles increase the effectiveness of the armor. Better protection without increasing the construction costs and times. That thing is intimidating. I like it, Frodo proclaimed. It's what I'll think of when anyone ever talks about power projection. Ares, what do you think? Are we going to blast planet surfaces from space now? I hope not, because that would mean an enterprising enemy could do that to us. We need to re-establish the Regulus Treaty and keep the fighting on the ground. The launch vehicle maneuvered through oversized doors and into a landing bay that was nowhere near the size of their troop transport's bay. This was a big ship, but with smaller spaces inside. Weapons and engineered surfaces were this vessel's claim to fame. It wasn't going to be a comfortable ride like they were used to, even though they complained the entire time when they were aboard their own ship. Soldiers complaining. It meant they were happy. That's what Ares had always been told. That's what he believed from his own observations. He preferred the interminable grousing. He wondered how his people would handle it. The ship landed, and the crew chief popped the hatch. Carry your own trash, please. No customer service reps on this flight. You're going back to the fleet. Playtime is over. Frodo lost his humor. He stormed up to the man. What in the hell is your issue? He's a war hero. He pointed at Ares. As are we all. Gold Star winners for action and combat. A little vacation on Earth was the least they could do. And then we found out 30 days wasn't the least they could do, since we've been recalled after 7 days on good old Earth. The place we're fighting for, and we don't get to enjoy it. If anyone has a right to complain, it's us. So once again, what the hell is your problem? Sorry, sir. He showed the boarding sheet. It says you're deserters. I didn't see that when I checked you in for boarding. How does a deserter get back to Earth? Frodo wondered, and made a face at the others. They desert from boot camp, Ares suggested. But that's not us. Let me see your sheet. He studied it and shook his head. It lists us, and says any deserters may present themselves to avoid jail time with hard labor. Ares made a point of looking around the passenger compartment. It doesn't look like you had any takers. We're the good guys. You want to be a good guy? Join us and head into combat on some godforsaken planet against an intransigent alien. That's what we do, so people like you don't have to. Sorry, sir. I misread the form. It won't happen again. Frodo slapped him on the shoulder. I take it you're not joining us then? Unload our bags and we'll take it from there. He stepped off the ship and gave the crew chief room to put their stuff. The others got off without helping and waited as if they were at a baggage claim in a commercial airport. The chastised crew chief hurriedly removed the bags. They weren't heavy. Few clothes and not much else. They were quickly unloaded and handed to each soldier. Ares took Evelyn's. The last 2 bags were oversized, and the crew chief struggled with carrying them. Can I get a little help? Darrell asked. Ares and Evelyn were already walking away. The soldiers followed. I'll help you, the crew chief said. He summoned a cart from the deck crew because he knew, deep down inside, that Darrell wasn't going to help at all. The soldiers ignored the reporter, leaving him in the chief's hands. They figured they deserved each other. The chief would be more careful next time before making assumptions about his passengers. Ares looked for an officer to ask about quarters, and, just as importantly, to find out why they were recalled. Someone had to know. because the order had been relayed from the starship. A harried young officer appeared. He saluted Ares, even though Ares wasn't wearing the Star of Valor. He returned the salute.
Ares, we've been expecting you. Commander Aiden is waiting.
Lead on. We're all coming, by the way, Ares replied.
But he only wants to talk with you.
Sure, I'll talk with him. I have many questions, not the least of which is why we lost 3 weeks of leave that had been approved by the fleet and force commanders.
I'm sure he'll have answers for you. The entire ship is on emergency deployment orders. I think now that you're aboard, we'll be getting underway. We're going to meet up with Antilles in the Sargon sector. He raised his hand to forestall further questions. Don't ask me anything else. That's all I know.
I bet you know a lot more. Maybe not about my questions, though. What's your position on Patton?
I'm the battlecruiser's assistant purser. Ares was well read, but he didn't know the modern fleets had pursers.
Isn't that the one who paid the money for private merchants?
That and administration and guest services. For your quarters, I'm your guy. He beamed with this revelation.
They're married, so they only need 1 quarters. Make sure it has a big bed,
Frodo whispered conspiratorially. Ares looked at him, but Evelyn dug her fingers into his arm to keep him from condemning her to separate quarters that would be less than accommodating. He capitulated and didn't speak. Ares wasn't the one who lied to the assistant purser, and Evelyn hadn't either. He didn't think it was right, but last night had rocked his world, and he selfishly wanted more of that, especially since they weren't in combat and had at least 3 weeks before they deployed. "Oh my!" the assistant purser exclaimed, as if it were a shocking revelation. "We've never had a married couple on board. That is unique. But then again, this will be Patton's first trip to the stars. We do have a guest admiral's quarters, and don't have a guest admiral on board. This is very irregular, but with you being the Ares and a 5-time Star of Valor winner, we can make some concessions." He straightened and assumed his most serious face. "Under my authority as assistant purser, your quarters shall be the visiting admiral cabin until you disembark. I'd send champagne to your quarters, but this is a warship."
I didn't hear you say there's no champagne on board,
Frodo blurted before Ares and Evelyn could come clean.
It is my mission to find where you're hiding it.
"No, that's not what I said. There is no champagne on board," the young man explained. "This way." He waved them into an elevator while looking sideways at Frodo. The lift rocketed upward. They were stunned into silence by the velocity. "We're going to get that fixed. This is a rather aggressive elevator. You tend to come off your feet on the way down."
"Ever land on a planet?"
Frodo asked. "Of course. The Shuttleworth."
"I'm talking about a planet where aliens are shooting at you the second you step off the shuttle. Coming off our feet for a few seconds is the least of our concerns."
Frodo ended with a tisk-tisk. "Right." The assistant purser looked appropriately chastised. Ares gave Frodo a look that suggested he was overdoing it. "In here." He opened a door and held it for Ares. He let go of Evelyn's hand and looked at her for a moment before glancing at his soldiers. It was a knowing glance that suggested they shouldn't get into trouble while he was gone. He stepped into Patton's Combat Operations Center, which was completely different from the one on Antilles. This ship was built for a war that would be waged in space against other spaceships, maybe even starships. The lights were dim to make it easier to see the information boards, near and far-range detection systems, radars and visual, millimeter wave, scout drones positioned far ahead and to the flanks, weapon status, both strategic and tactical. So many systems operators. It was a video game player's paradise, but it was deadly serious. A place where space wars could be fought and won.
"Ares,"
a voice called from the darkness. Ares' eyes had not yet adjusted.
"Captain Nero,"
the man announced.
"I was told to report to Commander Aiden."
Ares didn't mince words, and he didn't bother complaining. No one would change anything, so they'd be wasted words.
"We're sorry about recalling you early, Ares, but we have to get going. This is our first deployment, so we're excited to take the big girl out.
She represents everything we know about space and how to dominate any part of it.
He turned and nodded and stepped aside. An officer with salt and pepper hair stood there, seemingly materialized out of thin air.
Commander Aiden, I'm happy to have you on board the fleet's newest flagship.
Antilles had been the fleet's flagship, but those days were past. It had been secretly armed, but it was still primarily a troop carrier. Patton was not. It was a ship designed to keep the troop carriers safe from an aggressive enemy.
Sir,
that's all Ares said. He was impressed by the Combat Operations Center and the battle cruiser as a whole, but he was still upset at the early recall.
The facts. Here's what we know. In the Sargon sector, we've found water and lots of it.
We want it because it's on low-atmosphere moons, which means it's easy to get. While going after this water, the HFP encountered a new group of aliens who are taking advantage of the peace deal we've made with the Skinnies. Whether intentional or not, we don't know. We don't speak their language, but they seem technological in origin. They've invaded a moon of Sargon's one mesoplanet. They aren't signatories to the Regulus Treaty. That's a problem. The fleet is keeping its distance at this time, despite the fact that the fleet has some bite, as they proved in the Pan-Major system. Congratulations on your victory there and capture of the entire Skinny army, by the way. But we don't want the HFP engaged in a ship-on-ship battle. That's where Patton comes in. Ares wondered what propaganda was being shared regarding the Pan-Major campaign. We only captured the army that was arrayed against humanity. The Skinnies actually had 7 different armies that were deployed. Had we not addressed our issues directly with the leadership cabal, they were going to send the other 6 armies against us. The commander and the captain both laughed.
Spoken like a diplomat. Touché, Ares. Didn't you kill every member of the cabal?
Ares winced. No, sir. We captured 2 members, while 5 perished. They were rather old and not soldiers. Once inside their perimeter, the takedown was anticlimactic.
You still talk like a politician, Ares. It's okay. I understand there's no glory in beating up old men, but understand, those old Skinnies were evil with a capital E, and were responsible for millions of deaths. Old, but not harmless, the commander stated. Ares nodded, tight-lipped. Back to the Sargon system. We would settle for containment, but we're afraid that the technological base of the enemy could make them formidable. One moon that we've attacked is loaded with uranium, along with some other precious metals. If they get their fill of that stuff, they'll make every place we want to go uninhabitable. We don't want irradiated water, but we don't want the Atlanteans, what we're calling them, to interfere with us getting water elsewhere. Our combat armor has limited resistance to radioactivity, Ares explained. They're working on that, but they can't modify all the armor since the reinforcements arrived. They want experienced soldiers leading the attack against the Atlanteans. The mining progress they're making is what is driving the condensed timeline. I'm sorry. Maybe we can get your people liberty on Pan-Major. That's a nice place from what we've seen. You definitely won't go hungry. Thank you, sir. What do we know about the Atlanteans? Where are their weaknesses? The commander frowned and shook his head. Our people are standing off. They know very little. But the Atlanteans aren't bothered by little things like radiation, no atmosphere, extreme cold. One of the moons is encased in ice. Ares didn't say it, but a more sarcastic version of himself would have muttered something about how they sounded nice and could be future vacation spots. He didn't go there. He wanted to know what they had not yet learned. He wanted to know how to defeat an enemy that was technology-based. Are they computers? Robots? Flying drones are what we've seen on Sargon 7, an ice moon, and heavy mining machines that look like they serve one purpose, and that's mineral extraction. We don't know where they process the ore. Automated ships move it from the surface to what we think are automated freighters, then they disappear into the nearest black hole. We have no idea where that goes. They represent the next great threat? Ares wondered. They haven't threatened us directly, besides occupying a system in our space and conducting their mining operations. We have tried to talk with them, but to no avail. We've tried math, too, but they don't answer.
Can we get video of the drones?
Ares asked. It wouldn't be much, but it was better than nothing, which is what he had. Ares' command was going to deploy, and they didn't know the enemy. Weapons? No idea, but the suits would get extra radiation protection.
We'll get you what we have. We've assigned you a team room so you can meet with your new soldiers and bring them up to speed. Patton isn't a troop carrier, but we can carry some. These are the latest recruits. We left without boarding a full complement, but a couple hundred soldiers can't hurt. We know what your numbers looked like after Pennis Station.
Grim, sir. They looked grim. We weren't sure we'd be able to stand up to the skinnies. They outnumbered us 5-1, but they didn't know that, so they assumed a defensive position. That was their undoing.
I heard about that. Did you ever get your medal from that campaign?
Red Saber or something like that, yes, sir.
Order of the Saber. That's a new one, because of you and your exploits. That's why they want you.
No rest for the weary?
Ares countered. The commander laughed. You know how it works. No good deed goes unpunished. The human force for peace rewards its people in the only way it can, and that, unfortunately, doesn't include vacations on Earth. You got to see it, if only for a short time, but they're going to keep their soldiers in the field. The army has to be ready at any time, because the aliens aren't resting. They're probing our borders, looking for gaps. Ares had the idea of bringing the skinnies on board as allies, which would expand the area that could be protected and extend the buffer zones to force enemies even farther from human space.
The skinny armies?
Those probably aren't going to work out. Turns out that the other races hate the skinnies more than we do. We can tolerate them, because we defeated them in every battle, but the sentient races they ruled weren't so keen. If we deploy skinnies anywhere near them, they'll rebel against us. Diplomatic relations are a little bit dicey. Those races you liberated from Prime have been a big help, but only if they never see a skinny soldier again.
I have a skinny soldier in my section. I was told he'd be transported from Prime to Antilles, where he'd be waiting for us. He was instrumental in our success on the skinny homeworld.
The captain stepped in.
I'm sorry, Ares. We don't know anything about that. We have limited information that was transmitted via the comms relays outside black holes. The second we receive a signal, it's already a day old, and they usually only stick to high-level information. We aren't getting personnel reports.
I understand.
Ares wanted to brief his teammates, more than the small group of elite soldiers that had accompanied him from Earth. He had very little to share. The new soldiers held more allure, training them to make them viable the instant they hit the ground, or rather, the ice, if that were to be the case. The soldiers who had been in his section could help train the new soldiers, even if they didn't get them in their sections, since those newcomers were already on Antilles. All the new soldiers needed training, physical fitness, and everything that went into improving a soldier's chances of surviving their first 5 minutes of active combat. It wasn't always a given. Combat armor couldn't protect them from themselves, exposing themselves to enemy fire mainly, not killing the enemy when given the opportunity. There was so much to teach, and they only had 3 weeks. Chapter 4. Welcome Aboard. Just because they tell you welcome aboard, it doesn't mean you're welcome. It only means that you are on board. Ares saluted on his way out of the Combat Operations Center. The door closed behind him, so the light from the corridor didn't interfere with the screens and the operator's night vision.
What's the deal, boss man?
Frodo asked before anyone else could request what they were all waiting for.
Atlanteans. A technology-based enemy. Could be computers. Might be anything. They use drones. Sounds like we'll be fighting drones that fly. And we get to train the 300 new soldiers on board. We have 3 weeks to bring them up to speed.
Are they going to be ours? Stubby asked. A new section would be beneficial, but training someone else's soldiers could be throwing good effort after bad. Although the entire HFP benefited from well-trained fighters, they wanted their own. Deploying into combat with soldiers they haven't been with before was fraught with risk. Too much risk. The untrained put everyone's lives in jeopardy.
We can't start soon enough,
Tin Man suggested. Starts with physical fitness. We're going to have to figure out a run route on this pig. Ares smiled and nodded toward the COC. Don't let them hear you call it that. This is their baby. The young assistant purser stood off to the side. He raised his hand and eased into the conversation. I can help with that. Keep us from wandering around aimlessly, Doc told him. He clapped him on the back. Lead on. Quarters first, Ares suggested. They still had their minimal amount of luggage. Quarters first, the assistant purser agreed. Then a quick tour to show where the gym and mess deck are, and end with a run route that doesn't interfere with ship operations. Guest quarters are up here. He waved for them to follow. The Admiral's quarters were more than they expected. The shipbuilding company had spared no expense in the outfitting and setup. It was a suite with a separate bedroom and a small wet bar area for a cook to prepare a light meal and present it to guests at the mahogany dining and conference table that occupied the center of the room. A couch to the side offered a place to relax while watching videos on a screen half the size of the exposed wall. Ares felt guilty. We really shouldn't, he started. We shouldn't delay, Frodo interrupted. Let's get this tour finished so we can start training new recruits. I'm feeling flabby from a week of indulgence on Earth, and the noobs have known nothing but indulgence. Time to break them of their slovenly habits. They have been through boot camp, the young man started to say. At the looks he received from the battle-hardened combat veterans, he stopped. Stay here if you like. I'll be back, Ares said to Evelyn before kissing her quickly. She stood there awkwardly. He wasn't the kiss her goodbye type, but things had changed. Right in front of his people. Could he show a softer side of himself? Would it ruin him as a soldier? She punched him in the chest. Evelyn forced herself not to cry out in pain. Her man was solid as a rock. Go on, do your soldier stuff. I'll find medical. Maybe I can offer my services until we cross deck to Antilles, and then find the gym. Gym for senior staff is next door, the young man pointed. Medical is on the lowest deck, right off the elevator. It's the other side from the landing bay. The elevator? The one that will leave you hanging in the air when it heads down? He nodded. That one. But the stairs are the next door down if you fancy walking 14 flights. I fancy, Evelyn replied. I have to stay in shape for this one. Otherwise he'll trade me in for a younger model with less mileage. I wouldn't. Ares bristled in confusion while Evelyn smiled and waved. The soldiers hustled him out before he could say something that might get him tossed out of the guest quarters. They couldn't help but chuckle at his discomfort with the entire situation. That's a great place to have our leadership meetings, Frodo said loudly enough for all to hear. They took the elevator down to the third deck from the bottom, where the heaviest gravity plates were installed. Like all human ships, artificial gravity was heaviest at the keel and lightest at the top deck. Human starships were oriented like ships that plied the seas, not opting for a forward-to-aft configuration that relied on acceleration for apparent gravity. But those ships spent too much time without gravity when that needed to be constant for optimal ship operations. The elevator stopped abruptly. The soldiers flexed with the impact and strolled off like nothing had happened. The assistant purser pulled a comm device from his pocket and activated it. Elevator's getting worse. It's going to hurt someone, he declared. Yes, I'll submit another ticket. Leopold, assistant purser, with dignitaries from the HFP. They were extremely put out by the jarring impacts. Fix it now. He turned off the device. Leopold, Doc said. Is that your first or last name? Yes, the young man replied. This way. Leopold it is, Doc confirmed. Why didn't you tell us that before? Because you're important and I'm not. I don't deserve to be called by my name by war heroes like you. Stubby moved ahead and turned to face him. He had to stop or he'd run into her. No one is more important than anyone else. No one is less important. Maybe we've been called to lead this battle, but you're coming with us, aren't you? She pointed to the deck, then to the overhead. We're all in this together, and most importantly, none of us are on Earth, so we're all miserable together. Might as well enjoy it, Leopold. And don't ever fail to tell people your name,
is far more impressive than Assistant Purser.
Yes, ma'am, he replied. Stubby's lip twitched. What do we have on this deck? Ares interjected. Mess deck in the workout facility. No quarters or shops on this deck. There are team rooms for training as well. No space is wasted on Patton. This deck is dedicated to the soldiers' physical and mental health. So the food's good then? Tin Man asked. Mind you, I can't eat as much as I used to, since I'm stoking the engine of a mid-sized cruiser instead of a full-size battleship. He waved his bionic arm in the air. The kitchen staff is finding their groove. The food is getting better, Leopold said with veiled honesty. It's garbage, Frodo blurted. Stubby nodded, then shook her head.
Ares, you've got to be able to do something. You tell us that food is life.
You'll get food. You're probably still full from the Gorge Fest on Pan Major. You guys all ate enough for a month. And you, he zeroed in on Stubby, had shirtless men feeding you grapes.
To be fair,
Stubby started. Ares raised his eyebrow to inform her that there was nothing she could say that would change his perception of the facts.
That was over 2 months ago.
Didn't you treat yourselves while on Earth? To booze, Frodo replied for all of them. We hadn't quite gotten to the food before we were on our way back to the launch pad. Sucks to be you, Ares said. Lead on, Leopold. Quarters for them to dump their trash, and then a running route. Only the best for the 300. Ares' implication of the 300 was lost on his soldiers. They were not students of military history like he was. He studied it all. How did 300 stand against 10,000? How did Ares keep winning, even though he fought overwhelming odds every single time? The HFP was going to continue putting him into impossible situations until he fell in battle. With Ares' command, he'd have 5 sections of soldiers to execute a tactical plan. He only needed to make sure that the plan was his, and that intel on the enemy situation was up to speed. Apart from that, training. Every soldier needed to hold his or her own. The mess deck was the only space on board the ship big enough for a sit-down meeting with 300 soldiers. The hangar bay was filled with shuttles, so it was unusable, but it was loud in there. They'd used Deck 3 for their training needs, including full-force meetings and individual section training. Ares stood on a table at one end of the massive space, enough to feed 400 at once. There were over 1,000 people on board, but 700 of those were needed to operate the ship. The soldiers were simply passengers on the Military Space Express, also known as Patton, battlecruiser and flagship of the human space fleet. Frodo shouted, "Shut up!" He rushed between the tables until he had everyone's attention and pointed for them to look at Ares. Pans and dishes clattered from within the kitchen. Ares ignored them. "Soldiers," he said while slowly scanning the crowd. Young and fresh faces looked back at him. "You are soldiers of the HFP. To earn peace, we impart extreme violence upon our enemy, but we take prisoners too. Wanton killing does humanity a disservice. Our glory and our honor come from killing our enemies in combat. It comes from standing tall at the end of the day, covered in blood, both yours and your enemies. But you are standing, and they are not." Stubby glanced at Doc and made a face. This speech was more hardcore than his usual. "We have 3 weeks to get you into fighting shape, because immediately upon our arrival, we're going to deploy to some moon in the Sargon system. Among the ice and inhospitable terrain, including a non-breathable atmosphere, we're going to find flying drones. We're going to engage those drones and destroy them." He raised his hand for a quiet as murmurs flowed like a wave from one end of the mess deck to the other. "How do we spill the blood of our enemies when they have no blood?" Ares waited, but there was no answer from the crowd. "Someone built those machines. We're going to destroy those weapons until we find out who made them, and then we're going to stop them from making more. Their blood, our sweat, and in our wake, the wreckage of a civilization that decided to use drones as a way to make war." The murmurs started afresh, but this time, Ares let them build to a crescendo of angry voices. They were aware of the Regulus Treaty and knew that flying drones used as weapons were a violation. We are calling the race Atlanteans, and we may find that the sentient, living creatures who created those drones are long dead, with artificial intelligence keeping their ideals alive, without a thought of huge space they're violating to get what they want. Raw materials, just like us. Human mining ships will show up, now that we know what raw materials are available. But we'll help ourselves to them, because Sargon is human space, just like Paneth. We can spare no caution. This incursion must be dealt with immediately, and with finality. We probably won't be taking any prisoners, but we may. A drone could decide that it wants to live, assuming it's sentient. Or it could mindlessly attack. We don't know, but we will soon enough. How do we deal with such an enemy? He waited again.
Kill them!
Someone shouted and thrust a fist into the air. His call and gesture were repeated throughout the hall. Ares raised his hand for calm. Once silence returned, he continued. We kill the drones, wherever we find them. If there's the least chance they could attack us. We won't risk one human life for one artificial life. Who knows? Those drones could be done with basic programming. If they are, we'll find out their weakness and exploit it. We may jam, or we may not. If not, then your combat suit comm system will function. But we never count on that, because more often than not, you will have no comm on a battlefield beside what you can see with your own eyes. We'll reinforce the hand and arm signals you learned in boot camp, because those will save your life, and will make it possible to successfully complete the mission. Everyone does their part, and that means killing the enemy when you have to. We will win when the enemy loses their will to fight. We win when we're the last ones standing on the battlefield. We're going to teach you, over the next 3 weeks, what you need to know to improve your odds of being that last one standing. Death is a part of life, and some of you will die. Those who survive must continue the mission. It's the only way to honor those who sacrificed. If we lose, no one will bury our dead. I want the originator to look at me and be proud. I don't want to be one among hundreds on the losing side. There is no glory in losing. Ares climbed off the table before the soldiers realized that he was finished. The last words resonated. There is no glory in losing. Frodo climbed up and shouted to get everyone's attention. We've broken down the soldiers here into 20 sections, all under strength by 1 or 2 soldiers. That's the way things are in reality. Very few sections have a full complement of 16 plus a section leader. The 5 of us, he pointed at Ares, Doc, Tin Man, Stubby, and himself, are going to take on the role of section leaders for 5 sections each. We have extensive combat experience, which includes 5 stars of valor, 5 gold medallions, 1 silver medallion, and 5 orders of the saber. You will learn from us how to stay alive while being most effective in combat. Check your names on the board, and once assigned to sections, that will become your new name. That's it. Your identity from here forward will be your position within the section. You'll learn a new name when you've earned that name. Screens on the walls flashed the names and section positions, including which soldiers would take over those 5 sections. Ares moved to the screen where his 5 sections were detailed. The other soldiers did the same. He already talked with them about a training plan. 2 groups would run, 1 would use the shooting range, and 2 would train in the team rooms. It was going to be a tight squeeze, but they had a plan of execution. The first soldier who found himself in one of Ares' sections beamed with pride.
Sir, I'm honored to train under you. I've read the articles, and you are amazing.
Ares stared at him without saying a word. Other soldiers bumped him out of the way as they mobbed together, waiting to find out what would happen next. It took a long time for the new recruits to sort themselves out. Darrell stood in the back, chuckling to himself while taking notes on a new computerized notepad that he had brought back from Earth. Chapter 5. Train. Packing 10 pounds of mud in a 5-pound bag is so common in the military that it's SOP. Ares sipped sparkling water from a real glass. Evelyn had set it in front of him. He made a face after the first drink, but quickly decided that he liked it. She shook her head and retired to the couch, where she read, instead of partaking in Aries' conversation with his section leaders and Daryl, who had invited himself to the meeting.
Get out!
Frodo stomped a foot and pointed toward the corridor. I will not. I'm the chronicle of Aries' tale. Since Aries is here, I am here. I will be nowhere else because I can be nowhere else. The flower of creativity blossoms only in his presence. Aries ignored them both.
Training, he started. Where are we? Anyone underperforming?
I have two, Doc said. They can't keep up on the runs. They fell so far back, I told them to wait for us to catch up to them. Then we lapped them and kept going.
Pull them out and put them in the retraining section.
I have one. Never pays attention. When questioned, demonstrates that he wasn't listening.
Same. Retraining section,
Aries directed. Frodo had one who was incapable of hitting the target with his Mark 71 beam rifle. Tin Man had one who also couldn't keep up with the running. 5 soldiers not measuring up. Aries had no one he was ready to give up.
I have no one, he announced.
Maybe give mine another chance,
Stubby said.
I'll pull him aside and work with him.
Yeah, I pounded them pretty hard. Maybe put those 2 up front, Doc suggested. No retraining section. Not yet. It's only been 1 day.
Same,
Frodo grumped. Tin Man nodded.
Aries smiled. These are the hands we've been dealt. We have to play them.
The soldiers settled into the mundane tasks of the daily training plan. They finished.
Time to go, Frodo said. We're infringing on the honeymoon. Once we go dirt side in Sargon system, there'll be no warm fuzzies. No disrespect intended, Miss Evelyn.
None taken,
she called from the couch. Frodo ushered the others out.
You too, Dal. Get out.
I need to have a private conversation with Aries, Daryl countered. He crossed his arms, which was his way of defying orders. Frodo didn't care. He was willing to enforce his direction through physical application of encouragement. He pulled Daryl nearly off his feet before propelling him through the open door. Tin Man caught him and kept him from returning to Aries and Evelyn's quarters.
Sir,
Stubby called and saluted. Patton's captain and the fleet commander returned to salute and helped themselves to the Admiral's guest quarters. They closed the door to give themselves privacy.
What do you think about the new soldiers?
Commander Aiden asked.
Good recruiting class. They're already coming along nicely. They are receptive to the training.
Which is?
The commander pressed.
How not to get themselves or anyone else killed in combat. Physical fitness, marksmanship, and section tactical movements. And then more physical fitness. Because to survive, you have to run, move fast, and be able to hit your targets when tired.
No one would know that better than you. The soldiers are in good hands.
The commander glanced toward Evelyn.
Congratulations on your recent marriage.
Evelyn nodded but didn't say anything. Aries was hopelessly honest.
We're not married, sir. That's a joke my soldiers are perpetuating.
Aries, you are a multiple Star of Valor winner. You rate these quarters even if you aren't married. But we can't let the nice lady stay with you as a single soldier. That would set a precedent that would wreak havoc on this ship.
I'll go.
Evelyn stood.
Or I could marry you two right now,
the ship's captain offered.
You're young, and the demands on you and your time are only going to increase. Why would you want to waste what life there is?
I don't, sir. Sure. Right now.
The commander laughed. Everyone looked at him.
I thought of something. You're getting married, but you don't tell your soldiers, so they keep running the joke, thinking they're getting one over for their favorite section leader. They'll think you owe them, but you won't.
Devious, Commander Aiden,
the captain said. I like it.
Evelyn and Aries stood there, hand in hand.
Do you, Aries? take Evelyn to be your legally wedded wife?
I do.
Do you, Evelyn, take Ares to be your legally wedded husband?
I do. But what's your real name? I'm not sure I want to be Mrs. Ares.
Ares?
That's what they call me, Ares replied.
So let it be said, so let it be written, so let it be done.
The captain smacked his fist into his palm.
Congratulations to the happy couple. I'll make an entry into my log and notify the purser. Married soldiers get paid an extra stipend. Strange, but true.
Even for doing the same job as a single soldier? Ares wondered. He hadn't known about the disparity in pay.
It's because anyone willing to marry a soldier deserves a little extra for keeping the soldier grounded. Married soldiers fight harder to win and get home. Everyone wins when our people are stable. Single soldiers who have no one tend to be a little more reckless. We want stable soldiers, executing sound tactics.
Interesting, Ares replied. He would spend a great deal of time thinking about this. It incentivized soldiers to get married when they weren't ready, simply to score a little extra pay. Soldiers who survived and returned from war to find they had no money because their spouse had spent it all. From the government's perspective, spent money was good money. A soldier committed to getting home meant they'd fight harder when the chips were down, even if they were going home to an empty bank account and divorce papers. Ares had cautioned his people not to find the loves of their lives on Pan Major, as tempting as an incredible meal might have been. None of his people had succumbed to the allure. What if he'd been wrong with his cautions?
Congratulations, you crazy kids. We'll leave you to it. Chow in 30 minutes, or we can send something up,
the captain offered. Ares shook his head, almost violently. No, sir. We'll eat on the mess deck with our soldiers. As I would expect, the commander replied. Enjoy your bubbly water. That's a simple treat for our guests. Don't worry about anything else. You focus on bringing those soldiers up to speed, because I fear they're going to be dumped into the fight the second we arrive. And you too. You know you're heading to the moon, and you'll be in the fight before you realize we're even in the system. Ares remained stoic. He always planned to be the first into the fight, but with victory, he and his people were the first ones recovered to the troop carrier, where they were treated to hot chow and a warm bed. Soldiers needed very little. But now Ares had a wife. Would he get different quarters on Antilles? What would that look like? Ares didn't know. He figured Evelyn would take care of it. He could ask her. But what was the fun in that? 3 weeks of travel. 16 to 18 hours a day of training. There was little to no time for anything recreational. Downtime was spent sleeping.
Ares and section leaders to the COC,
came the call over the ship-wide broadcast. They were holding one final all-hands meeting on the mess deck, and were all together. Get yourself something to eat. Collect your gear and get ready to deploy. Wait for my call, and then report to the hangar bay. Leave nothing behind. You won't be returning to Patton. The only thing lacking for training had been the combat armor, so they had to use simulations, which wasn't optimal. At least the soldiers knew the commands and how to control the suit, but they wouldn't know for sure until they were suited up. Ares led Frodo, Doc, Tin Man, and Stubby from the mess deck. They went to the elevator. They hadn't taken it since their first day. They assumed it had been fixed. It hadn't been. The assistant purser had less pull than he thought. The elevator rocketed upward and jerked to a stop when it reached the top deck. The soldiers came off their feet and then backed down with their knees flexed to land gently. That was fun, Frodo said. The doors opened, and they strolled to the COC. Ares glanced in the direction of the guest quarters where he and Evelyn had enjoyed their honeymoon, for what it was worth. But their time had come to an end. Next stop, Antilles, to get their armor and combat equipment. After that, the ice moon was calling their name. Ares led the way into the COC. The soldiers stopped once inside to close the door and restore the darkness. Ares, the commander called from somewhere deep within the Combat Operations Center. Ares blinked and squinted until he could make out two figures who were standing, the captain and the commander.
Gentlemen,
Ares said, while walking slowly between the workstations and system operators staring at their screens and into their scopes.
your people ready to go? Just give the word, and they'll report to the hangar bay. Is there enough lift to move them in one sortie?
It'll take 2. We can move about 200, but then again, no one will be wearing armor. Belay my last. We can move them in one sortie if everyone gets friendly.
We'll do what we need to,
Ares replied. Are they ready? Commander Aiden pressed. He had watched the training as a fly on the wall.
As ready as we could get them. As much as they could raise their abilities under the constraints of being on a ship without their combat armor.
That's what I thought. Do your best with them. We have a comm link with Antilles. They've asked to speak with you. The commander moved aside and directed Ares into his position. He'll be on the main screen.
Ares, good to see you. I hear you're married now. Congratulations.
That's what I hear too. Do we have any more intel on the Atlanteans?
Ares changed the subject.
Very little. We didn't put any boots on the ground or drones in the sky. You'll be the first ones to land on the moon.
They aren't signatories to the Regulus Treaty, so they could try to shoot down our shuttles. Will we have a combat patrol to clear the skies for our ingress?
Yes, especially now that Patton has arrived. You'll have a complete cap, a combat air patrol.
Roger. Little atmosphere, lots of ice?
That's right. Drones are the size of a soccer ball. We don't know what kind of armament they have besides a tight green laser. They use those to clear space around a potential dig site.
We haven't seen tactics or other weapon systems. We don't know if the green lasers are weapons. Are those drones a threat?
Yes. They chased off a mining team that was here when they arrived in orbit. They killed the entire team. We couldn't recover any video from the site, so we don't know exactly how they killed them. But those miners are dead nonetheless.
We'll figure it out. I'll take my sections from the new soldiers we brought with us, along with soldiers we left on Antilles, like Lazarus and Finger. Did you have any luck recovering Anjin-san from Prime?
We did. Your skinny pilot is on board and ready to deploy. They'll be ready. The section leaders' combat suits are ready, complete with their names on the back.
And extra radiation shielding?
With extra shielding, Mark 71s, mortars, extra rounds, and even flechettes, because shooting those drones down could take a little bit extra.
Armor-piercing rounds in case we come across something a little bit bigger?
Ares asked.
2 each AP, 4 flechette, and 2 high-explosive per soldier. Grenades in an extra power pack. Your usual loadout, adjusted based on the enemy. What else can we do for you?
Get the suits ready. As soon as we're on board, we'll dress and get ready to roll.
Ares Command will deploy first. You'll collect intelligence and make recommendations for a follow-on force to ensure complete victory on Sargon 7.
Compliance.
Ares dipped his chin once, and the screen went blank. The commander offered his hand. It was nice having you on board, Ares. Godspeed.
Thanks for the ride, gentlemen. We'll take our leave now. If you have to shoot something near us, please shoot straight.
The ship's captain laughed.
We'll try not to singe your eyebrows.
Get your trash and meet me on the hangar deck in 10,
Ares ordered.
Compliance!
His people were far more exuberant than they had been. Like Ares, they lived for the fight. They could feel it coming. The adrenaline rush of combat. The closeness of their teammates. Even though they were section leads now, they were in charge. Ares Command was going to see its first deployment. Ares found Evelyn waiting for him, with their bags packed. Before he could run off, she hugged him tightly and pulled him close for a passionate kiss. She let him go before he could pull away. She could feel the energy coursing through him.
It'll go back to more of the same when we get to Antilles,
she said. It'll never be the same, Ev. I will come home to you. I will fight like I've always fought, and I'll bring my people home, too.
Evelyn smiled. I'll be waiting to help patch them up. Get them to us, and we'll keep them alive.
He held out his pinky, and they hooked their fingers. A quick smile shared between lovers, before they walked out of the Admiral guest quarters without looking back. They took the lift, bracing themselves before it rocketed downward to deposit them on the lowest deck. I hope they never fix that thing, Ares said.
You are a strange man,
Evelyn replied. I'm a soldier. We're made different. Chapter 6. Deploy. Preparation can be overrated. Sometimes, you just have to throw the new recruits into the fire. Ares strode into the armorer's shop to find most of the combat armor had already been issued. But the armor for Ares and his people were close by so the racks didn't have to cycle endlessly to find it. Most of the armor was recycled from the losses on Antares IV. So many soldiers never returned. Out of all the battles, that one was the closest Ares ever came to losing. That and the Battle of Elbow Gap, where he was the last one left standing. Ares and Dante both survived the inferno that day. They held the flank, which was an untenable position, but they held it because of Ares' fury. It was his first battle. It showed that he was made for war, and that's where he earned his name. They recovered combat armor from there, too. All the soldiers from his section, and 2 others, had died. He'd seen his share of death, and his share of old suits worn by new soldiers. It was good to see most of the suits were gone. It meant that the ranks had been plussed up. We need suits for the 300 we brought from Earth, Ares said. I don't have the extra layer of radiation protection, so no one besides you and the section leads will get the upgraded armor. We've been training them for 3 weeks, Ares countered. You know I'd do something if I could, but we have no combat armor for anyone else. You have your sections. The people you left behind train them. Exactly that, Ares, Dante added when he entered the armor storage and refurbishment area. Good to see you back. War is hell. We are going back into the middle of it. The Atlanteans have shot down one of our gunships. Ares shrugged. Send Pan to deal with them. She's a big ship with lots of weapons. The Atlanteans were also reinforced. One ship can't handle their new fleet, even if that ship is our new battlecruiser. He and Dante shook hands. That changes things, Ares admitted. What's the plan, boss man? Is that more cool talk? Dante wondered, and then waved off his own question. Yes, we have a plan. We're going to hit the moon, Sargon 7, to remove the drone infestation, while simultaneously dividing their space-based assets and destroying them. That means high-speed passes, so we won't have a continuous presence above you. I'm deploying planet-side. I'd like to take the troops I've just spent 3 weeks training. I'd love to tell you yes, but no can do. The radiation will kill your new trainees. You'll have to take the people who've been training for the past 8 weeks. We missed you, but we know that you are owed more than anyone else in the HFP or the fleet. Dante rested his hand on Ares' shoulder. Don't feel sorry for him. He married a nurse, Frodo said. You got married? I knew you had a soft spot, but damn. You're Ares, the god of war. A wife? That's what they keep saying, Ares replied noncommittally. I'm more interested in making sure our people get outfitted properly before getting sent dirt side. Ice, actually. You'll be on an ice moon, and the 300 recruits will join you as soon as they can. Until then, you'll get the last batch of replacements. The reinforcements are good. Give them a chance, Ares. I'll be going down too. I had no value up here, and it looks like the Atlanteans are all on Sargon 7. The other moons have raw materials, but they are nothing like what's available on the Ice Moon. Our mission? Ares wondered.
Remove the Atlantean presence on Sargon 7. Make it untenable for them to return.
Ares clarified.
Engage the enemy and kill them. Destroy their mining equipment and any other equipment they've installed. Exactly that. Ares' command will be unleashed. You're first in, and you'll recommend follow-on forces, understanding that getting the shuttles on the ground could be problematic, and not timely depending on how the battle is going in space. You can't risk Antilles.
That was a statement, seemingly innocent on the surface, but deeper down. And when Ares understood that he and his people could be left behind before the HFP risked losing the troop carrier and the rest of those on board.
I will launch with the follow-on forces. Until then, you're it. I don't have to tell you to do us proud, because I know you will. I hope the soldiers deploying with you live up to your standard. At least, that's what we think we trained them for. We'll figure it out on the ice. As long as they can follow orders, they'll be fine. Is there jamming?
Ares wondered. Radios would be a shortcut and make it easier to give distinct and complex orders.
As far as we know, they flooded the airwaves, but we don't know if our signals were cut across it. I'll take that as a no.
The technician delivered Ares' combat armor. It nearly glowed with how much it appeared to be polished. The new layer of radiation protection added a sharp edge.
This looks like ceremonial armor.
He faced Dante.
You want me to strut into combat like a peacock? Tactically move, yes. Strut? No.
Dante replied.
Better get ready to go. We're going to make a high-speed pass and dump the shuttles en route. They'll follow a ballistic trajectory for as long as possible before powering up. We want to provide as small a window of engagement to the Atlanteans as possible. With luck, you'll be planted on the ice before they know you're there. With luck. Famous last words, Dante. You're not giving me a whole lot of confidence. Did our success on Prime make you believe we can accomplish any flight of fancy you may have?
Dante nodded.
We don't have a lot on this one. The Atlanteans are a whole new enemy. They may not even be biological. Learn what we need to know, and then send us the information. While you're down there, see if you can figure out how to beat them too. That would be marvelous.
Marvelous, Ares repeated as he had a tendency to do with the unique terminology that Dante spewed. Ares turned his attention to getting dressed. The others, Frodo, Tin Man, Doc, and Stubby, waved for their suits, which were next to Ares. A soldier entered, clumping heavily because he was already wearing his armor. Taller than your average soldier, stretched almost unnaturally at the waist.
Is that you in there, Anjin-san?
Ares asked while fitting his upper body armor and extending his arms to set his greaves and gloves in place.
It is, my friend. I'm happy you have returned. You have been gone for a very long time.
We should have been gone for another 3 weeks, Anjin-san. We were gone for nearly 2 months, but only spent a week on Earth. 1 week. I'm pretty butt-chapped about that. We all are. We all are not, Ares said. I'm happy to see you, especially after that night in the overheads. I was worried about you.
I went home. No one bothered me until after the Renice surrender, and then it was because the humans had requested my presence at the capitulation ceremony.
Ares stopped.
Surrender?
The Renice had no stomach to fight those who could so easily overthrow the Cabal.
Easily?
The word sounded odd rolling over Ares' tongue. He hadn't thought it had been easy. His people were scattered across Oblabor. He had no idea and expected to die among the bodies of the leadership cabal and their security forces in the highest tower of the city.
Are we in charge of the Renice homeworld and the 10 billion skinnies who live there? You sound skeptical, but no,
Dante interjected.
We didn't take that on. We provided advisors, consultants, and brain-sucking diplomats. We also offered trade. Seems they need as much food as they can get. I'm not so sure they're meant to be as skinny as they are. Feed them like they feed their soldiers, and they become more robust. In a generation or two, we'll see skinnies who are no longer skinny, Ares said. Hangar bay? Ready to deploy. You'll get a few minutes with Ares command before you drop in 5 shuttles. The 4 you took to Prime are all section leads now. Even Doc.
Dante tapped his watch to emphasize his point. Ares glanced at the man who had patched up the troops and acted as a medic as well as a soldier.
We need to train more like him. Medics within each section. We may have more soldiers survive the engagements. Whenever they're not wearing their armor, that makes sense. But in armor, it's best to leave them contained and evacuate them. A Doc can't do that. Tin Man is living proof of how it can work.
Ares wasn't going to push the concept. It was an idea to keep working when he had the time. He'd asked Evelyn if the medics could come up with a training program for emergency medicine in the field. They had plenty of downtime between actions. That was time when select soldiers could be trained. It made sense to Ares, but he was focused on combat and what it would take to survive. He lived every minute of his life with that singular goal in mind. Even with Evelyn waiting for him to return, he was able to push everything else from his mind. Only one thing mattered: the upcoming fight. Flying drones and anything else that the HFP had not identified which might be able to shoot or blow up. He'd have to destroy all of them too. He knew it would be more than target practice because they'd shoot back. Green lasers. He wasn't afraid of lasers. Not like a plasma cannon that could wipe a soldier off the face of a planet. A laser was a pinpoint weapon. Move and keep moving to limit their effectiveness. New soldiers waited for him. New soldiers had a tendency to expose themselves, and then sit still when they thought they found good cover. Flying drones wouldn't stay blocked for long. Ares put his helmet on last. He lowered the visor to isolate himself from the world, even with people talking to him. He was alone with his thoughts, rapid-firing their way through his mind.
"It says Stubby on the back of my armor,"
Stubby groused.
That's your name. Live up to it, or down to it in your case.
Frodo slapped her on the back so hard she staggered. Stubby gave him the finger, skinny style, the thumbs up. Ares soldiers followed, descending into their own thoughts. They kept their visors raised, preferring the natural view of the ship before they'd have to keep them down.
"Wait up,"
Darrow called. "I had to trade to get a suit with the added radiation protection, but I'm good now." He gave the thumbs up. "Thank you for your concern." He was being facetious as usual. Frodo rolled his eyes. He liked Darrow the least out of the soldiers, and usually took every opportunity to express his disdain. But not today. He had other things on his mind. He was a section leader, and his soldiers were waiting on the hangar deck. He was anxious to meet them, but also hesitant. What if they were terrible? He had no time to correct anything about them. He had to assess and train while in the middle of a fight. How did Ares do it? Frodo asked himself every day how the man managed to do what he did. He took to war as casually as fish took to water. Frodo was good, but Ares had watched over him nearly every step of his career. He wanted to believe that he had survived because of his own abilities, and they had played a part, but it was Ares. He made good things happen, even for those who fell while in his section. Their sacrifice was never in vain, because it led to victory. They took the stairs down, the most efficient way to get from the armor level to the hangar bay. Only one deck. The lowest level on the ship had the heaviest gravity and was packed with bodies. The corridors were filled, and the hangar deck was half full with the shuttle crew chiefs holding back the tide of bodies. Anything to maintain order. Ares shouldered and bumped his way through the crowd to get to his pre-deployment location. The shuttle that would lead the others from Antilles to the moon's surface. The first soldier to board the first shuttle. He slapped hands with the crew chiefs. They gathered around to wish him well.
I appreciate what you do. Without these shuttles, we're a bunch of food-consuming oxygen thieves who spend an inordinate amount of time in our bunks, sleeping until the next meal.
The crew chiefs laughed at Ares' joke, but he was serious about having no value if they couldn't join the battle. Ares faced the crowd.
Gather round. Ares section, Frodo section, Tin Man section, Stubby section, Doc section.
Sir, Lazarus called while waving. Anjin-san walked by his side with Finger, not more than a single step back. Those were the 3 holdovers that Ares and the others left behind on their short-lived trip to Earth. They'd fought with Ares in the Paneth region of space or longer, campaign after campaign.
Good to have you, point, wheel, and swing,
he called back. A crew chief rolled out a case for Ares to stand on. He nodded to the man in appreciation and climbed up.
Soldiers,
Ares started, his voice booming by the use of his suit, but he didn't need to have it amplified as loud as possible. He had a captive audience who was keen to catch every word.
They call me Ares. I'm taking 5 sections to Sargon 7, the Ice Moon, where we would defeat the Atlanteans, what we think are a race of drones and robotic equipment. We're going to deliver lethal firepower, the likes of which these things have never seen before. We're going to wipe them from the skies. We're going to destroy the equipment on the ground. We're going to remove these entities from Sargon 7, because we're going to mine that moon. This is human territory, and the Atlanteans are encroaching. Until we have a treaty or a contract, they are not welcome here. Our job is to show them just how unwelcome they are.
The soldiers cheered, but Ares held his hands up and called for quiet.
They're going to fight us. This isn't going to be a turkey shoot. They want what's on that moon, and they know they're going to have to fight for it. They've reinforced their fleet. We do not own the skies over Sargon 7. The Atlanteans are not signatories to the Regulus Treaty, and they are willing and able to shoot down our ships. That means we're going to have to sneak in past a hostile enemy. We're going to have to land under fire, and we're going to have to execute our mission without any support, without reinforcements, just until we can bring them in. How many enemies will we face? I don't know, but we'll figure it out. Ares section, landing spot 1. Frodo section, spot 2. Tin Man section, 3. Stubby section, 4. Doc section, 5. Load up and be ready to hit the ice running.
Compliance! The entire contingent belted out together. The soldiers broke into section and closed on each landing pad. Frodo directed his group in. Each section leader did the same, except for Ares.
See them?
Ares pointed like he was the angel of death.
They will watch your flanks. They will cover your 6. They will be standing by your side when knee-deep in the muck. And they'll carry you to safety when you can no longer walk. And you'll do the same for them. We are 5 sections, but 1 unit. Ares command. A shock unit. We will move and keep moving. That will keep you alive. Standing still will make you a target. Shoot straight, fire often, and keep your heads on swivels. Mount up!
Ares twirled his finger in the air. He held the hatch open for his soldiers to board. Finger and Lazarus were first, waving the others to follow. Anjin-san waited with Ares.
I'll stay with you. I don't know what I'm doing,
the skinny admitted.
You know more than you think you do,
Ares replied. He was last on the shuttle. He took his spot between the seats and activated his magnetic clamps. The crew chief gave him leave to stand during launch and flight operations, even though he was supposed to be seated and belted in. Only Ares was accorded that leniency. He had demonstrated time and again that he could surf with the pitches and bumps and was better for it. War had its own rules, and Ares was the god of war. His shuttle was the first one out of the bay. Ares couldn't see the others. That was beyond his control. What was in his control was preparing his new section for deployment.
Lower your visors, he directed. We're in space, and if we get shot down, I don't need to see the looks of surprise on your ugly mugs.
The soldiers immediately complied. Ares had kept his in place from the second he left the armor storage and repair space. Ares continued.
When we touch down, you'll exit the shuttle and establish a 360-degree perimeter before I choose a direction to go. When I give the word, We'll move in echelon, inverted V, or skirmisher formation, unless the terrain calls for something different. When I give the signal, you'll have about half a second to be up and moving. Sitting still can get you killed. Moving slowly can get you killed. When we move, we run. When we stop, we take cover and dig in, even if we're only going to be there for a minute. Do you understand?
Compliance, came the muted reply. Lazarus loosened his harness and jumped to his feet.
Ares asked you if you understood, he bellowed.
Compliance! The shout was more throaty and engaged. Ares took a knee.
Originator, hear my prayer. Guide my hand to deliver death to a worthy enemy. May he find peace in his next life. Guide my section's hands unerringly. Recognize the honor we do you through this battle.
He stood and scanned the soldiers of his section. He had no time to learn anything about them. He had to count on Lazarus, Finger, and Anjinsan to help him manage the new additions.
"Com check,"
Ares said over his radio channel for his section leads, and he roped in Anjinsan and Lazarus too. Lazarus, previously called Misfire because he missed his target with a grenade and injured Ares instead, was now the section's second in command. He'd take over if Ares became incapacitated. Ares didn't think he was ready, but no one else was either.
"Roger, 5 by 5.
Frodo responded. The others checked in too. Ares was pleased that the other shuttles had cleared the bay and were headed to the moon's surface.
"I'll do another comms check when we land. Ares out."
He opened the channel to his section.
"Comms check. Nod if you hear me."
The soldiers dutifully nodded. All but one. He pointed to the soldier wearing the emblem of Swing 8 and spoke out loud.
"Can you hear me over the radio?"
The soldier fumbled briefly. Sorry, sir. I didn't have my radio on. It is now. He didn't ask for Ares to check the radio again, but Ares had to be certain.
"Com check. Swing 8.
Compliance, the Fluster soldier replied. Ares took a knee next to him.
"What's the first thing we're going to do when we hit the ground?"
Get off the shuttle. 360 perimeter, sir.
Ares nodded. "Don't forget to remove your harness first. That makes getting out of your seat a whole lot easier."
He clapped the soldier on his shoulder. Before he could say anything else to his people, the shuttle jerked hard to the left and dropped. Had Ares not been magnetically attached to the deck, he would have bounced off the ceiling. It took 100% of his effort to stay upright through the wild gyrations. He didn't have to ask. This was the roughest of any trips he had taken. They were under fire and conducting evasive maneuvers. Don't give the enemy a steady target. The shuttle continued to dive until the nose pointed up and the engine surged, driving Ares hard against the deck. He stayed upright, but it took bending the top bar of the chairs on both sides of the aisle. The shuttle flipped sideways and accelerated. It righted itself and slammed into the moon, sliding on the ice until it spun around and came to a rest.
"Get out!"
Ares shouted. Chapter 7. Ice. Each campaign takes the soldiers to a different planet and a different environment. They have to adjust and dominate, or they'll die. Ares was first to the hatch and out. He hit the ice hard. There was no insulating layer of snow on top, only a hard sheet. He activated his cleats and shouted over his shoulder,
"Cleats!"
They had landed on a small ice plain. Frozen hills rose nearby with sharp, rocky peaks beyond. Nothing too extreme, like what they crossed on Pan Major, but enough to give the terrain some three-dimensionality, and that meant the drones had plenty of cover and places to hide. Ares scanned the area using his IR filter. Any machine would be warmer than its surroundings, he reasoned. The skies were clear enough for his soldiers to continue deploying. He activated the radio for his section leaders while checking overhead once more, wondering where the other shuttles were. Low and fast, barreling along with a cloud of displaced ice crystals billowing behind it, was one of the landing craft.
"Frodo here, I think. Soldiers are puking, but we're alive. Not every shuttle is going to make it."
The word struck hard. They'd never had a shuttle go down before. Losing an entire section of soldiers before they touched down was within contemplation, but something Ares hadn't dealt with before. He had seen too many die within seconds of disembarking, but not when they never had a chance to count on themselves.
Who? Ares asked.
Stubby. The first shuttle dropped and skidded like Ares had. When it came to a rest, the side hatch was already open, and Frodo was the first out. The others spread out as they followed. 2 more shuttles slid in behind. Ares hatcheted his arm in the direction of the mountains. That's where the mining was taking place. That's where the Atlanteans would be defending their equipment. That's where Ares had to take his soldiers.
Inverted V,
he bellowed, along with the hand and arm signals for that formation. He held his arms at 30 degrees to his side. The soldiers spread out. Odd numbers to the left and even numbers to the right. Finger was Ares section point 1. A transferred soldier was wheel 1. And Lazarus was swing 1. Ares moved into the middle of the formation, pumping his fist up and down. Double time. Lazarus stepped out quickly and accelerated well beyond jogging. Finger was the point soldier. Her armor had been upgraded with additional sensors and heavier plating, above and beyond the radiation resistance that had been added. It limited her top speed to no more than 50 kilometers per hour, while the wheel and swing soldiers could run at 60, and they were supposed to be able to. The suit provided a great deal of additional strength and speed. Lazarus paced himself so he wouldn't stress the point soldiers. Ares had topped out at 70, but maintaining that pace was a little bit too much. He reserved such speeds for life and death situations. He expected a few of his soldiers would be able to keep up, but he didn't want to test his theory and scatter his section halfway across the ice moon. Ahead and above, he saw what he'd thought he'd see when they landed. Drones, in no small number either. A cloud rose into the air and spread out as they moved toward the running soldiers.
Flechettes!
Ares called out. The soldiers naturally slowed as they fumbled to get their mortars to the front, letting their Mark 71s swing under their arms and to their backs. Well-practiced soldiers would have been able to do it in a single swift motion, and load the right round from muscle memory. Some knew where they'd put their flechette rounds, but most fumbled with their vests. Ares whipped his around and loaded the flechette in less than 2 seconds, while accelerating to the front of his formation. He wanted to be beside Lazarus when the drones reached them. How the drones reacted would dictate the section's next actions.
Just like old times,
Lazarus said, as he raised his mortar and prepared to fire.
What old times? Right before something bad happened to you? Are you talking about those old times?
Like I said, just like old times. Except I'm not going down. I'll be standing tall next to you at the end of this.
Make sure you are.
Ares switched to his external speaker and increased the volume.
Fire on my command. Flechettes first, and then cyclic fire from your Mark 71s. Section, halt.
Ares raised a fist in the air. He chop-stepped to a stop, owing to his cleats digging in. He took a knee and aimed. The section was spread with 3 to 5 meters between each soldier. Every one of them had their weapons forward and raised to match the elevation of the drones. They continued toward the soldiers, flying in something other than a formation. It looked more like a cloud. The drones were triangular but boxy. The lift and drive mechanisms weren't exposed. They were hidden behind the squared edges. The weapons weren't obvious. Ares switched between UV and IR filters, but nothing presented itself. There were no energy nodes or bristling launch tubes. They looked harmless. Ares wasn't going to let them get too close. As soon as the rear part of the cloud was in range, he'd unleash everything the soldiers had. Frodo's section ran to Ares' right flank. Tin Man's section ran at top speed to get into place on the left. Dog's section was too far back to participate in this fight unless the drones kept pushing past the soldiers already there. There was no cover. There were only 51 soldiers with mortars and beam rifles taking aim at a potential enemy. There's no reason to fear the unknown. Combat is a series of chess moves, very rapidly made within a frenzy of extreme violence. Ares saw it as manageable. He only had to act quicker, deliver better aimed shots, and move out of the line of return fire. The cloud of drones started to disperse. The last of them were still out of range, but the drones would never be more tightly packed than they were at the moment.
Fire! Cyclic rate!
Ares roared and fired. The first flechettes flew into the middle of the cloud. Mortar after mortar blasted skyward. Hundreds of tiny darts flooded the sky. The enemy reacted, jumping high and low, side to side. Drones fell, 30 or 40 from the first barrage. Fewer after they adopted erratic flight patterns and put distance between themselves. Then the lasers lanced through the frigid air and pinpointed the soldiers. "Fire!" Ares encouraged. "Leading edge, 11 o'clock to 1 o'clock. Drive them back." He pumped another flechette rocket into his mortar instead of switching to the Mark 71 beam rifle as he had directed the others. The lasers fixed on targets. Their firing positions instantly became untenable. Ares stood, twisting and turning to keep the lasers from burning a single tiny hole. He fired into the biggest cloud, while energy beams made the air crackle with the simultaneous discharge from nearly 50 weapons. A soldier screamed nearby. The cry ended in a gurgle. Ares couldn't afford to look, but the sound came from where his Wheel 4 had been. Ares always maintained a visual in his mind of where his soldiers were. It made it easier to employ them, knowing where his soldiers were at all times. The suit systems helped. He could tell if a soldier was injured or dead. "Move!" Ares bellowed and stepped forward. His soldiers struggled to their feet. Getting a cleated boot under themselves was the first challenge. After that, it was easy to stand up without sliding. Taking too long turned out to be fatal. A quarter of his soldiers never rose. He continued to dodge left and right until he took off running. If they couldn't defeat the drones by shooting them down, he'd find where they launched from and destroy that. Then they could pick off the drones from a position that afforded them cover. They were too exposed. The landing site hadn't been a prepared area, but a place to crash land without destroying the shuttles. Ares fired into the cloud, then pumped one more flechette round into it. He wasn't sure he'd get another chance with the drones bunched up. Lazarus maintained a steady stream of fire while stalking forward. Lasers danced across his armor, seeking a steady aim point, but he refused to give it to them. With the fire concentrated into his zone, the drones were driven back. Adding altitude wasn't an option. The beam rifles were just as deadly at 1,000 meters as they were at 100. Drone lasers, not so much. Since they were lower power, although not by much, aim points were more difficult to hold with increased range. Humanity benefited from the drones being farther away. The beam rifle sent a stunning amount of energy into the sky, but if it was hard for the drones to hit the soldiers, it was harder for the soldiers to hit the drones, especially once the humans were moving. Firing while walking erratically was a challenging proposition. The drones regrouped, dropped near the ice sheet, and surged forward. "Mortars!" Ares called. He switched weapons and fired the last of his flechette rounds. The shotgun blast ripped into the drone swarm. Lazarus pumped out a mortar round and then another. Ares fired his Mark 71 as fast as he could pull the trigger while walking in a non-linear way. Don't let them focus on him. He held his weapon steady, and drone after drone fell to the ice, sliding toward the human soldiers but unable to fly. Frodo's section held the flank against the drones that had gone wide, avoiding the initial failings, and diving toward the human force once they flew past. Tin Man's section was doing the same on the other flank. They fired and engaged, but they were exposed too. Soldiers slumped over when the lasers held their target point and burned through armor into the body beneath. "File!" Frodo shouted. They were in the open, and their only chance to survive the first contact was to defeat the enemy drones. Eliminate the laser platforms. Were they intelligent? It wasn't a question that any of the soldiers asked. It didn't matter. The drones were arrayed against them, and that's all that mattered. Whether they were the enemy themselves, or just tools of the enemy, they had to be eliminated. Ares fired again and again. Lazarus splashed his targets, gaining confidence with each trigger pull. The soldiers of Ares' section moved up until they were in a line across, firing while stalking forward. 11 soldiers in addition to Lazarus and Ares. The lasers darted into the formation, but the soldiers moved. Move and fire and move. The drones accelerated and rose to fly over the soldiers' heads. Ares reached out, his arm a flash of light as he caught one. It focused its laser on his arm. He spun and jammed the drone's business end into the ground. It burned a tiny hole into the ice and kept burning while Ares held it in place. He lifted it just enough to smash it again and again in an effort to destroy the laser. Lazarus stood beside him, looking for drones targeting Ares. He fired sporadically. The enemy surged and swarmed and separated and reconsolidated, just like a flock of birds. But there was little atmosphere here and no birds. Wherever they learned this behavior, it wasn't on Sargon 7. Doc's section ran in behind Ares' section and boosted the amount of firepower raking across the drones. The ones that had flown over Ares' head were now fully engaged with Doc's soldiers at knife-fighting range. The lasers couldn't compete with the Mark 71s, which poured out much greater energy across a broader front, and they couldn't hold their aim because of the chaos of the melee. The drone shot straight up into the sky. The soldiers leaned back and sniped them while the enemy gathered, circled briefly, then raced toward the horizon. The soldiers continued to shoot. "Cease fire!" Ares ordered. He tried over the radio, but found what he expected. The airwaves were jammed, and the radio was useless. Business as usual. "Section leads, report!" Ares blared across the ice. He checked on his people. Point 2 was dead, as was Wheel 4 and Swings 5 and 7. Lasers burned through the vulnerable neck and midsections. "Inverted V. Finger on point. Lazarus, collect the ammunition from those who fell and distribute it to the section." Finger moved into the lead, and the soldiers slipped into place behind her and to the flanks. Ares stayed in the middle, waiting for the reports from his 3 remaining section leads before giving the order to move out. Lazarus moved quickly from one body to the next. Frodo was the first to Ares. "Lost 2 swing soldiers. Could have been a lot worse, since we're completely exposed out here. A quick count shows a couple hundred drones have been downed. Still not an even trade." Tin Man and Doc reported no casualties. They had been moving during the initial part of the encounter. Darrell stood outside the group and watched. Ares tried to ignore him. The reporter was an observer. He wasn't armed for this, despite Ares telling him the drones didn't care that he was a reporter. "Digging in is death," Ares stated. "We'll keep moving, no matter what." He pointed into the distance. "All the way to those hills and against the mountains. We don't give them the entire sky. If they're going to come at us again, they'll have to do it from a single direction." "Resupply?" Tin Man wondered. "We're down half our flechettes already." Ares was out of flechette rounds for his mortar. He felt their loss because of how effective they'd been. "We're on our own. That was clear with the maneuvers to get to the moon's surface. Did anyone see where Stubby went down?" "Not giving up on her?" Frodo asked, but he knew the answer. Ares would refuse to believe she and her entire section were gone. A destroyed shuttle wasn't the end. The combat armor would provide some protection. Forward momentum might keep them from slamming into the ice by hitting it at an angle. Ares told himself all the different ways Stubby and her soldiers could have survived. "Not giving up on any of my people unless we know for sure that they're dead. We're down 6. No injured, only dead. And that's never a good sign. Speaking of signs, Doc, signal the shuttle to collect the dead bodies." Ares held his hand up to keep the section leaders from returning to their sections. "Maybe the drones will change their tactics. It's important that we stick together. Diamond formation. Me, Frodo left, Tin Man right, and Doc in the rear. They could come at us from any direction. Cyclic fire from the beam rifles. We kill any drone, whatever it may be. But under no circumstances are you to go after anything. We stick together. Masked fires are effective. It's like a return to the Napoleonic era, and we're forming squares." Tin Man shook his head. "I wish I understood your references, but you might as well be speaking skinny for how much I understood from that last bit. Diamond formation, yes sir. Compliance. And we'll light up the enemy next time they show their little robotic faces." "Robotic faces," Frodo chuckled. "Compliance, Ares. Let's get out of here before they regroup and return." "My thoughts exactly." Ares pumped his fist in the air. "Move out." Chapter 8. Targets. The enemy learned far more quickly than the soldiers hoped. Every soldier in Ares' command knew they weren't walking. Finger set the pace, not her fastest, but fast enough considering they were running on ice. 45 kilometers per hour. She cycled through her sensor systems to give her the best view of the way ahead. Ares moved in beside her. "What did you see when the drones came for us?" "Almost nothing." She schooled her breathing to better talk, but she was still working hard. This run was no joke. They felt like they were running for their lives.
When I focused where they were, they had a slight IR signature, but nothing until they were on top of us, when it was too late.
Thanks. The information from his point soldier confirmed what he thought. The enemy was almost completely invisible. That would pose a problem. They needed a way to see the enemy before they were right on top of them. Ares could move point soldiers far out front, but that would allow the drones to divide and conquer. They ran toward the hills ahead. Behind them, a shuttle moved forward to collect the 6 dead soldiers. Ares had to put that aside. The image of Evelyn smiling at him flashed into his mind. He pushed that out of his thoughts, too, because thinking of her wouldn't help him make it back to the ship. He was more disciplined than that. A reward waited for him, much better than hot chow and mail on the objective. He smiled to himself. Hot chow on the objective. He'd tell his soldiers that next time they rallied to prepare for their next effort. There was no prayer to the originator that would answer his need. Ares needed information. He wanted to know where the enemy was based. What was their goal? Would they attack to push the humans away from what they were defending? Would they try to draw the humans into an ambush, the Skinny's favorite tactic? How many soldiers would it cost to obtain the knowledge he'd need to win this campaign? A flash like lightning sliced across the sky. An explosion. More slashes. Energy weapons. A battle for the space over Sargon 7. The air was thin on the ice moon, dangerously thin. How long could the combat armor operate before the power ran out? How long before the soldiers could no longer breathe? There was weight on Ares' shoulders that wasn't alleviated by the moon's lighter gravity. Anjin-san loped along, running more upright than the other soldiers. He was the tallest of the group and would have stuck out but for how wide Ares was. The Skinny seemed far calmer in combat than the new soldiers. He'd been in the thick of it with Ares' section before, but never as a soldier on equal footing with the humans. He was a pilot, not a foot soldier, but he was doing what he had to do. The Renice had never treated him as an equal. Here, he had a chance to be more than the short guy. Everything in life was relative. With the humans, he was tall. They respected that, but not to the exclusion of one's intangibles, like their loyalty, discipline, and intelligence. Ares was well respected among humanity. There was no higher testament of one's character than that, and Ares treated Click Kabor like an equal. He was growing used to his nickname Anjin-san, his call sign as Ares had determined it. Anjin-san meant respected pilot, in one of Earth's many languages, but the forces all spoke English. It was the unifying language of humanity. Anjin-san was learning English too. He pronounced the words without difficulty, unlike many of the other languages of the galaxy, with clicks, whistles, grunts, and sounds that were outside the range of his hearing. They needed computers to translate those languages. Anjin-san wondered how much the Skinnies had shared with the humans as part of their peace deal. Would humanity protect the Renice if the other races rose up in rebellion against their former masters? A question that was thankfully well outside Anjin-san's area of responsibility. Life was simpler dirtside, as the humans called it when they were deployed as part of a combat operation. Even if the dirt was ice and the planet was a moon. It had an atmosphere, but it was hardly a place where warm-blooded creatures could survive. There was no wildlife on Sargon 7. Everything on the moon came from somewhere else. 10 kilometers in, and Ares pumped his fist in the air, calling for more speed. 50 kilometers per hour was a limit based on standard Earth gravity. Sargon 7 was 80% of that. Finger found her pace at 55 and powered ahead, breathing heavily but not getting lightheaded. Ares moved back and forth, encouraging his soldiers, delivering words of wisdom and highlighting the battle scars on their armor. The laser that didn't burn through carved a shallow channel. Every soldier had their marks. Some were deeper than others. Some had been closer to death. All had defied fate. Ares embraced the positive where the new soldiers saw only impending doom. His morale was infectious. They just lost 6 soldiers, but that was it. How many hundreds of drones had been sent after them? Next time, there would be more. Ares knew that beyond a shadow of a doubt, and that's why he pushed his command to reach the cover of the hills and mountains before the next attack. He expected it any time now, but he'd keep his soldiers moving. No stopping. No allowing the drones to hold their lasers on a single point. Every soldier would be crisscrossed with laser burns, but as long as they were vertical, they hadn't lost this fight. Ares had no intention of losing this fight. He had his shock command, and although it wasn't being employed as he'd envisioned, it was much more than the charge of the Light Brigade. He wouldn't run straight into an ambush. He'd run around it and hit it from the side. Never attack directly into an enemy's prepared defenses. Static defense was a denial of the mobility employed by modern soldiers. It was also a recipe for a quick and painful death. Unless your army was mechanical. He doubted they felt pain. Just like the HFP was unable to resupply the moon, the Atlanteans were equally unable to come down from orbit. The drones that Ares had to fight would be the total number he'd have to face. The forces were arrayed. Each side had been dealt the hand they would play. Ares wanted more information on his enemy. Just like they didn't know how the humans fought, Ares' command didn't know how they fought. The attack cloud wasn't as effective as it could have been, and would be less effective going forward. The counterattack would be less effective too, but they'd adjust, just like Ares had already adopted new tactics. Never think the enemy isn't as smart as you. When they aren't, that's where Ares had made his money over numerous campaigns. Take advantage when the enemy makes a mistake, and exploit that opportunity to the end of the battle. Don't give them a chance to regroup and reorient. Hurry, Ares thought. Finger had increased her speed, and the rest of the soldiers were keeping up without overtaxing themselves. Ares continued encouraging his people by taking their minds off the minor problems of their inconvenience. Ever been someplace this cold before? Steak for dinner. Hot chow on the objective. What do you think about that? Don't get too hungry. There's no hot chow, but I'll always tell you that there is. Where are you from? How are you holding up? You watch any good vids lately? I miss cheese. What was your last range score? That's great. Small talk. Little more than nonsense, but strategically important. He listened to their brief answers, making sure they weren't struggling too badly to keep up by measuring their breathing. He could have done it the easy way, by checking their vitals as he neared each soldier, but that wouldn't have helped them become one with the section, to be soldiers loyal to Ares and Ares' command. He checked on his other section leads, who reported that they were good, flashing 5 fingers, 5 by 5. 20 kilometers passed, and they still didn't see a drone or any piece of equipment. Where are they? Ares thought. They continued toward the place the drones had launched from before. The terrain grew rougher to their left. Offset 30, Finger, Ares called out. She immediately angled toward the closest ice features. They weren't foothills leading to the mountains. They were broken ice flows, like there was an underground ocean with riptides tearing up the icebergs and ramming them into each other. Finger slowed as she got close. The ice plain. It had been an ocean at some point in the distant past. Maybe it still was deep below, warmed by the moon's molten core. A living sea balanced with the dead cold above, raging in slow motion. Sir? Finger wondered. She slowed because the footing was going to get treacherous. With combat armor, they weren't going to twist an ankle, but they could fall. Having the soldiers scattered wouldn't do. Ares wanted them together for massed firepower. Skirmisher formation, Ares signaled visually as well, clapping his armored hands and spreading them wide. He pointed in the direction he wanted the group to go. They were to continue on the heading that Finger had set. Into the ice flows, 100 meters, and then establish a defensive position facing the front of this heading. He shouted to make sure Finger understood. The others would follow. He gave the extended arm signals to the other section leads. Doc would roll in behind them. Ares directed him to 50 meters and protect their 6 o'clock. Finger had jumped across one gap when a laser sliced through the peaked ice where she stood. Her footing fell out beneath her, and she went down. Ares wasn't far behind her. He wanted to find the enemy that had fired into the ice. Find the shooter, he shouted. He needed help. He wasn't able to find the drone by himself. 2 o'clock, Anjin-san called back, pointing at something that Ares still couldn't see. He ran ahead to where the Skinny crouched near the top of an ice wall. It was next to the one that had been sliced out from under Finger's feet. She climbed to the floe ahead of where she had gone down.
"Water's cold, sir, even through the suit."
He didn't ask the question. Falling into open water was a showstopper. They'd go right to the bottom, and without open water, there'd be no way to get out. Dying under an ice sheet wasn't Ares' idea of a good time.
"Do not fall in,"
Ares said matter-of-factly. He didn't want to create fear when his soldiers knew no different.
"Sir?"
Lazarus asked.
"The ocean. Don't fall into the ocean,"
Ares replied while working his way to Anjin-san. Another laser lashed into the ice, and Ares lost his grip. He caught the next floe and continued forward, grabbing Finger's arm and pulling her up with him. The drones were ahead, hidden by a higher wall of ice.
2 o'clock, 1 o'clock high. If you can see them, fire."
Ares brought his Mark 71 up and splashed a target with his first shot. The drones dispersed in a variety of directions and at high speed. They stopped firing while maneuvering erratically. Mark 71s fired through the cold air, filling it with energy. They slashed as erratically as the drones. Minor explosions marked a drone's death, and then another. Ares scanned the ice floes and the walls of debris for his soldiers. Each shouldered their Mark 71 and fired, some rapidly, while others were far more deliberate with their shots.
"Cease fire,"
Ares ordered once the drones dropped behind a frozen hill. Was that on land? Probably. It was different from the sharp and erratic ice walls created by a tidal surge, which was created when the moon rotated until the ocean was oriented toward the planet. It created an obstacle that Ares had not expected, and the open water made it dangerous, but they also had the protection of the ice.
"How many drones did you see?"
Ares asked. Finger replied, "I didn't see any until you pulled me up. Then 3, maybe 4.
"There were 17,
Anjin-san said from the other side, where he'd moved forward with Ares.
17,
Ares repeated.
"Do they operate using base 10? That is a human concept,"
Anjin-san offered.
"Maybe it's base 20 or base 17,
Ares replied.
"In any case, we have to get out of these shattered ice floes. Can you swim?"
"I will be very happy to not go swimming,"
the Skinny replied, shaking his head so much that it looked like he was glancing over one shoulder before glancing over the other. He was trying to use human gestures as much as possible. He mostly got it right. Mostly. Ares nodded. They'd all be happy to not get deep-sixed.
"Cover fire. 2 o'clock. Skim the tops of the ice without hitting it. We don't need the ice to be any slicker than it already is. Odd numbers, on my mark. Even numbers, move forward. Bounding overwatch. Mark!"
The odd-number soldiers fired their beam rifles, sending energy close over the top of the ice floes. The even-numbered soldiers scrambled forward, moving down the natural lanes between the beams. It was dangerous, but covering forward during a bounding overwatch came with risks. The even numbers didn't move too far ahead of the soldiers firing before they dropped and assumed their firing positions. They began firing, and the odd numbers popped up and bounced forward. Ares moved with each group, covering 5 meters at a time. Getting over the ice walls wasn't as easy as he'd hoped. To the drones, it was cover for the humans, but also a significant obstacle. The drones flew above all of it, but they were landing somewhere. They were staying low and out of sight. That was just ahead.
"Go, go, go!"
Ares ordered, and jumped onto the nearest wall. A floe standing on its side as it was pressed forward when there was no place for it to go. From one to the next, Ares tap-danced across the tops. He wanted to get out from over the water into a place where he wouldn't lose soldiers to being crushed between the ice floes or below them. Ares fired rapidly, skimming the top of the last wall, providing cover for himself while he moved forward. He jumped, danced, and scrambled, all while maintaining his own fire. Other Mark 71s joined him when they saw what he was doing. His command to move had been lost in the noise of combat, as well as the cracking and groaning of the ice floes, which they hadn't heard before they were standing in the middle of it. Their presence upset the delicate balance. With the shifting tide, their fate was shifting too.
"Get off the ice!"
Ares turned and bellowed. He moved back and forth quickly, keeping his back to the enemy to prevent them from drawing a bead on him. He waved his soldiers forward, all 4 sections. He turned and ran toward the final wall of ice shoved up against an inhospitable shore. He took one of his 4 grenades and launched it over the top, throwing a second before the first exploded. He would usually carry more, but he had swapped in 2 extra rockets for his mortar, although they were high explosive. They didn't have enough flechette rounds produced. Ares would have liked a full complement of those, and then some. The first grenade exploded, shrapnel tearing into the ice and sending crystals skyward. A rainbow appeared in the instant before the second grenade exploded. Ares ignored the snow-like mist and launched himself at the last barrier. He aimed his Mark 71 over the top, but there were no targets within what he could see. He switched rapidly between visual and IR and UV screens, but it was empty. Wreckage of 2 drones appeared on the frigid terrain, but those were the ones they'd shot down. The others had ducked behind the ice barrier and then moved away. Where? Once again, that was the question Ares didn't have an answer for. Chapter 9. Regroup. A good strategy will contain tactical pauses, which aren't to be confused with regrouping and reorienting. Ares was the first over the last barrier and onto the ice-covered solid ground. He continued scanning the area as he moved forward, keeping his beam rifle leveled before him and ready to fire. The drones were gone. That bothered him more than if he had run across a massive plane filled with them. Not only had they left, but the soldiers hadn't seen them go, so they didn't have the first idea where they had gone. Ares started eliminating the places they couldn't go. They didn't rise above the last ice wall. In the distance, the mountains rose, but they weren't mountains in the traditional sense. They didn't stand as tall as the towering peaks on Pan Major, or even Espinar 4. Sargon 7 wasn't a planet, although that didn't prevent it from having canyons or hills. Ares' thoughts on geography meandered, gaps in the landscape through which they could have escaped. Frodo, I need you to take 4 soldiers into that gap. See if the drones use that for an exit. Ares pointed to his left. Compliance. Frodo picked those who'd go with him and left his Wheel 1 in charge of the section. Around an outcropping to the right, a small ice plain morphed into rolling hills. There were no obstructions. Ares stared into the distance, looking for any indicator of where the drones went, but there was nothing. They didn't leave a trail like land-based creatures. The Regulus Treaty prevented things like drones as weapons. Ares had never encountered an enemy that wasn't attached to the ground. They weren't signatories. Which meant the HFP wasn't constrained either. Lazarus, give me swings 9 and 10. I have a mission for them. It took a minute, but when he reappeared, he had 2 soldiers who looked young enough to still be in school. Run back to the shuttles and bring them forward. We're going to conduct a vertical envelopment. We're not going to restrict ourselves to the ice when there's a nice sky up there that we can take advantage of. Ares looked beyond the ice plain. This is a 3-dimensional battlefield. Compliance, Lazarus and the 2 soldiers said. The 2 turned around, and Lazarus stopped them. Where are you going? Lazarus asked. To the shuttles, Swing 10 replied. No sense crawling through that mess. Go around this way, and through the bay. We know there's not an ambush waiting for us because we're already here. Make it easy on yourselves. Compliance! The 2 bolted around the outcropping and accelerated to their maximum speed. Well done, Lazarus. You sound like me, Ares told him. Perimeter and dig in. No higher compliment could be paid a man. Lazarus nodded and took 1 step before he acknowledged the order. Digging in. Compliance. He hurried away. Ares leaned against the rocky outcropping. It wasn't what he expected. Smooth granite. Not like a pebble, but big. The rough edges were from frozen crystals growing on it. Ice covered the ground beneath. Ares expected it was the same, but that didn't matter. How could they use the shuttles to their advantage against the drones? The shuttles weren't armed, and they weren't armored. Employ them in the wrong way, and they'd be lost along with everyone on board. Tin Man had the right flank, but the right flank was the rocky outcropping. It occupied much of the landscape. Set up on the far side. Ares motioned toward the plane against the frozen bay, protected by rocks on both sides in a way that kept the waves from creating ice flows that levered themselves like a drumlin field into a barrier between the sea and the land, or an obstacle over which the soldiers almost got trapped. Ares filed that information away. It was better to have room to maneuver than get trapped in the floes or rocks. The soldiers needed to be able to move. Dog section moved in to hold the beach, while Ares section moved forward amidst some grumbling that they'd just started digging in. It was the good kind of complaining. They weren't quagmired in their losses and the desperate nature of their situation. They focused on more immediate concerns. The battle in the sky above gave no indication of who was winning. Tin Man, you're the bionic soldier? Ares started. Tin Man cocked his head sideways, unsure where the conversation was going. Take a look at those downed drones, and find me something we can use to fight them. Compliance, Tin Man said with the gravest conviction. The importance of that task couldn't be understated. How much time do I have? Ares was already moving toward where his soldiers were establishing their front line. He stopped and called over his shoulder. 1 minute, maybe 1 hour. Look for Frodo to return before we move out, unless the drones get here first, and then we'll engage them at double time. Understood. I better get to it then. Tin Man grabbed one of his people to recover the second drone while he picked up the first one, found himself a rock to put it on, and then shone his suit lights on it while beginning his study. He turned toward the ocean so that the suit's lights wouldn't be a beacon for the enemy, but there was no doubt that the drones knew exactly where they were. Ares reached finger while she hammered a fist on the ice to break enough to start digging a hole. He joined her, ramming his fingertips through the top layer. He pulled up a block that was barely 10 centimeters thick. Beneath, he found stone. No one was digging into that. He put the ice block at the front of the small depression he had made. How can we see the drones? Visual is best, sir, Finger replied. This was the first time she had filled the role of a point soldier. She studied, but knew none of the tricks that other point soldiers had used to find the unfindable. Reconnaissance was as much of an art as a science. Aye, if you're close, but that's not what we want. Concur. Go talk to Tin Man. See if he has any tricks up his sleeve. Give him a hand with the drones. Learn everything there is to know about those things. Compliance. Finger bounced to her feet and hustled away. Ares lay prone behind the small hole and ice block. 20 centimeters wasn't enough to hide him. He looked left and right to find his soldiers pausing their efforts once they reached the stone that made up this section of the moon's surface. You can stop digging. A different environment from any other he'd seen. At least it was light with the perpetual twilight, illumination from the sun or the planet or both. Frodo and 4 soldiers had disappeared into a gap in a rocky area to the left. 6 soldiers were dead and should have been recovered. 2 soldiers were taking a long run back to the shuttles to ask them to come to where Ares' command was located, to give them more options regarding movement to contact. He was never opposed to running, but against an enemy that flew, running left them at a disadvantage. Ares preferred not to fight a battle using outdated strategy, even though he relied on many lessons from history to help him. Wisdom came from experience, and when it came to war, personal experience tended to come at too high a price. Ares found it better to learn from books and do his best to pass that knowledge on to his soldiers. An energy beam fired into the sky on the far side of the bay. Who's over there? Ares asked loud enough for anyone to hear. The 2 soldiers didn't run that way. The marks they made in the ice turned and took them into the ocean. The firefight was on the shore. Ares switched to IR and studied it closely to see specks of red. Heat from the drones. The green lasers fired through a mist of ice crystals, weakening them. Mark 71s continued firing into a nearby hillside to deliver a heavy fog that rolled down onto the plain. Stubby! Ares shouted and jumped to his feet. Full speed, skirmisher formation. Tin Man, Finger, and Anjin-san, stay here and keep working on those drones. Tell Frodo where we went. He signaled to the rest of Ares' command. Go, go, go! Ares was first off, running at a pace that he knew his soldiers could maintain. He was sure Stubby's section was engaged with the enemy on the far side of the bay's shore. They used the ice to their advantage. He'd counted 5 distinct beams. A full section would have painted the rock face from one end to the other. Maybe there were more. Ares couldn't help but think that Stubby's section had been depleted through getting shot while airborne, or if the shuttle crashed, or if the section had already been engaged by the drones, and lost that fight. "Run!" Ares called through his suit's speakers. He didn't have to call over his shoulder, though his natural tendency was to turn his head. He watched the battle ahead. The drones maneuvered to get around the clouds of ice crystals. They stood out in stark contrast to the whiteness of the background. If the drones had been white, they would have been invisible. Maybe the Atlanteans weren't that smart about combat on the ground. Or they were colorblind. Or blind to their own shortfalls. Ares glanced over his shoulder. The soldiers were keeping up, but they were struggling. Their motions were labored. "Run," Ares thought. If that was Stubby, those were the only soldier reinforcements they were going to see. They couldn't let them get swarmed. He couldn't allow Ares' command to be divided, attacked in smaller groups. All the while, his soldiers were stretched across the entirety of the large bay's beach. 10 kilometers with soldiers at both ends, and others on the ocean running away. Ares snarled within his helmet. The enemy needed to learn that they weren't as good as human soldiers. He needed to beat them soundly in a straight-up fight. Put them on their heels. He raised his beam rifle and fired into the rear area of the drone formation. Unlike the cloud before, this was a geometric arrangement, triangular and vertically arrayed. It presented a tempting target. Ares fired with the impact of each right foot. His aim was unerring. 3 drones fell before they reoriented themselves to address the newcomers. Ares zigzagged as he ran, continuing to fire at the enemy weapons. The drone stopped trying to target him and painted his Mark 71 instead. A change of tactics. The drones were learning. Without resupply, losing their weapons would be the endgame. Humanity would cease to be a threat. Ares stopped firing to jerk his weapon back and forth, keeping the lasers from penetrating. Mark 71 fire came from the other side of the diamond, blasting 2 drones from the sky. They reoriented themselves into a smaller triangle. Ares raised his weapon and fired rapidly. Each trigger pull a well-aimed shot, but the drones were moving once more. 4 additional craft fell, and the rest shot into the crystal mist and disappeared. Ares directed Frodo's section out to his left, preparing for the drones to exit the small cloud. He directed Tin Man's section out to the right, while he slowed his own section. They stalked forward, weapons raised and scanning the cloud. Someone on the far side fired their beam rifle, straight up in the air. Ares craned his neck and looked skyward. High up, 5,000 meters vertical, a micro-sized heat signature. The drones had gone vertical as high as they could, and were moving away toward the mountains. The Mark 71 wasn't effective at that range, but the shooter had fired for Ares' benefit, to show him where the drones had gone. The air slowly cleared of the beam-induced ice fog. Ares slung his weapon and headed for the small contingent of soldiers. The section lead was obvious, shorter than the rest, and wearing a section lead's emblem. "Stubby!" Ares called. She limped forward.
"Ares, you're a sight for sore eyes. We thought we'd lost you. We thought we'd lost ourselves."
"Report," he said softly. Only 5 soldiers rose from firing positions in a jumble of ice and rocks.
2 point, 1 wheel, 2 swing, and me. That's all that survived the shuttle crash. I've got a bum leg, as if I needed an excuse to run any slower, but that was from the tin cans. They burned a hole right through. The suit sealed it. Didn't hit anything too important."
"Gotta keep moving, or hide completely. Can't give them a fixed target. They'll burn holes in us all day long." Ares clapped her on the back. "Fall in. Rear position. We'll head back to the other side of the bay. Frodo is conducting a recon, and we're taking apart a couple drones. Gotta figure 'em out." Stubby nodded.
"Compliance."
She waved to her small group of soldiers.
"Collect those drones. Bring them with."
Doc moved in. "Good to see you, Stubby."
"Alive, you mean?"
"Yes, that's exactly what I mean. Sorry about the rest of your section. Do you need me to look at your leg?"
"No need. Laser through probably cauterized. Didn't hit the bone. Didn't hurt the artery. Hurts a little bit, but could be a whole lot worse. I could look like Lazarus."
"I heard that," Lazarus said while scanning the skies, watching for the enemy's return. "Dock in the lead. Take us to the other side of the bay. We need more standoff distance than what we have over here. This hillside gives them more cover than it gives us."
"The icefall gave us protection from their lasers,"
Stubby offered. "It did. Even though it eliminated our ability to snipe the targets, it was still protection that we don't otherwise have. Good job using that as cover. We'll employ the tactic when we're in the mountains, where we'll be going fairly soon. We have 7 soldiers on the other side of the bay that we need to collect, and then we have 2 who went to bring the shuttles. We might have as many as 4 shuttles still functional. We landed kind of hard," Ares explained.
"And then do what? We saw the space battle. Did we win?"
Stubby asked. "Vertical envelopment. We are at a disadvantage when we're limited to the ground. The shuttles can move us beyond them. Maybe the drones have limited airtime, and all we have to do is keep the pressure on them until they can't get on top of us. That would be optimal, unless their airtime is longer than ours." Ares grinned behind his faceplate. Stubby understood the strategic and tactical factors that were in play on this operation. "We need to figure out where they're based, or from where they're getting their instructions. We need to take out their ability to coordinate." Ares pointed toward the mountains. "They're mining over there. There's no reason for them to be anywhere else."
"So that's where we're going,"
Stubby said.
"Makes sense."
She twirled her arm in the air for her 5 soldiers to form up on her. Ares gave the signal for Doc's section to head out. Pace, 50 kilometers per hour. If everyone couldn't keep up, they'd slow. But 50 was a minimum that he didn't want to drop below. In a moment of reflection, he realized they'd downed 9 drones without losing a single soldier. He had gained 5 soldiers that he was sure he had already lost. And Stubby's downed shuttle might carry extra rockets, flechettes mainly, power packs, Mark 71s, and even grenades. Had any of that equipment survived? With the shuttles joining them, they could make a quick trip to the crash site. "Drones!" a soldier on Ares' right flank shouted while pointing. Frodo section slowed and raised their rifles. "Keep moving," Ares called. Making themselves smaller and moving targets was important for a long life. Ares ran ahead to get in the middle of Doc's section. "Quit rubbernecking and focus on reaching the target. Tin Man and Frodo are waiting for us over there." Chapter 10. Focus. A singular target violently attacked to its complete destruction could have a greater effect on the enemy than multiple targets attacked simultaneously. Ares drifted out to the right flank. He had earned his outsized reputation by protecting the flank. It's what he did best. The enemy was coming, and he needed to force them into a position between 2 forces, just like what they did to rescue Stubby's section. The drones had a single laser, and they fired in one direction. They had not yet handled a multi-front engagement successfully. Attack from more than one direction, at least until they changed tactics by changing their formations. "Single envelopment," Ares shouted to Frodo's section's Wheel 1. The soldier acknowledged the order. He and the remaining 4 soldiers of Frodo's section angled 30 degrees away from the rest of the formation. "This way!" Ares waved for the 4 soldiers he had selected to follow him. He had only seen 4 drones, but as they came closer, more appeared. It was up to 11 drones. Still, not too many. When they closed to 1,000 meters, he fired once. A drone erupted and fell. The rest of his soldiers engaged, sending energy beams into the sky, lancing the air with a harsh crackle from firing again and again. 2 swing soldiers fired on full auto. "Semi-auto only," Ares shouted at them. "We have limited power packs." They immediately switched over to the semi-automatic rate of fire. The controlled shots were dealing damage, but the harder the new soldiers aimed their weapons, the more they slowed down. Ares ran sideways and bull-rushed 2 soldiers who had green dots holding steady on their chest plates. He knocked them from their feet. "Keep moving, twist and turn, and keep firing," Ares ran in a small circle to remove any targeting that was trying to drill a hole through his suit. He aimed, fired, then ran forward. The drones accelerated and raced overhead. The remainder of Frodo's section unleashed their fire. "Steady and fire! They're not shooting at us," Ares said in a voice that suggested he was counseling them, rather than that of a section leader who was engaged in battle. He took a knee and sniped the drones one by one. The other soldiers started to find their marks. The drones fell quickly after that. The soldiers moved forward carefully, with violent intent. The last enemy attempted to go vertical, but a convergence of energy beams, even weakened with the distance, were enough. The drone angled sideways and dropped. It struggled to right itself. The soldiers fired again. One more barrage to blast the drone into oblivion. "Perimeter!" Ares called out. He searched the sky for the enemy, but found none. The soldiers watched too, adding their eyes and sensors to his. "Clear," Will 1 called out. "One soldier down." Ares jerked his attention back to the ice where a soldier lay face down. Swing 7, Frodo section. Ares flipped him over to find a laser penetration a centimeter above the chest plate through the more vulnerable neck armor. "Dead," Ares said it aloud, but it was for his own edification. The enemy lost another 24 drones, but they learned how the humans would attack into an ambush. Then they'd split into multiple units for the counterattack. Ares personally lifted the soldier and threw him over his shoulder. Stubby's section collected the most intact of the destroyed drones, while the rest of the soldiers formed up and jogged slowly away. Ares' troubled thoughts darkened his mind. He learned that a viable tactic was now most likely obsolete. By exercising it, he'd given it away. Stubby's section ran to catch up. Ares stayed in the middle of the formation and gave furtive glances at the mountains. He was convinced that's where the drones were based. That was where they would come from, where they would always come from. Why had they not overwhelmed the human forces by surging all drones at once? Surely they had to have more than the small groups they'd seen so far. Had the first attack been comprised of every drone on the moon? Ares had to contemplate that. Was this a war of attrition, and the humans were winning? That seemed too bizarre for words, but the Atlanteans couldn't reinforce Sargon 7, just like the humans couldn't. Tick, tick, tick. Ares could hear the clock running down in his mind. It would stop when they ran out of air, and had to survive on what little oxygen was in the atmosphere. Enough to die slowly. Time was their enemy as much as the drones. Mark 71 fired into the sky from ahead where Ares had left 3 soldiers working to collect intelligence. Frodo and 4 soldiers were somewhere over there, too. Drones, not limited by overland routes. Where were those shuttles? Ares accelerated forward, running ahead of Doc's section, who refused to allow the boss to take the lead. They ran in front of him, blocking him from leading the way. "Doc?" Ares wondered. "It's best if you stay back. Protect the dead soldier," Doc said. "Enemy in range in 1 minute." He wasn't certain, but it sounded profound. "Direct us into battle, Ares." Energy beams slashed through the air. Ares still couldn't see any drones. He studied the sky to no avail, and then the Mark 71 stopped firing. They ran at nearly a full sprint, pounding the ice into submission beneath their armored feet. They chewed up the distance until they reached Tin Man, Finger, and Anjin-san. "Who were you shooting at?" Ares asked when he came to a stop. "Wasn't us." Tin Man pointed at the gap where Frodo had disappeared. Ares put the dead soldier down. "Doc, take your section down that gap and find Frodo." "Compliance," Doc agreed heartily, but before he could take his first step, Frodo and 4 soldiers appeared. "Enemy?" Ares asked. "One drone, it got away. We were constrained within that cut, but I tell you what, it felt like our butts were hanging out in the wind. Divide and conquer. We shouldn't split up," Frodo advised. "And that's exactly why we will split up. We have to if we want to catch the drones in a crossfire. 2 times now, we've been effective. We need pincer actions. Come at them from multiple directions. Lure them in, and hit them from 2 sides. Don't stand still. Hit them on the move. Stymie the targeting and take them out."
We're ahead. We've killed a lot more of them than they've killed our people. Frodo, I think we're winning. That's good news, isn't it?
Frodo wondered.
In a way.
Ares leaned close.
The drones won't run out of air in a few days. That could be a serious shortcoming, and it means we need to win faster. That was on my mind too, boss man. Not something I'm going to dwell on, but I know it's in their minds. There's no chatter, no banter,
Frodo observed.
They're new, and they're afraid. I need them sharp, not paralyzed.
Ares clapped Frodo on the back. Ares walked to the center of the area where the soldiers circled up, facing outboard, bodies tense. It was obvious, even in their armor. Every campaign was unique. Every battle had special circumstances, and special circumstances required unique engagement. Ares had to address morale. He couldn't do it by ordering them to keep their heads up.
The enemy remains elusive, he bellowed. But we will hunt him down where he lives, in the place he thinks is safe, where we'll teach what it means to come into human space. It's a declaration of war. We want peace. That's why we win our wars. We're challenged again and again in battles not of our choosing, but we prevail. We must, or we give the enemy a foothold in our space.
Ares went with what he knew. Loyalty to Earth. The higher ideals that a soldier had to embrace. War wasn't the last option, supposedly, but the one that seemed to get exercised first when it came to alien races.
We fight so the aliens don't reach Earth, so they don't reach human space. We have to keep them away. Diplomats talk. Maybe they can negotiate peace. But until then, we fight, with all that we have, all that we are. The enemy can be defeated. We've already proven that. We will attack by sections to catch every drone in a crossfire. We're going to hit their base and hit it hard. Prepare to move out.
The bustle of activity was comforting to Ares. He saw it as providing solace to the soldiers who dug themselves deeper in a mental pit with too much downtime. Giving them something to do would take their minds off their plight. It was his responsibility to keep them focused on the mission. That hadn't changed. If or when Ares' command eliminated the Atlantean presence on Sargon 7, the ships overhead would have no reason to stay. If the human fleet was still operational. Darrell appeared out of nowhere. Ares had lost sight of him during the run across the bay and back. He couldn't remember if the reporter had gone with them. He stood back and watched. Darrell was doing his own thing, but wasn't interfering. That's all Ares had asked. Ares headed straight to where Tin Man, Anjinson, and Finger worked. Destroyed drones were stacked around them as if they were in a junkyard.
Can you make one from many? He asked.
Why would we want to do that?
Anjinson stood up straight.
Because if we can control one, we learn more about it,
Ares replied.
If we've learned anything, it's that these drones are autonomous because they have their own brain. There is a silicon mass at the middle of each one. They're unique enough to tell me that they are their own life forms. The drone is like our armor. It's a relatively simple mechanical device that gives them mobility. If we activate one, we risk turning a deadly weapon loose right in our midst, even if we deactivate the laser.
Ares stared at the destroyed drones.
Are any of them still alive?
Tin Man knew the answer, and it wasn't what Ares wanted to hear.
They're all alive, I think, but they're harmless. At least when their drones are busted. Some of them might be dead. I'm not sure how to tell with the silicon-based form. That's what I was afraid of,
Ares said.
We can't quite leave them behind, because they could be rescued and put into new bodies. We can't put them on board a shuttle, because they could take it over?
He started it as a statement, but ended it as a question. He didn't know anything about what they could do, or how they could interface with a machine. No one knew. This was the first life form of this type they'd ever encountered.
Can we talk to one?
Ares asked as a follow-up.
I'm not sure how. We don't have any intel weenies with us. I'm sure we'd need a computer that was disconnected from everything. But how do we communicate? Do we have any math geniuses among the soldiers?
Tin Man wondered.
Ares laughed. I don't know, but I'll ask. If we don't have anyone, box up the life forms and set up booby traps around them. If anyone comes to collect them, they're in for a surprise. We'll figure out what to do with them after we've won the battle.
He returned to the middle where his soldiers were ready to move out.
Anyone a math genius? He asked.
He turned one way and then the other. Head shakes or nothing. Stubby raised her hand. Ares cocked his head to look at her.
How do you define genius?
Can you talk to an alien race using nothing but advanced math, maybe even physics? Show the Atlanteans that we're intelligent.
I have the quadratic equation memorized,
she quipped before holding her hands up in surrender.
Close, Stubby.
Ares faced Tin Man.
No joy. As we thought. Give us 10 and we'll be ready to go.
Tin Man, Anjin-san, and Finger hurried through consolidating the life forms and establishing a perimeter, within which they rigged live grenades that would pop their spoons if any of the drone materials were shifted. Ares sidled up next to Frodo.
Did you find anything on your recce? Nothing. The cut doesn't go that far. Parallels the shore for a bit before turning toward the mountain. Then it levels out where there's no cover. There's only one route inland from here.
Frodo pointed toward the end of the bay area, across which Ares and the others had just run. The hum of anti-grav engines reached them before they saw the source, but the sound itself was comforting. They knew it well. The shuttles had arrived. Ares stood. 2 shuttles rounded the rocky promontory that shielded them from the rest of the bay. They settled down in front of the perimeter. Frodo section soldiers popped up and headed for the nearest vehicle.
Hold!
Ares shouted. They stopped, confused and meandered in disarray.
Frodo, Tin Man, Doc, and Stubby, bring it in.
2 soldiers exited the shuttles and waved their arms in triumph.
Join your section,
Ares ordered. Their joy was short-lived. They had reached the shuttles and brought them in.
Frodo, those are your boys. Make sure they get props for bringing the shuttles here.
Ares looked at the 4 faceplates. No one had the courage to raise their shields and deal with the cold and limited oxygen. There would be a time when they'd have to. They had not yet crossed that threshold.
We go inland, but we have to cross the bay beach again. Quick as you can. Stubby, you and your chosen few take point. I'll add half of my section to yours. The target is there. He pointed.
Stubby followed his finger. She pointed at the same spot to show that she understood.
Best possible speed. Compliance.
Frodo on the left flank. Doc on the right. Tin Man bringing up the rear. Tin Man, you have the hardest job, because you'll get to flank any targets that come toward us. Despite my initial guidance to not get separated, I now think that's exactly what we have to do. Frodo and Doc, you may also have to break off to flank incoming drones. Stubby and Ares section will be the bait, but also the foundation of fire. We'll lock them in place by downing as many as we can. Then you 3 sections hit them from the side or the rear. Make sure you keep your eyes skyward, so they don't come at you from behind, doing to us what we're trying to do to them. They learn fast. Keep your eyes peeled.
Compliance,
the 4 section leaders stated in unison.
And I'll put half my section on a shuttle for vertical envelopment. We'll keep 1 shuttle in reserve. Questions? Goal of the mission?
Frodo asked to make sure it was crystal clear in his mind.
Find the enemy, close with them, and destroy them.
Chapter 11. Movement to Contact. Sometimes, tactical moves involve a lot of running. Ares selected the soldiers from his section to ride in the shuttle. They cheered until he stopped them and circled them up around himself.
I wouldn't be so happy. How many shuttles did we start off with?
5,
Wheel 2 replied.
How many are there now?
2.
Wheel 2's voice dropped.
How much control did the soldiers have to prevent those shuttles from being downed?
0.
The progression made sense.
Think about that while you're riding. Enemy lasers will turn that shuttle into Swiss cheese, and you'll sit in your seats, hoping that those lasers don't tap you. When you hit the ground, attack, because the only way you're coming down is when we have the enemy in a vulnerable position. You will have seconds to get your heads on straight, and less time than that to get out of the ship. If riding the shuttle was a good deal, I'd be on it."
He motioned for them to board. Ares needed them on edge and not thinking lazily. It was a soldier's life to be able to sleep anywhere. He didn't want that. He wanted them sharp and ready to go. Ares moved to where both shuttle pilots could see him. He delivered the signals with his chest light to give them a quick rundown on what he intended. He then moved to the front of the formation, where Stubby and the other soldiers from Ares' section were ready to go. Finger was one of those designated to board the shuttle. Anjin-san was next to Ares, ready to run. Ares stared at Daryl and tipped his head toward the shuttle. "After you just detailed how being on board that shuttle is a bad idea?" "I don't think so," Daryl replied and drifted backward to join Doc's section. The skinny pilot pointed at the shuttle. "I can fly if they need me," he offered. He wasn't a fan of being stuck on the icy ground.
"If something happens to those shuttles, we'll lose those pilots. If the ships are still flyable, then we'll need a pilot who wasn't on board. You're in reserve, Anjin-san."
"I looked that up. It means a ship's navigator, not really a pilot, and only for seagoing vessels, not ships that ply the air."
Ares nodded.
"I know, but I won't let facts get in the way of a great nickname."
"I will never understand humans,"
Anjin-san declared. Ares circled his arm in the air and brought it down in the direction the formation would go. He'd adjust the spacing once they were underway, and again when they were in the hills. Stubby started off as quickly as she was capable of, her limp growing more pronounced after only 100 meters.
"Stubby!"
Ares shouted.
"Get on the shuttle. Take charge of that mob and be ready to deliver hell to an unsuspecting enemy."
"I can still run,"
she argued.
"Get on the shuttle."
His statement allowed no rebuttal.
"Compliance,"
she quickly replied. She turned and jogged back to the waiting shuttle. Ares ordered the group to keep going. They had slowed and almost stopped, but he gestured furiously. He was more at himself than anyone else. He should have remembered that she was injured and put her on the shuttle in the first place. But he corrected his error, and the group moved forward quicker than before.
"Set the pace, Finger,"
Ares told his new point soldier. She raced out front, making sure she was headed toward the dip between two hills that led toward the mountains. Up that and beyond. They expected to find the mining operation and learn the extent of the drones. Did they have more in reserve? What other equipment would Ares' command find? It all had to be destroyed. But the life forms! Ares hadn't contemplated that. He wasn't staffed to take prisoners. He had no idea how to secure silicon life forms that looked like squarish gelatin blobs. He'd ask his soldiers what to do about it later. One of them would have an idea that they would implement without killing unarmed prisoners, no matter what their race. None of the soldiers were as smart as all of the soldiers. Ares was looking ahead, not back. This campaign was just getting started, and they only had 2 shuttles out of the 4 that landed together. He hadn't asked what happened to the other 2, because the 4 survivors had landed in the same area, although landed was definitely loosely in this case. Ares drifted over to where Frodo's soldiers ran.
"Good job getting those shuttles. What happened to the other 2?
"Crews were working on them. They said they weren't completely dead. They'll join us if they can get them up in the air."
Ares nodded and thanked them. That was good news. He knew that the shuttle Stubby section rode in wasn't getting airborne. That left them 2 and maybe 4. The 5 sections could fit into 4 shuttles, and that included bringing the dead. 4 was a good number. Ares spoke aloud while he ran.
"Originator, hear my prayer. Grant the shuttle crews the intelligence and drive to fix their ships, so that we may use them in defeating our enemies, with honor, in your name."
He wasn't calling his deity as tech support, but he'd be able to better manage whatever battle was coming with those 2 shuttles in the air. And that would do the Originator honor. The drones. Living creatures flying small ships with powerful lasers, coming from an unidentified home base in unknown numbers. Ares would have liked to say this was unusual, but it was more the norm. That's why each section had its own reconnaissance soldiers. There were always unknowns. But Ares knew more than before they arrived. The information delivered in orbit was lacking in every respect, but he didn't hold it against the intel types. They had nothing to work with. The Skinnies had been an intelligence coup, thanks to the prisoners that Ares had brought back to Antilles. The Atlanteans, a silicon-based enemy. But they were powerless without their equipment. Those removed from the drones were nothing more than lumps. Maybe they could wiggle along, but they were harmless. A harmless enemy that wasn't harmless. Ares was convinced they could integrate with computer systems. Proving it without risking a shuttle would be impossible. They hadn't brought any portable computers with them, because there weren't any Skinnies who didn't already speak English. Ares ran in silence. To him, the pace was too slow, but Finger was running at nearly 60 kilometers per hour, 10 more than what a point soldier was supposed to be able to maintain, even with lighter gravity. He was impressed by her renewed effort. Maybe it was the fear of being exposed by running in the open. Whatever the reason, she set a new speed record and bore unerringly toward the hills ahead. The ice chipped and clouded with each step they took. Finger pointed ahead. 11 o'clock. 2 o'clock high. A swarm of drones appeared from the direction they were headed. Ares motioned for Doc to stay in formation. He signaled the shuttle to go high and come in behind the cloud. More drones. The previous attacks outside the first one had been probing attacks. The drones had concluded that massed firepower was better. Was this all they had? "Flechettes!" Ares cried out. "Wait for it!" The clouds offered targets in a way where the flechette rounds had the greatest impact. Then they'd break down to Mark 71s. Ares didn't have any flechette rockets remaining, so he didn't bother bringing his mortar around and kept both hands on his beam rifle. The enemy hovered ahead for only a moment, then they raced straight toward Ares' command. The shuttle screamed past, much lower than Ares thought they should be flying, to conduct a vertical envelopment. They slashed through the drone formation, and the sound of rending metal shrieked through the air. The shuttle dropped below the drone's flight level before righting itself, standing on its tail, and shooting straight up into the air as it crashed through the enemy formation a second time. "Fire!" Ares ordered. The drones were in dismay, and not packed as tightly as they had been before, but the mortars punched up together, sending the small darts skyward and tearing through the enemy with great effect. Drones were still falling from the crash. More joined them from the veritable broadside. Energy beams ripped upward. Ares fired 3 times for 3 kills. Green lasers sliced downward. Too many soldiers had stopped and were firing from a standing position. "Get moving! Move!" Ares roared while he continued to zigzag through his own formation. The soldiers were galvanized into action and sidestepped, ran forward, or dodged back. Anything to prevent the drones from locking their lasers to burn a hole through the armor and then through their bodies. The fire continued upward. 2 more flechettes were launched, but the majority of firepower came in the form of energy beams. They crisscrossed the sky and slashed into the rear of the formation from the ice-covered hills ahead. Not many, but effective. They could fire from static positions because the enemy wasn't oriented in that direction. The cloud of drones dissipated, racing in every direction away from the engagement. The lasers stopped. The soldiers fired. They didn't care that the enemy was showing their tails. They would regroup and attack. No quarter, but Ares still wouldn't kill the entities from the downed drones. He had to live with himself after this battle. Shooting them from behind? He'd do that all day long and sleep like a baby afterward. The drones turned, dropped to barely above the ice, and fired straight ahead into the human soldiers. The lasers sliced into the formation. Soldiers staggered and fell. Ares fired back while moving sideways to keep the drones in sight. He screamed his war cry and charged. He pounded the ice under his heavy boots, his extended cleats shredding the surface. He fired as quickly as he could pull the trigger. More and more lasers painted a bead on him. He spun in a circle to foil their aim and kept charging. 3 soldiers joined him, and then 10, and then 20. There were no sections. There was only a mob of soldiers corralled into a herd by the drones. But they'd done it so subtly that even Ares hadn't realized what they were doing until they were already cornered. That's why Ares had to charge. They had to break out before they could counterattack. With 20 soldiers firing beams barely above the ice, clouds of vapor rose, created by the immense energy discharges too close to the surface. The Mark 71s burned through, while the lasers lost effectiveness with the addition of ice crystals into the air. The drones rose above the mist. 1 o'clock high! Ares was first to adjust his fire. The others followed quickly. Drones sparked and exploded. Others simply crashed to the ground. Ares hammered them as he ran into the mist, firing from knife-fighting distance. It was like elbow gap all over again. No matter which way he turned, there was an enemy trying to get at him. He turned his Mark 71 around and swung it like a club, smashing drones out of the air like hitting birds with a tennis racket. He lost sight of his soldiers. There was nothing but fog and drones buzzing at his face like angry hornets. Fog, the great equalizer. Neither force gained an advantage with the mist. All targets disappeared. An energy beam slashed through the air close enough to scorch Ares' forearm plate. He dove to the side to get away from a second shot. The buzzing of drones stopped. He dropped to a knee and waited for the air to clear. All firing stopped. The telltale crack of the Mark 71 capacitor discharge disappeared. Ares thought he'd fallen into an alternate universe because of how quickly it became silent. Did the enemy win the fight? Was Ares the only one left? Just like the Battle of Elbow Gap, it didn't conjure good memories, despite the fact that he'd won his first Star of Valor in that battle. He didn't want another star. He wanted his people to survive. He wanted to win the battle. The air cleared, and shadowy figures appeared. Soldiers, crouched and scanning the skies, just like he was doing. The drones were gone. In his mind, it had only been a few seconds. "Report!" Ares shouted. He looked for his people but couldn't tell them apart in the ghostly fog. "Ares and Stubby sections, to me!" Soldiers ran up to Ares. Frodo, Doc, and Tin Man did the same thing, shouting for their people. The formation had descended into a single group, coordinating their fire to deliver devastating barrages into the enemy. They hadn't resorted to the final protective fires, where everyone fired on fully automatic to deliver as much energy as possible in the shortest space of time. It was usually used as a last-ditch attempt to fight off a determined enemy. It happened right before the battle devolved into hand-to-hand combat. Ares checked his Mark 71 while he waited for the soldiers to arrive. Despite using it as a bludgeon, the operable parts worked as they were supposed to. He slung it under his arm and counted heads. He expected to see 5 from Stubby's section and 12 from his, but he only counted 14. The war of attrition. He checked each soldier. "Find me Stubby's point 2, and my swings 2 and 4. Hurry, we need to get out of the open." Doc, Tin Man, and Frodo rushed up to Ares and reported their losses. Frodo shook his head. "I lost a swing, soldier. I'm down 4 since we arrived." Tin Man reported. "I've lost wheel 1 and swing 10. Doc hesitated. 3, he said. "Swings 1, 2, and 3. They were clumped together, back to back to back, and all of them bought it. I'll reinforce with my soldiers that they need to keep moving." "Same with all of you," Ares reiterated. "We have to stay active, so the drones can't hold their aim points." He checked his armor. It was crisscrossed with so many lines that it appeared to be an odd camouflage pattern. "I wonder how that affects the radiation protection." "Maybe take some iodine," Doc suggested. "There's 4 doses in each suit." "Not a bad idea," Ares agreed. "Everyone take 1 dose now, just to be sure, and then 1 more every 12 hours until they're gone. This battle will be over by then. Hopefully the one up there, too." Ares pointed skyward. "And we won. 48 hours hence, which probably went without saying," Tin Man added. Frodo cuffed him on the arm. "No kidding. Strip the dead of their weapons and ammo. Put them in the reserve shuttle. Then diamond formation. Stubby and Ares sections up front. Frodo left flank. Tin Man right. Doc in the rear." The air cleared for them to see the entire battlefield. It was a large, open area, much like an arena for track and field games. Nothing but a level playing field upon which 9 soldiers fell, never to rise again. The lasers were deadly. Only Stubby had survived her injury. She was on the hill ahead, limping as she herded the small group back into the shuttle to be ready for their next vertical envelopment. Ares saluted her, but she didn't see him. It proved that it would work. But what the hell was up with ramming the shuttle through the drone cloud? Was that unintentional? He'd find out later. If the drones took a lesson away from that, it would be that they shouldn't bunch up. That was both good and bad. They were harder to hit individually, but their firepower in the attack was greatly lessened by maintaining space between the drones. That was how they responded to what they had learned. Ares wasn't convinced the drones had taken away lessons that would give them an advantage. Human flexibility and individual decision-making were still superior. Despite the losses from this latest attack, he smiled behind his visor. The knowledge had come at a steep price, but the Atlanteans seemed to already be growing desperate. Frodo interrupted Ares' thoughts. "We did a number on them, boss man. We counted some 70 drones taken out. Do we want to do anything with them?" Ares waved to get Tin Man's attention. 70 drones. Probably 70 living Atlanteans. Any recommendations? If we leave them, we might find ourselves fighting them again, Tin Man replied, after hearing what Finger had to say. That was Ares' concern. Booby-trap them. Compliance. Tin Man ran off, yelling orders as he went. Ares looked at the sky, from ground to straight overhead, from 90 degrees to the left to 90 degrees on the right. How did the drones escape, and where did they go? Valid questions. When the drones wanted to retreat, they seemed to simply disappear. They'd be coming again, but what would their formation look like? Ares' command was down nearly 2 full sections, 2/3 of what he had started with. A trail of death led from the ocean to the hills. The drones had died too, but they hadn't really died. Their mechanical bodies had been taken out, leaving them helpless and harmless. The vertical envelopment had worked, at least the first time. Then again, the tactics employed by the shuttle weren't anything the pilots would do again. Anjin-san arrived with Darrow by his side. Interesting flying, the skinny observed. Ares stared at him. Were you reading my mind? I would never do that, even if I could. You're a married man, and are probably thinking lurid thoughts of your wife. Darrow laughed. I wasn't, but now I am. And where did you learn a word like lurid? Ares chuckled lightly. Soldiers were soldiers, regardless of race. He gave Evelyn a few moments of his time. Being distracted did no honor to her. Risking his life because he lost focus wasn't in her best interest either. She would understand. He could tell her about the battle when he returned to the ship. If he returned. This wasn't an optimal situation. Never before had he worried about recovering to Antilles after a battle. This time, returning to the ship wasn't a given. The winner of the campaign always earned a return trip off-planet. Even on Prime, where he hadn't expected to leave, his soldiers appeared with a shuttle and pulled them all out. Maybe there'd be another miracle, but counting on luck as part of a military operation wasn't an optimal strategy. Ares knew he couldn't control the recovery op, but he could control what happened between now and then. Chapter 12. Mountain Stronghold. The victors are usually the ones who choose the battlefield. Ares scanned the skies while the soldiers went about the task of collecting the downed drones and consolidating them into a single pile that was heavily booby-trapped with grenades. Any attempt to recover the fallen would result in explosions that would put a serious hurt on the survivors. Could silicon-based life forms survive the explosions? They'd survive being shot down, but the gelatin-like mass that represented their life forms had been surrounded by a small titanium bathtub. It was from within this that they'd been extracted. Would that kill them? Maybe. Maybe not. As long as they didn't re-enter the fight, Ares could live with it. Were they making drones here? Maybe. This moon had the raw materials. Finger, check the radiation on these things. With the uranium deposits on Sargon 7, the drones would have a certain amount in their composition. Ares didn't want to hear that there was. They're hot, Finger said. Not enough to kill you, but there's definitely radioactive material in there. Can you tell if they were constructed here? Ares asked pointedly. Finger shook her head. You'd need a science team for that, not a soldier with a few extra senses in her suit. I figured. Back to it, Finger. We have a war to fight. He confirmed with Tin Man that the Atlanteans had been consolidated and the booby trap was set. Ares pumped his fist over his shoulder. The section leaders formed up on the diamond, with Ares' section in the lead, and they headed toward the hills. Senior negotiator Ryle Twink of the Terran ambassadorial delegation resisted the urge to pound the table. The last time he had done that, the delegates from the other races bolted from the room. 9 races, including the humans and the Renice, the Skinny's formal name, were working on a single treaty that was to be administered by humanity. There was one drawback. The abject hatred for the Skinnies was overwhelming. Humanity will guarantee your safety from the Renice Empire, which is being dismantled as we speak.
Maybe we will wait until after the dismantlement is complete,
the strayed collective representative suggested. Again, the 7 races that had been conquered by the Skinnies, enslaved, and then freed, were all defensive and demanding. Once proud races that wanted payback, a kilogram of flesh from the race they'd answered to for decades. The Skinnies had translation programs for each of the 7 races. The HFP had helped themselves to the technology, and then the Human Diplomatic Corps had taken it from the military. They had deployed deep into the sector where they had no interest following the Regulus Treaty. But with the demise of the Skinnies, thanks to the removal of the leadership cabal, the galaxy became safer and more dangerous at the same time. Safe from the Skinnies. More dangerous because of the volatility of independent nation-states. At least humanity had been able to bring them all to the table. The humanoid strayed, who had no neck, 4 arms, and 4 eyes, but walked upright on 2 legs. The Neanderthals, who could have been humanity's ancestors. The Philemon was the name for the arthropods, a race that Ares had brought away from Prime. Same with the Centilons, a bug race. The Lizardus were a reptile race that looked very much like Earth's monitor lizards, complete with long, flicking tongues. There was an avian race, feathered with curved beaks like raptors. They called themselves the Pterodors. The last race was called the Boviarans. They were 4-legged, nearly the size of an earth cow, complete with horns that they decorated with gold chains and gemstones. On the planet Corvus, in the Tartarus region, they found a place where all the races could be accommodated, and black holes provided access from numerous other systems. Diplomacy at its finest. Humanity's team was supposedly made up of the best of the best, but they had little experience in the intergalactic realm. The individual who negotiated the Regulus Treaty had not been invited. Once the HFP realized the treaty was a ball and chain that kept humanity from dominating the other races. Thinking the other races wanted peace was their biggest mistake. There was only one peace, and that came through strength, the likes of which humanity dropped on Renice heads. Humanity was the dominant race when they didn't negotiate away their advantage. This new team of negotiators understood that. But they still had problems, because the races didn't like each other, but especially hated the Renice. The Skinnies had been cowed by humanity. One soldier showed that they were vulnerable. The civilian population wasn't as supportive of the military as the leadership cabal needed.
We want Ares,
the arthropod negotiator demanded, and the computer dutifully translated. He's not available, and he's a soldier. His strength is in war, not peace.
We will withdraw until he is available,
the Philemon declared.
Us too,
the Neanderthal said in a gruff voice.
We wait for Ares.
He's not coming, Ryle Twink stated. We are here specifically for this. We will talk through the framework for an alliance between our races. We already know that we don't want to fight each other. Please.
Your words are not backed by strength. Show your power,
the Lizratus negotiator demanded. He scoffed with an extreme flick of his tongue.
You are weak.
Ryle sighed and closed his eyes, frustration boiling up within. He negotiated numerous treaties on Earth, but his physical stature had never before been used as a limitation on the discussion. These were angry races, freed from enslavement and ready to take their wars to anyone they could intimidate. Listen up. We will recall Ares, who is on Earth on vacation after defeating the entire Renice leadership cabal. He's plenty strong, but he can't be here for at least a month. I can adjourn these negotiations, but if you want a demonstration of real power, then go on the attack. Attack a neighbor, attack a friend, and we will bring the entirety of the human force for peace down on your heads. You thought you had it bad under the Renice. We'll turn your planets into glass factories. 1 month. Be back here. He didn't bother with the formalities of declaring the meeting adjourned. 5 of the races were already standing and heading toward the door. They waited for the translation to finish before leaving. Only the arthropods, the skinny representative called Renganal, who Ares had personally selected, and 3 humans remained. Ryle's aide leaned close. Ares has already been recalled from Earth? Then he can get here in less than a month. Gives us more time to prep him, Ryle declared. The aide shook his head. He was sent to Sargon 7, a moon around a missile planet in the Sargon sector. I think he's engaged in the next campaign. We'd have to pull him out of combat if he's still alive, that is. He better be alive. At the cost of a month and bringing a soldier out of combat, we'll move these negotiations forward and secure an alliance with 8 races. Only the Renice can match our power, but the others would be hugely welcome in securing the peace throughout this entire region of space. 500 light years in every direction. All we have to do is get them to agree not to fight each other. Ryle stared at the ceiling. The negotiations had been ongoing for a month already, and they had gotten exactly nowhere. Did these alien races need Ares to come and tell them how it was going to be? Peace through strength. To his diplomatic mind, that made no sense. They needed to negotiate around trade and mutually beneficial security. Otherwise, they were trading one master, the skinnies, for another. Although from Ryle's perspective, the humans made better leaders when it came to bringing everyone together and working toward a common goal. What do you think, Colonel? Ryle asked the man leaning against the wall behind him. His eyes were closed, and he appeared to be asleep.
I think the lizardess was right. You do come across as a twinkle-shorts fool. They don't care about anything except strength. They're going to give up nothing unless they respect the person who tells them to. They want a protector and a guarantor. Sorry, Ryle, but that ain't you.
Do you think it's you, Colonel? Ryle shot back with as much acid as he could drip into his voice.
Not at all. I think it's Ares. They asked for him, and it's our responsibility to deliver. He's killed a lot of humanity's enemies because they dared face him on the battlefield. He's our greatest war hero, and his voice doesn't just carry more weight. It carries all the weight. So that's what we'll do. Ares will stand before this lot and tell them how it's going to be. He should probably wear his combat armor, too. He'll be even more impressive, and that will tell the full story. Violate the treaty, and this is the man you'll see. We pretty much wasted a month's time, but I have been able to work out more than normal since you got me relieved of my duties, which I didn't want, by the way.
This is a moment in time that historians will pore over for decades, maybe even centuries to come. You don't want to be a part of that?
The colonel laughed. There's only going to be one name attached to that, and it's not mine. It's not yours either, Ryle Twink. It'll be Ares, the god of war, because violence brought peace, not a conversation around a conference table. Extreme violence and the threat of a lot more where that came from. Whether we like it or not, gentlemen, we are the galaxy's peacekeepers. Our mission is changing before our eyes. We have fought to win, and with that victory comes a new variation of an old phrase. We now have to win the peace, and that takes soldiers, not diplomats.
Ryle bristled at the notion. He didn't think soldiers could resolve any problems without the civilians to make sure that they stayed on course. He thought of them solely as tools, weapons of destruction. No one can win the peace if all they do is destroy. You need to have a good think about what the HFP does.
The HFP is like a deity.
The colonel pointed at the door through which the delegates exited.
Someone to go for comfort when everything turns bad. Returning to the conference table will give them a new piece of paper. They don't believe in paper, senior negotiator. After a month, I would have thought you'd have seen that.
Ryle scowled at the colonel, angry because he knew the man was right. Even though an agreement required the guidelines on the paper and enforced on behalf of the agreement, however, it was documented. Ares pounding on the table to get an agreement? Ryle had already tried that, and it scared the delegates. Maybe they wanted to be scared, like people who enjoy haunted houses or horror movies. It wasn't his to reason why, only to understand in order to better leverage the negotiations. In his mind, he was as much a warrior as Ares, more so, because he could only force his will on others through his words, and not by virtue of size or firepower. You're dismissed, Colonel. Return to your unit.
As you wish, Senior Negotiator Twink. I am more than happy to rejoin the HFP. I'll pass along word that Ares is to be recovered from Sargon 7 and immediately transported to Corvus. Peace, my good man. It's been real, and it's been fun, but it hasn't been real fun.
The colonel strode out, head held high, without waiting for a response.
I should have a better comeback, Ryle muttered to his aide. But I have nothing. I didn't expect such insubordination and outright disrespect from an HFP colonel.
If I may, the Rennies delegate interrupted. The colonel was being honest. You have missed everything the 7 races have been saying. I don't think you're as smart as you think you are. The colonel should probably lead the negotiations while we wait for Ares.
You too? The skinnies will do as we tell them. You lost your war to us, and we have your surrender.
Ryle hammered a fist into his hand. You don't have anything from me. Ares has the respect and admiration of the Rennies. He has our capitulation and loyalty. Ryle threw his head back and stared at the ceiling once more.
As odd as it may sound, the arthropod added, I agree with the Rennies delegate. You are wrong. The colonel is right. I shall retire to my water tank to freshen up. If you wish my advice, you can find me there, but I doubt you'll come. You think your way is the only way. Again, you are wrong.
Ryle locked his eyes on the Philemon delegate.
Maybe so, but we do need the paper to memorialize our agreement.
We do not. We only need the firm commitment from those in charge. Are you in charge of humanity?
Ryle stuttered his reply.
I'm authorized to speak on humanity's behalf.
I'll take that as a no. No one doubts that Ares speaks for humans, because he backs up his words with action, and not someone else's action.
Ranganal held out his hands. Just like our leadership cabal. For too long, we followed their mandates and dictates. They did not have what was best for the Rennies in mind. They had no skin in the game, as you humans would say. Ares does. The colonel does. Their words matter. Yours are irrelevant. If you'll excuse me, I need to work out. Building muscle is something that is foreign to most Renice. Soldiers accepted. But Ares showed us what was possible. The Renice left the room with the arthropod close behind. Sometimes I love my job, and there are other times when I hate my job. This would be the latter. No one wants to hear that they're bad at what they do. Am I bad? He waited for a second, and then continued before his aide could speak. Don't try to answer that. I get it. I'm going to watch video of the negotiations and see where I missed the cues that seemed to be so obvious to everyone but me. How long have I been the laughing stock? Don't answer that one either. You want me to collect the cannon before he's off planet? You know, so you can apologize, the aide said while inching toward the door. Fine. Locate him and call me. I'll come to him, hat in hand, ready to eat crow, damn the torpedoes and all that. Or none of that, the aide replied. You're just mad that they want Ares. Don't take it out on everyone else. You're getting pretty bold. Bryan glared at him, but only for a moment. But Ares. Of course they prefer him. Have you seen him? He's a specimen, that's for sure. But how the other races can tell humans apart, I'll never know. I can't tell them apart. If they changed seats with their assistants, I would be none the wiser. That would be the ultimate embarrassment. You said it, not me, Grand Poobah. The aide waved and left, leaving the senior negotiator standing there by himself. Even my aide. Everyone is having a good laugh at my expense. Have I been that bad? Me, I tell myself. You've been an arrogant fool. I know I'm talking to me because I recognize my voice, since I talk so much. But maybe I'm not saying anything. A month of time reveling in the sound of my own voice. 7 races plus the skinnies thought I was a buffoon. No wonder we made no progress. Just bring Ares in to begin with. Declare victory. We can all go home. Ryle flopped down in his chair and looked at the empty spots around the table. Computers translated the harsh words he said to himself. You can stop translating, he told them, but they dutifully translated those words too. Chapter 13. Hills Have Eyes. Always assume you're being observed. Ares felt the tiniest amount of relief when the first soldiers reached the hills and ran upward within a cut that protected them on 2 sides. Being on an open plain when an enemy could come at you from any direction was a tactically inferior position. He wanted the Atlanteans to know that he was coming for them, despite their efforts to hold him back. Fear was every bit a weapon to be used against the enemy. Create discord, wreak havoc, cut their chain of command, or interdict their supply lines. They were building the drones right here. There had to be a manufacturing facility of some sort. That's what Ares had his point soldiers looking for. Exhaust vents if it was underground, or a facility if it was above ground. Something that looked different from a refinery, unless it was a built-in refinery. It would require a great deal of power. Heat. Why had they not seen a heat source? He signaled to the shuttle that hovered at 1,000 meters high, a kilometer behind them, ready to race forward to get in front of a maneuvering enemy. 5,000 meters. Find the heat source for their manufacturing plant, for the smelting facility. He flashed the message through to the end. They flashed back 2 letters. Okay. The shuttle rose straight up and then accelerated ahead. It banked to the left and made a long, lazy pass from left to right. Then it moved closer to the mountains for a second pass from right to left. Ares' command continued forward, climbing and covering ground, but they weren't running all out like they had done to get this far. Ares wanted them fresh for the inevitable battle ahead. They swapped to fresh power packs for their Mark 71s. Whatever remained in their first energy cells was going to be their backup. The next fight, they'd be able to deliver maximum firepower for as long as needed without reloading. Although the new packs would run out at some point. They'd then have to make do with what little was left, and whatever they'd scavenged from the dead. The shuttle returned, descending until it landed in front of the first rank of soldiers. Ares moved to the side hatch. When it popped, the crew chief walked out. Stubby leaned in the doorway to watch.
11 o'clock, embedded in the mountain. Exhaust vents have melted the ice to create a frozen waterfall. The entrance is to the left, a hot spot against the rock and ice. I think the door is hidden, but we passed fairly quickly, even though it may have seemed like we were moving slowly. We covered a lot of ground. This moon isn't that large. Thanks. Good info. Good copy. And you were in a hurry to get out of there before the drones came after you? What happened with flying through the drone cloud? The shuttle is not 100%. One of the thrusters glitched while working to gain altitude. An accident. But we learned a thing or two about the drones. It felt like we had been hit by boulders. I had no idea what happened. I thought we were going to crash.
Ares nodded. Inadvertent crash was better than making it SOP. He didn't want to use the shuttles as battering rams.
Did you see any drones? Any activity in the mountains? Some equipment in the open area near the vent, but I think that might be for transloading ore into freight shuttles.
He waved and returned inside to button up the shuttle so it could return to the sky. Ares adjusted the direction and hatcheted his arm toward where they were going. The exhaust port that signaled where the underground facility was. The mining operation must have been below ground too. The shuttle hadn't reported on any surface mining operation. The ice would have made that difficult. The operations above ground would have had to deal with the extreme cold. The Atlanteans were fine with the low oxygen and cold, but refining it closest to the point of extraction was the most economical when it came to resources like equipment.
Looks like we're headed underground,
Ares said to himself. His last trip into the bowels of a planet resulted in blowing up massive caverns and tumbling 1 billion tons of rock on top of anything and anyone left there. That had almost included him and members of his section, but they managed to escape and bring a few skinny engineers with them to freedom. The engineers had helped the humans learn the skinny's language, but Ares still didn't understand how Anjin-san had learned the term lurid. Ares would blame Frodo later when they had time. If they won the battle, going underground would be a challenge. The drones were hard to see with anything other than the naked eye, where the human soldiers would have to use lights underground. They'd be highlighted and vulnerable.
If only we had mirrors,
Ares mumbled.
Turn those lasers back on themselves.
What's that? Anjin-san said, falling out of formation to join Ares. It was only a few meters, but it left a gap. Ares directed the skinny to fill in the hole, but he joined his soldier.
We might be going underground, which means the ceiling could be low for you and me.
Yes, that is not good. Stubby is better suited for low places,
Anjin-san offered.
Already thought of that, but with her injured leg, she might hold us back.
How much running will you do underground?
You'd be surprised,
Ares replied. Frodo joined them.
Did they see what I thought I heard them say they saw?
Frodo wondered.
What?
Ares turned his head to take in his overall second-in-command.
Are we going to have to go into the tunnels? The sewers were bad enough on Prime, but the caves on Espinal were something else completely. Lost most of my people in underground firefights.
Me too, Ares said. The soldiers lost had been his, but Frodo had taken a small detachment to find the enemy. Frodo had gone one stop farther and attacked them in the tunnels, destroying their primary means of escape. The battle had raged deep inside the mountain.
Too many similarities to what I consider the least fun I've ever had in my whole life.
Frodo returned to his section, while the entire group continued plodding upward. They'd slowed after the shuttle's reconnaissance. Save energy for the fight that was coming. Without being able to see the battleground, Ares couldn't pick his terrain. Underground. It gnawed at him. But that's where the enemy was. That's where they were constructing the drones. That's where he had to go, to interdict their supply of weapons and raw materials. Secure the resources for human use or destroy them. His first choice was to destroy them. If he kept them, the Atlanteans could recover them. Ares didn't have enough soldiers to leave a few at each point that needed guarding. If he moved forward, he would be forced to abandon the ground he had just taken, no matter the cost. The price of victory was going to be high. He tallied his losses. 12 from Stubby. Ares himself had lost 6. Frodo was down 4. Doc lost 3, and Tin Man had lost 2. A total of 27 soldiers had died on Sargon 7. He had started with 83 soldiers, including the section leaders. Doc and Tin Man were only at 16 soldiers each, not the full complement of 17, plus Daryl as a strap hanger. 5 soldiers on the shuttle, and 51 climbed the hills toward the mountain where an exhaust vent showed them the way. As they closed on the area, fog from the vent became visible. It puffed outward for nearly a minute before stopping. The cloud hovered in the air for another minute before dissipating. Ares called a halt and directed each section to circle up, creating its own defensive perimeter. 5 minutes later, another cloud appeared. Ares stood and watched. The rest of his soldiers were prone. Enough for 3 full sections, and that was it. The enemy were either in there or they weren't, which provided no solace. Something was behind the hidden door that they could blow out with a high-explosive rocket from their mortars. It would leave the door open, but Ares was good with that. It never hurt to have an exit from a tight situation. Frodo, blow that door open. Doc, you hold the exit. Make sure no one tries to come in behind us. I'll take the lead with Stubbies and my soldiers. Then Frodo and Tin Man, you bring up the rear. Ares brought the soldiers under him to the side, clearing Frodo's line of sight. He and Wheel 2 loaded their mortars with HE rockets, aimed, and fired. The rockets hit simultaneously and exploded, sending shards of ice and stone spraying in a wide arc. When the last of it finished falling, a neat hole had been blown through a metal door buried behind the snow. Hit it again! Ares held up 2 fingers. The 2 soldiers, never ones to hesitate when it came to blowing stuff up, jacked new rockets into their mortars, aimed, and fired. The second pair of explosions widened the hole and tore the door from its support structure. It twisted drunkenly in the opening. Ares waved for his soldiers to follow as he ran to the entrance to the underground, where he gripped the door and yanked it from its hinges. He tossed it aside. Before it hit the ground, green lasers lashed out like a tidal wave sweeping from the cave mouth. Ares twisted and dodged. He was lit up from the number of beams on him. Stubby's wheel soldier sent a high-explosive rocket into the tunnel. Ares section swing soldiers fired their Mark 71s on full auto at the source of the lasers. Ares dove out of the way and landed on the ice. The highly polished armor still offered cracks and joints for the lasers to exploit. Although they shined, they weren't mirror-like and didn't offer additional protection from the lasers. 2 more soldiers joined the other 3 firing down the tunnel. A swing soldier fell. Smoke drifted from a hole in his abdomen. The other soldiers twisted and gyrated to foil the aim points. Ares leaned past them to toss 2 grenades into the tunnel. Fire in the hole! The soldiers dove away from the opening, and Ares dropped on his face. The first grenade exploded. No one moved. Then the second exploded. Ares was up and running. He fired into the tunnel as he sprinted through the mouth and disappeared into the darkness beyond. He hadn't ordered the others to follow, but they knew their duty. It was their job to attack and destroy the enemy. Explosions and energy beams filled the tunnel as the soldiers fired clear of Ares. They couldn't miss seeing him. His name was in huge letters across his back. The soldiers delivered withering fire into a pillbox embedded in a wall that looked straight out of the tunnel mouth. More and more fire until the lasers were obscured. The automated defense systems arced and sparked before exploding in a last gasp of technological anguish. Ares rose from where he had crouched once the firing began, from behind him. He did what he was most comfortable with. He disappeared into the fury and chaos of combat. He checked his vitals while the soldiers surrounded him and moved in front to secure the breach for follow-on exploitation. His pulse had climbed to a high of 98, but was already back to 70. He checked his suit. Even more damage from lasers that slashed back and forth, as he refused to let them hold their target. Frodo moved past Ares. I'll take the lead, boss man. You don't need to be up front, fighting your way through anything like that. Frodo kept moving, although it looked like a T intersection with the defensive equipment at the end. The tunnel turned 90 degrees and continued downward. Warm air flowed up from below, creating a mist before the now permanently open door. One more soldier lay near Ares, but he moved. Ares pulled him upright until the injured man groaned and doubled over in pain. Ares motioned to Doc. "Put him on the shuttle." Doc directed 2 of his soldiers to carry the injured to the ship landing in front of the opening. Daryl helped carry the man off, waving off one of the soldiers. Mark 71s barked from up ahead. The firing intensified, then stopped. Ares rushed ahead, but the soldiers from his section surrounded him, keeping him from launching his body into the middle of a firefight. Frodo's Swing 4 returned. "Reporting in. 4 drones engaged and destroyed. The tunnel continued downward, identical in width and height." He saluted and hurried away. Ares accepted the report. Drones as internal security. Silicon life forms and their crashed mini-ships. What other equipment would they occupy? The HFP thought they were facing artificial intelligence. Ares concluded that despite the nature of the Atlanteans' existence, they weren't AI. He had worried about fighting a soulless enemy that thought faster than humans, which the Atlanteans could still do. But they weren't learning in a productive way because of the discord that had defined their encounters. Misinformation and misjudgments. The humans flexed to the situations without showing their normal tactics. Strategy and mission objectives were the guiding principles. Humanity changed with each engagement. "Smoke bombs," Ares called ahead. "Find anything that burns and collect it. Be ready to fire HE to cloud the air." Frodo called back. "We can toss grenades and rockets through a cloud, but their lasers won't work in tight spaces. Reserving HE for last, because we don't want to bring the mountain down on our heads. We've already done that once, and it sucked a whole lot." He issued rapid-fire orders to his section. Ares laughed out loud, because that was Frodo at his best. It was good for the new soldiers to understand, too. In the open, creating the fog of war could result in friendly fire injuries. They had too few soldiers as it was. Wounding or killing their own was the express train to the demise of the whole command. He collected his soldiers. Only one had fallen, but he hadn't been killed. It gave Ares hope. He always maintained a positive attitude. But this was an extra glimmer. Despite their initial losses, they were inside the enemy's stronghold, as he saw it. If the drones exited by the door the humans just destroyed, they could bottle them up inside the mountains. "Frodo, establish a perimeter. Section leaders to me." Frodo issued his commands and hurried up the slope to get where Ares stood, leaning against the corner. Doc, Tin Man, Daryl, and Stubby showed up. "Stubby?"
"You needed a replacement for the soldier that was injured. I volunteered myself and sent agents onto the shuttle."
"Good. Keep up." He nodded to her. No quarter for an injury. Since she declared herself fit for duty, that meant she had to do all the things such fitness entailed. "Anjin-san, he's my soldier."
"It could get tight down there, and he's too tall. Also, he can fly the shuttle if anything happens to the pilots. Anyone going underground is at risk," Stubby argued. "I can call him back."
"No, leave him be." Ares turned his head to take in each of his section leaders. With face shields down, he couldn't see their expressions. "What if we blow this tunnel and lock this place down?" "It would limit any more losses," Doc offered. Frodo shook his head.
"We don't know if there's another exit. We might only be limiting ourselves and not the enemy, just like on Espinal. Stubby, send a shuttle on a reconnaissance mission looking for a second exit. This tunnel heads that way."
Ares pointed.
"Concentrate in that direction."
Stubby saluted and ran off.
"I think we need to see what's down there before we blow the place. If you hadn't blown the manufacturing chamber on Espinal, all they would have had to do was dig a new exit and send another few million Scooter-Garons our way," Tin Man said.
He knew the battle because of the retellings. He had already been medevaced when Ares and Frodo fought underground. Ares was aware of all of that. He had lived it. But it was more than just him this time. He ground his teeth. Was he getting soft? He didn't want to see more soldiers die. Espinar had been a wake-up call. The sewers on Prime had been constricting too. He'd rather run through trees under a steady downpour than be underground. The amount of rock overhead was staggering. Even with his strength, he could be crushed, along with all his people. Then again, that was superfluous. His preferences were irrelevant. He had his mission, and it was his responsibility to satisfy the objectives. Thank you for your input. We press on. No HE rockets. Find a different way to make a smokescreen. Be ready with grenades. Ares addressed his concern. Don't bring the roof down until we're clear, and we know it's going to destroy their operation. How is this not like Espana? Tin Man asked. Because the skinnies aren't pulling the strings, and this tunnel is new. They haven't found and occupied something built by an ancient race, and warped it for their wars. This time, it's a silicon-based life form mining uranium, and that is toxic to humans, and useful to blast us to Kingdom Come. We have to stop them. If we drop this ceiling right now, we won't be sure that we've accomplished the mission. Compliance, Frodo said to stave off further conversation that was nothing more than speculation. Once the decision was made, the effort became easier. Continue down the tunnel. Find the extraction and processing facility. Kill the drones and any drone manufacturing. Defeat the Atlanteans. Right here, right now. Chapter 14. Descent. The gates of hell are open night and day. Smooth the descent and easy is the way. Virgil. Reginald stood with his hands clasped behind his back and a towel across his shoulders. Senior negotiator Ryle Twink waited nearby. You should partake of the opportunity to work out. This outpost has a most excellent facility. I've doubled my calorie intake while greatly increasing my calorie burn. I feel like a new man, Ranganal said. I'll have to pass on that. I might jump on the treadmill later for a casual walk. Ryle waved dismissively. No matter. We have to bring the representatives back to the table. What do you want me to do about it? Ranganal was less than pleased by Ryle leaning on him more and more, especially since the other races despised him simply because he was Renice. He had no leverage over them. Help me by moving the skinny army that was deployed to the Philemon region to the Sargon sector. We could use reinforcements, because the Atlanteans are putting up a real fight. At least we have to believe that. We haven't been able to reach the fleet. Ranganal was sure he couldn't order such a thing. He'd have to request it from the military leadership. There had been friction between the military and civilian leadership after the elimination of the leadership cabal. That had not resolved itself. The military was in trouble. We'd need a promise of supply. Food, Ryle. The army needs food, and I bet they'll do anything you need when you make the first delivery. I'm sure something can be arranged, but skinny forces greatly impacted our primary source of forward food production. They're still trying to recover. Ranganal saw the diplomatic dance for what it was. Manipulation. The one who was unarmed with information would be at a disadvantage. There are 8,000 Renice helping with the planting and harvest. They have more than made up for any setbacks. Contact the army yourself and offer them food. I'm sure they'll be accommodating. Ryle's lip twitched. He was supposed to be the premier diplomat representing humanity's interest out in the galaxy, yet he'd been quickly and effortlessly upstaged by a former security official. Ranganal returned to the bench and added weight to it. He pushed it up one time and called it good. That's it for me. Good luck conversing with the 7th Army. They will tell you in the words of your people, show me the money. He laughed and walked away. Ryle closed his eyes in silent contemplation of where he had gone wrong. If he wanted Ares back, he needed the skinny army to drive off the Atlantean fleet. Ryle didn't care about the Atlantean fleet, or the mission that put the HFP against them. That wasn't his responsibility. Getting Ares was the only thing that mattered to him. His was the only mission that mattered. His ego was the only one that needed satisfaction. He headed for the comm center. He had a call to make. Ares stomped down the tunnel. He wanted to alleviate the fear that hung like a cloud over his soldiers. Those who had been with him, like Frodo, Tin Man, Daryl, and Lazarus, understood what this was all about. They weren't as upbeat as usual, but they were trying to put on brave faces.
They'll know we're here real soon, if not already,
Ares called out.
We came in the front door, and we're headed for the kitchen, where we're gonna eat them out of house and home. Hot chow on the objective, boys and girls.
There's hot food down there? One of the new soldiers asked.
No, you'll get nothing and like it,
Lazarus shot back. Daryl moved next to Ares. Why do you do that? Give them false hope?
After 3 or 4 campaigns, whatever you've been with me so far, you should know that the military operates by a completely different set of rules. There is never hot chow on the objective. We will always tell them that there is. It's part of the running joke of hurry up and wait. Low pay for long hours. All those enticements which have nothing to do with why these people are here.
Which is? Daryl pressed. Frodo called a halt from up ahead, and everybody froze. After a few moments, he signaled that it was clear, and the soldiers started moving once more.
Patriots, Daryl. These are the people who are putting their lives on the line so their friends and family don't ever experience a hostile alien. You should have learned by now, out here, all aliens are hostile. The only ones not shooting at us are afraid of us, and they're not shooting because they've run out of ammunition.
I should have expected that cynical view. All you know is war.
I'll admit, it is somewhat limited because nearly 100% of my experience in space is waging war against hostile aliens who declared war on us. It's all part of being a soldier, a role that you seem to embrace. Otherwise you would have stayed on Earth. You love being the sand in our shorts, don't you?
I love seeing the unvarnished view of what humanity is doing in space. There are times when I think you hate war, and there are times when you revel in it. Which time is now, Ares? Daryl turned his head sideways to look for a clue that Ares was going to answer honestly.
Daryl, you are a piece of work. I've never wavered in my commitment to doing the best job I could as a soldier. Some might say I'm a soldier's soldier, but I'll tell you that no one wants more or less than us, the ones who have to fight. But if it must be war, then let us defend humanity with every fiber of our being. Why are you doing this? Why are you trying to get under my skin? Sometimes you're almost a decent human being, and the rest of the time you're like this. Why are you angry, Daryl? You won a bunch of literature awards, but you didn't win the Pulitzer, did you?
This isn't about that. Everyone knows that a war reporter won't ever get the big prize. I just want to get closer to the real you, and not the one we created in my first article. Daryl snorted. Ares took that as hitting too close to home. Daryl wanted something to make him stand out. Reporting on a war hero wasn't as sexy as reporting on that hero's shortcomings and failures. A sensational article to get people talking in hushed whispers. Drama. The readership would suck it up. It wasn't every day that a reporter took a war hero down.
Don't make anything up, Daryl. If you lie about me, you're going to realize you have problems that you never contemplated. Write an honest article.
I always write the truth, the reporter countered. Sometimes the truth is buried deep beneath the surface. A soldier getting married while on liberty? That's some prime material right there. What other secrets are you hiding from me? I'm going to find them. Daryl cackled with misplaced glee.
We did not get married while on Earth. Frodo manufactured that for your consumption. Well, and others too. Shh. Pay attention. We're getting close.
Daryl stopped his antics and jerked his attention straight ahead. What's going on?
Can't you hear the machines?
Ares held his finger up before his faceplate to keep Daryl quiet. The foot noise in previous Mark 71 fire was enough to tell the entire moon that they were coming. In an instant, the tunnel turned into a deadly light show. Green lasers drilled through the air from in front of the first soldiers. Chaos ensued as Frodo's section dove for non-existent cover. The ping and clink of grenade spoons popping off came first, then the thud and thump of those grenades hitting the stone floor before skittering toward their target. How far down? Ares couldn't see. He was on the deck, just like everyone in front of him. Darrow was behind him, using Ares as cover. Ares was good with that. He rose and fired his Mark 71 at the origin of the lasers. It acted like the previous defensive system. The grenades should take it out, but for those long few seconds, the lasers could do too much damage. Ares hammered the point hard, and then cycled back and forth when the lasers reached for him. The grenades exploded one by one. He ducked, but from this distance, the shrapnel wouldn't harm him. The laser system went dark. Ares charged. Frodo was the first up from his section and also rushed forward. He fired from the hip as he ran, spraying energy beams against the defensive position. A faint buzz came from beyond the defensive system and rapidly clearing smoke. It grew louder, until it sounded like a swarm. The noise filled the tunnel until it was nearly overwhelming. The first drone appeared. Before Frodo could take the shot, the space behind the drone filled with other drones of different shapes and sizes, even ones that crawled along the ground using tracks. Frodo slid to a stop and fell backward. He continued to fire on full auto. His section joined him. The energy cooked the tunnel, glazing the walls and smashing the densely packed drone swarm. Ares took a position with Frodo's soldiers and added his withering fire to theirs. The onslaught was stopped cold. Drones crashed. Mark 71s cracked with each capacitor discharge. A grenade skipped down the corridor. "Grenades!" Ares roared. He tossed one of his own over the heads of those in front of him. His aim was precise. The grenade skipped off the wall and bounced behind the blasted defensive system. Other grenades followed while the energy beams continued to fill the tunnel. "Cease fire!" he called. The last grenade skipped down the tunnel and into an unseen area beyond. The lasers failed up close, as they'd seen when the shuttle slammed into them. Ares knew what to do. "Cease fire and charge!" He jumped into the fray as the soldiers shouted their war cries and headed into the space ahead. The buzz was even louder there, despite how many drones the soldiers had already taken out. Ares had a feeling about what they'd find. He switched from his Mark 71 to his mortar and loaded one of his last rockets. Around the pillar and into the area beyond, where a massive freight elevator dominated the circular structure. Drones buzzed and hovered. Ares had already given the ceasefire order, but there were enemy craft here. "Fire on the drones! Mark 71s only!" Ares ordered with the volume of his external speakers cranked to the max. Beyond the elevator was a conveyor that moved like it was running a race with the devil himself. Materials lifted from below were being dumped on the belt, which rocketed through an opening in a far wall. "Ramada!" Frodo shouted. Energy beams lashed out through the controlled fire, sniping drones near the domed roof. They fired back, green lasers highlighted in the light mists of energy within the cool air of the chamber. It was above freezing inside, but barely. The drones dropped one by one. None of them tried to escape. They fought to the last, ducking, diving, and firing a near-constant stream of lasers at the soldiers below. "Move!" Ares cried out, but it was too late. 3 soldiers were down. Frodo was frenetic in his movements to prevent the drones from drilling a hole through his armor while firing and firing again. His precision dropped drone after drone. Ares also popped drones, one after another. He stepped, turned, and sidestepped, keeping his weapon raised and aimed. He delivered death to the enemy, hitting them in their power source. They fell quickly until the final few realized they were the last, but the volume of Mark 71 fire penned them in and finished them. 47 drones lay crashed and harmless in the chamber, while more stone was lifted from below and dumped onto the conveyor. "Check them," Ares directed, pointing at the fallen soldiers. Doc appeared. He had his section secure the perimeter, watching the entrance and exits with multiple weapons trained on the openings. Frodo collected the remnants of his squad. All 3 that fell were his. All 3 were dead. Frodo consolidated his 8 remaining soldiers. "Get something to drink. We've got a long way to go." That was all he had for them. Doc had his soldiers move the bodies back to the entrance for the shuttle to recover. They hadn't gone far enough to make their gains worth the price paid. Ares did a quick head count. 51 total. Ares still had an entire moon to pacify. The cost to get this far had been too high. Ares pointed his mortar down the shaft and pulled the trigger. He stepped back, even though the hole was far too deep for shrapnel to make it to the top. The rocket exploded after 3 seconds of flight, which gave Ares an idea of how deep the shaft was. The elevator kept churning away, bringing up raw materials from the depths of the moon.
Finger, take a look at the rocks. What's in them?
Ares requested. His point soldier conducted a rudimentary analysis.
Vanadium, molybdenum, nickel, zinc, and sulfur. This could be gumite, autunite, or uranophane, but I can't be sure without a lab.
Ares didn't know what any of it was. Rocks. Uranium.
Keep your shields down. This place is toxic,
he advised, expecting every bit of the underground was heavy with uranium dust. There was no breathable air down there. Ares checked the time. They still had 8 hours before their next iodine dose. They'd run out of air and protection from radiation too close together.
Oxygen is better down here, Finger said. If we could filter out the uranium, the air would be breathable.
Can we filter out the uranium?
Ares wondered.
No.
He wished she hadn't said it. Knowing there was oxygen, but that it was beyond their reach was not a morale booster. Darrell was right there, looking for the darkest clouds to show to the news consumers.
Sounds like it's exactly like you expected. A uranium mining operation that's polluted. How many drones do you think they have?
Unknown,
Ares replied with utmost honesty. He had no idea. The hope that they were putting a dent in the overall numbers was nothing more than that. Hope. Frodo caught Ares looking down the shaft where the elevator continued to bring raw material to the top and dump it on the belt. The operation worked at high speed.
You want me to take some of my people down there and find out what's going on?
Ares studied the shaft. There was no way down except to climb the latticework frame of the elevator mechanism.
No. What could you learn that we need to know? That they're making drones down there?
Frodo replied.
They're not doing any of the manufacturing down there. That's extraction. This stuff is all raw materials.
He pointed at the tunnel into which the conveyor disappeared.
That's where we need to go.
Frodo didn't want to be the truth. There was no room to maneuver and only enough space for one soldier at a time.
You want me to blow it?
Ares shook his head.
Blow the elevator. Then we'll ride that conveyor to the next space. The smelting operation is that way, and then the manufacturing will be beyond that, and that's where we'll find the drone construction. What if that conveyor dumps directly into a blast furnace? I'm not sure these suits can last long in molten lava, Frodo said.
He lowered his voice.
I don't want to lose any more of my people. I don't want you to lose any more soldiers either. Don't worry, Frodo. I'll go first. Which means what? Which means I'll make sure we don't get dumped into a blast furnace. IR will tell us all we need to know about the heat. Prep your soldiers. They'll be coming in after mine.
Compliance. Frodo returned to his soldiers to bring them up to speed. He found them cleaning their weapons. Ares went the other way to the tunnel that the conveyor used to move the stone. Rotating through his filters, he still couldn't see to the end where the belt deposited the raw materials. He'd figure it out as he went. Based on the speed of the belt, he knew he'd have a fraction of a second to act. Whether to jump, shoot, straddle, or something else, he didn't know. He'd have to figure it out and get it right so the soldiers coming in behind him wouldn't suffer a terrible fate.
Fire in the hole!
Frodo shouted. His section flipped the spoons off their grenades and cooked them off for 3 seconds before dropping them down the shaft. The rocket was propelled and took 3 seconds to get to the bottom. The grenades would be about halfway there when they exploded. All things being equal, Frodo reasoned that would take care of business. Grenades exploding in the constrained space would amplify their damage. The soldiers stepped back. They all focused on the buckets dumping crushed stone on the conveyor and flipped over to head back down. A zipper. Coming up and going down. One continuous belt with buckets. It was the apex of simplicity and what humans had been using for centuries. Sometimes, simple was the best solution, even for an advanced silicone-based race. The grenades exploded close together. The elevator jerked free of its supports. A bucket flew out of the hole on the remnants of the belt. The weight of the remaining part in the hole pulled it back down. It cracked like a whip and slammed into the horizontal belt, splitting it in half. The conveyor unloaded into the middle of the dome chamber and sent the belt screaming inward at an obscene speed. Soldiers scattered to avoid getting cut in half. Ares dodged out of the way. He hit the floor and scrambled out of the impact area where the belt was venting its wrath on anything in its way. It was just a belt, not intelligent, but it had the ability to kill. An industrial accident gone wildly awry. An accident caused by their actions. A loud crash and the screech of torn metal came to them from far below. The elevator's death throes. The conveyor continued sending its belt into the chamber, piling loop upon loop at an eye-popping speed. Ares threw Daryl away from the impact area and moved toward the edge of the chamber. The soldiers were as far away from the middle as they could get. Daryl scrambled away to stay close to Ares. It wasn't how Ares wanted it. The challenge with riding the conveyor to the next chamber was now moot. They'd have to do it the hard way. They were going to have to crawl through the tunnel, climbing over the support equipment that guided the belt. It was going to take a long time and be painful. Ares kept his lamentations brief and to himself. He had a mission objective, and it was through that tunnel. Ares section, follow me. He pointed toward the tunnel with his arm. Then Tin Man, Doc, and Frodo and Stubby combined to bring up the rear. Compliance! The soldiers and the section leaders said as one. Chapter 15. Loneliness. There are times in war when, despite the presence of your fellows, you're still all alone. Report, Ares called out. No losses, no injuries. That was good news. We're going down that tunnel and find out what's on the far end. We're going to destroy the manufacturing capacity of this facility. We've cut their base materials. Next is to destroy the rest of it. We have yet to find the home base for the drones. When we find that, we hit them with everything we have left. We find our way back to the surface, whether this way or on the far side. There has to be another exit, because they're not sending the processed ore back this way. That belt went one way. The soldiers waited for the next move. Ares jumped into the tunnel and began to crab walk and climb and crawl. The passage was a mess with sections of the support structure ripped free from the mounts after the violent thrashing of the destroyed belt. A brief scuffle behind him ended when Frodo ordered Daryl toward the middle of the formation. Ares couldn't protect him and engage the enemy if he was second out of the tunnel on the far end. He didn't want Daryl along at all, but to his credit, he was staying out of the way. Ares made progress for the first 100 meters. He cycled back and forth between UV and IR filters. It was pitch black in the tunnel, but he wasn't about to turn on his lights. He didn't want to give the enemy any more advance notice of his arrival than necessary. After another short descent, it leveled out. A blazing heat source dominated the end. Only 200 meters from one chamber to the next. It was a long way to crawl, but at least he wasn't going to get launched unceremoniously at the speed of sound into the smelter. When he reached it, he realized the folly of his earlier plan. There was a space of 3 meters between the end of the tunnel and where the belt spun to the bottom of the conveyor system and started its return journey to the previous room. The raw material on the belt followed a ballistic trajectory forward, dropping into a massive cauldron that heated the materials to liquid before separating them into their basic elements. It was a multi-stage process handled by tremendous machinery that almost filled the large, square chamber. At the far side of the cave, a different material handling system moved the separate minerals through another tunnel, but that was one that the humans wouldn't have to crawl through since vehicles used it, wide and high. Getting there wouldn't be difficult. There was room between the machines for the humans to walk. Even an advanced species had to leave space to conduct maintenance. No machine could operate perpetually, at least not that Ares had seen. He'd blown up his share of alien equipment, and when it started to go, it came apart with great energy, like he had just seen with the elevator and conveyor. The more complex the system, the easier it was to take out, and the more catastrophic its demise. He scanned the area, but didn't see any drones. He didn't see any defensive systems. He took his time, while the soldiers behind him bunched up. Lazarus and Finger were first behind Ares, looking over his shoulders.
Nothing. I'm going in. Wait for my signal.
Ares hung from the opening, using one hand and one boot to hook the ledge while letting his other hand and leg dangle. It reduced the distance of the drop, making it possible to jump from a second-floor window without hurting oneself. They trained for that in boot camp without combat armor. The armor made jumps easier from heights. However, this drop seemed to be about 20 meters. The only place to get a grip glowed red hot, so he had to avoid the smelting furnace. He let go of the ledge and braced himself for the impact. The drop took forever. He watched for obstacles below as he raced toward the ground. When he hit, the suit absorbed most of the compression, but his body took about as much as it could take without breaking something. He froze and looked through 180 degrees, watching carefully for any movement. The enemy was somewhere. Too many drones had escaped the various battles, except the last, where the drones were pinned inside the dome. Ares checked the view without a filter to find there was a subtle glow inside the chamber. He chalked it up to the uranium. He checked the time. Some while remained before the soldiers were scheduled to take another iodine pill. The combat armor was covered in dust. Ares expected that every one of his soldiers glowed.
Don't raise the visor,
he reminded himself, unless he wanted to get a face full of pain and imminent death. He looked for anything he could push into place to lessen the length of the drop from the tunnel. Lazarus hung from the opening as Ares had done. He let go and fell. He landed on all fours and rolled to his feet. That wasn't so bad, he muttered before staggering forward until Ares caught him.
Steady.
Ares bounced his helmet off Lazarus. I'm good, Lazarus replied and stepped away.
Pyramid of bodies. Get enough down here and then stand on each other's shoulders. The rest climb down. I don't need anyone getting hurt.
Ares slapped his swing one's pauldrons. Lazarus returned to the wall and called the instructions up to Finger. She sent the soldiers down, one after another, dropping 20 meters to the ground until there were enough to form a pyramid. Not everyone made the drop in perfect form. 2 of the soldiers limped back to the wall. The rest of the soldiers slid down the human ladder. Ares checked the area. Automated systems went about their business, working from one end of a material processing machine to the other and back again. The Atlanteans. Were they in those maintenance machines? Ares wanted to find out. The smelter and processing machines were winding down. Raw materials had stopped feeding them 30 minutes ago. They were going to shut down from a lack of supply. And then it would cool off in here. Vents in the roof led to the exhaust that they'd seen from the shuttle. That vent had given this area away, but they had to remove the massive amount of heat generated. Just like extreme cold caused problems for machinery, extreme heat was even worse. And this equipment looked like it was operating at peak performance. It didn't vibrate, but hummed with efficiency. Ares quick looked around each corner before proceeding. This place was a model of industry. The material didn't travel farther than it had to between the machines, and it left each one in a different form that could be used quickly. The uranium was processed, but not to the highest level of purity. That would have to happen elsewhere if it were to be enriched to weapons grade. 2 exits, more material handling. Conveyors moving the refined products through tunnels carved into the walls at a height of 5 meters. At floor level, there was another tunnel. This looked like one that catered to vehicles, squarish, with straight walls and a slightly curved ceiling, peaking in the middle. It angled slightly downward, deeper into the moon. Ares heard a faint buzz. He raised his mortar and aimed at the tunnel. The sound grew louder. Like cockroaches running from a burst sewer pipe, drones exploded out of the opening. Ares fired his 8G rocket, judging that it wouldn't bring down the tunnel. That one was different. It was smooth and reinforced. He readied a grenade before the rocket exploded.
Scatter and fire!
Ares shouted toward the soldiers still climbing down the human trellis. Those at the top slid down to join the others on the cave floor. 2 soldiers jumped, refusing to be targets while the others methodically descended. The ladder they had built came apart, and the lower 3 levels of soldiers tumbled to the deck, but it wasn't that far. They only had to climb to their feet, bring their beam rifles to the front, aim, and fire. Mark 71s cracked, just a few at first, but soon all soldiers were firing at the rapidly moving drones. The machinery and their movement kept them from holding aim and burning through the soldiers' armor. It became an amusement park game. Hit the drones while they whizzed through a gap above. Neither drone nor soldier gained an advantage. Neither succumbed to the other's fire. Ares leaned around the corner of the last machine and fired his beam rifle into the tunnel, even though the drones had stopped coming. He wondered how much damage his rocket had done. Lower left, center, upper left, lower right. He moved through a pattern that wasn't a pattern, attempting to force the drones to rethink adding more to what had already entered the huge complex with the smelter and first refining equipment. Mark 71s cracked close to him, and then right behind him.
"What now, boss man?"
Tin Man asked.
"We need to go down there."
Ares sent 6 more shots into the tunnel mouth.
"At least we don't have to climb. What about the bees buzzing overhead?"
Tin Man pointed with the barrel of his rifle toward the ceiling.
"Let those still in the conveyor belt tunnel deal with them. They should have a better angle."
Tin Man flashed his light toward where a constant barrage of fire emanated.
"They're bunched up too tight,"
he said, watching wisps of laser highlighted in the air disturbed by the energy discharges. Beams and more beams painted the exit. But the fire didn't let up. The soldiers weren't being killed. More fire poured from the tunnel mouth.
"The energy beams are disrupting the lasers. As long as they keep up their rate of fire, the lasers aren't holding their aim points,"
Ares explained. They hadn't fired before from such a bunched-up position. Every engagement was different. Advantages were learned the hard way. This time, the drones weren't going to be able to accomplish anything. They must have come to that conclusion, because they exited as quickly as they arrived. They swooped into the tunnel and disappeared. Ares increased his rate of fire, even without being able to target the drones, since they were moving too quickly. More fire joined his, but it didn't last long. The final drone disappeared, unscathed. Ares switched his Mark 71 for a mortar and ran for the tunnel mouth. When he reached the entrance, he made sure the descent was straight. He aimed at the darkness of the void far in the distance and fired. The rocket flew straight and true until it dropped, skipped off the deck, and exploded, sending a wave of shrapnel.
"Next stop, Hades,"
Tin Man said.
"We've already been through the fires of hell. We have more levels to go." "When did you start reading?"
Ares asked, impressed by the references.
"As soon as I was assigned to your section, and during all that time I spent in the hospital recuperating. You know that you have jack all to do while you're healing?" "So I've seen. That's why they drugged me, because I tried to escape," Ares admitted. "Of course you did,"
Tin Man snickered. He checked his section before making his report.
"No new losses. 13 plus me." "Get down here,"
Ares shouted at the conveyor tunnel.
"Compliance."
One soldier immediately hung from the opening before dropping to the floor, and then another and another.
"Time is of the essence. They're down there and regrouping. We need to hit them right now."
Ares moved forward with a deathly purpose and new vigor. He felt the target was in sight. At the bottom of this tunnel, he expected to find where the drones were being manufactured and a stockpile of the silicon life forms, whatever that looked like. There were nuclear weapons down there too, somewhere. Ares assumed his mission included disarming them. He didn't have the first idea how. That wasn't included in the basic soldier training package. Every promotion after that came on survival first and merit second. There weren't too many choices after each battle. There were those who hadn't been in the thick of the fight, and there were those who survived. That was enough merit in many cases. Those who couldn't articulate their prowess and dedication were dead. Survival was its own reward. Ares survived by being the most violent and active soldier on the battlefield. He saw the opportunity in the current situation. The longer he delayed between engagements, the harder the next fight would be. His lip twitched while he waited for the rest of his soldiers to join them. When he couldn't wait any longer, he grabbed Frodo.
"Destroy these machines when your people are here. We'll be downstairs wreaking havoc." "I figured. You better get going."
Frodo waved a loose salute and hurried away. Ares was free to take the fight to the Atlanteans.
Let's go!
He waved for 3 sections of soldiers to follow. One section was cobbled together from the remnants of 2 decimated ones. The grim reality of war. Soldiers were lost, but the mission continued. He ran down the tunnel, loping, but his speed increased with the angle of descent. Tin Man stayed beside him, no matter how fast Ares ran. It was motivating to feel the battle fever rise within. He could feel the engagement coming, and that it would be monumental. It would be the turning point in this war. Chapter 16. Nuclear Fire. There are ebbs and flows in war, like the tides on a planet with heavy moons. Ares slowed. Life was easier with fewer soldiers who were fully engaged, rather than more soldiers who were new. New soldiers tended to become fodder, nothing more than dead bodies. Training. They hadn't done enough before getting assigned to Ares' command. Now they were underground. It was the last place Ares wanted to be, but he wasn't the one who determined the mission. That was the battle planner and the force commander. Ares could have been a battle planner. He'd still be on the ship, somewhere in the void, fighting Atlantean vessels to keep them from landing reinforcements, while wishing the best for the soldiers on the ice. That wasn't him. He was where he needed to be, where he was best employed as an HFP soldier preparing for an upcoming battle. In minutes, maybe even seconds, they'd find the next chamber where the drones had gone. The lasers would lash out and pick off soldiers who stopped moving. Would they be able to fire and maneuver? They passed the spot where Ares' HE rocket had exploded harmlessly. Despite drones filling the corridor, no wreckage was on the floor. The unknowns of battle. Time slowed for Ares the closer he came to the end. The tunnel was only 500 meters long, but Ares felt like he had been running for hours, when it had barely been half a minute. The soldiers with him had caught up. Tin Man, Doc, and Ares' own section. Frodo and Stubby's sections remained behind in the smelting and refining chamber. Originator, hear my prayer. Grant us the glory of victory in this battle with a soulless enemy. In your name. Ares mumbled. It was shorter than his usual, but he had a bad feeling and wanted the boost his faith gave him. He slowed further and held up a fist for the soldiers around him to remain in place. Ares moved to the side of the tunnel and eased forward. The opening ahead was dark in the visual spectrum, but under UV and IR, it was a beehive of activity. More machinery, but something else that was far more. Humanoids, but not living. Androids. There was a cold spot within, a block about the size of the silicon-based life forms who occupied the flying drones. It was warm down here. Ares expected the oxygen content was higher to sustain the biological bodies. He believed there was even more uranium in the air as they went deeper, the heavier element sinking to the lowest level of the cave and tunnel system. Whether it was or not, he'd have to ask Finger since she had the systems to monitor the air. Ares looked into the space where the android-style drones worked a variety of tasks that required less detail than a computerized robot could do, but more than an armless flying drone could perform. It was a wide range of assembly line actions outside of what happened on the line itself. Drones flew casually overhead. It was like they didn't expect to see the humans when this was the only avenue of approach the humans could use. It appeared to be undefended. Ares studied the area, looking for everything he could see without sticking his head out. He moved from one side of the corridor to the other to get an angle in each direction. What were they assembling? The parts on the belts and tables were machined into set shapes. None of that was happening in the previous chamber. That meant the raw materials were sent elsewhere and turned into required parts, which were then assembled into final products in this space. Lethal products. Ares knew what bombs looked like from his study of history and an unfortunate amount of first-hand experience. Ares couldn't get a clear picture of the cavern's size, but it was immense, possibly bigger than the one on Espinar 4. That was large enough to house a city. It was impressive, considering the Atlanteans had not been on Sargon 7 for that long, at least as far as humanity knew. The amount of infrastructure suggested they'd been there for a long time already. The alien races had expanded into the universe before humanity arrived. Who was encroaching on the other's territory? It wasn't Ares' responsibility to figure that out, But if the Atlanteans were using the moon to make nuclear weapons, then no one benefited from such firepower. A radioactive fuel and weapons development program right here in the Sargon system, where humans had established a colony and were growing. The Atlanteans should have established their claim, but that was a human standard. The Atlanteans rebelled once humanity pushed its stake. Ares' orders were simple. Remove the Atlantean presence on Sargon 7. Make it untenable for them to return. Kill them and destroy their equipment, Ares had clarified. Unlike the flying drones, the humanoid androids did not appear to be armed. Ares quietly and carefully backed up the tunnel. Tin Man and Doc closed in around him.
Priority targets are the flying drones. Flying drones? Are there other kinds of drones?
Tin Man wondered. Ares nodded.
Humanoid android-looking things. They aren't armed, as far as I saw. Well, they have arms, but not the weapon kind.
He waited, but the two section leaders weren't in a laughing mood. Frodo was better at making inappropriate jokes at the most inopportune time.
Be careful in there. I think it's a munitions factory, and they're making nukes.
Nukes? Are you telling us to fire our weapons in there? Doc asked. I might advise against that, although it would accomplish the mission if we blew one of the nukes. But there's one minor drawback to that plan. He didn't have to say that it would wipe the humans off the moon as well as the Atlanteans. With the smelter and ore processing systems destroyed, it wouldn't take much to interrupt the entire process. That started with the extraction. But if they cut multiple links in the chain and continued to prevent resupply, this operation was dead in the water. The humans only needed to account for the weapons that had already been built and keep the Atlanteans from getting them off the planet. It created a secondary mission. Ares couldn't just kill the Atlanteans and destroy their equipment.
We enter the Crucible, where every shot must be well aimed. The alternative is to let them kill us, which is no alternative whatsoever. We will go in there, and we'll go in firing. We hit the bombs, we all die,
Ares stated. So we don't hit the bombs, Doc stated matter-of-factly.
Brief your people, we going too.
Ares gestured toward the cave entrance. He brought his section together and told them what he wanted.
Aim high. Don't hit those bombs. If the drones drop down to eye level, use your Mark 71 like a club and batter them into non-existence. We spread out and keep moving. The drones don't want to hit the bombs either.
Compliance, the soldiers replied together, but quietly. Ares continued to glance at the opening.
We hit it fast and spread out. Tin Man left, Doc right.
Tin Man and Doc nodded that they were ready. Ares counted down on his fingers. When he hit one, he slashed his arm toward the opening and bolted for it. He ran straight through and into the main assembly area. A barrage of laser weapons and energy beams converged on the opening. The second half of Ares' section fell under the onslaught. Ares fired at the source of the beams. Multiple defensive systems, disguised as part of the assembly equipment. Ares took out one to his front and over his head. Lazarus attacked to the right and Finger to the left. Each had one soldier with them. They poured their firepower into the defensive systems, left, right, and middle. The systems exploded simultaneously, as if designed to. An energy barrier shimmered into existence, trapping Ares, Finger, Lazarus, and two other soldiers. The ground was clear, and no equipment was within the barrier that went from the floor to the ceiling. Doc and Tin Man fired from the tunnel entrance into the energy field. The beams made the screen crackle with the discharges, but the barrier stood strong while the soldiers without fired helplessly at it. Ares and the soldiers within fired at the same spots, but the energy pulsed from ceiling to floor. It didn't weaken the field at all.
Cease fire,
Ares called. He studied the cage in which they found themselves. Lazarus paced like a trapped tiger, nearly incensed with the futility. Finger watched him. Will 3 and Swing 3 waved their Mark 71s in the air as they looked for targets. There would be none. The barrier was complete. Ares and his people were isolated.
Settle down, Lazarus,
Ares growled. The soldier didn't want to, but being with Ares made it better. If anyone knew what to do, it would be their section leader.
I doubt this is a trap to catch soldiers like us. They had different defenses that were meant for us.
He glanced through the energy screen at the armored bodies littering the floor of the cave.
This is to contain a nuclear explosion, I suspect. It's a safety barrier to protect this equipment and the workers within in case of an accident.
So how do we get out?
Finger asked.
That's a lot of energy they're pumping into this thing,
Ares replied.
How long can they maintain it? We might have to simply wait.
Which isn't so simple, Lazarus stated, having already reached the depression stage following his frenetic first response. He locked his combat armor's legs and tried to relax into his suit.
Not simple at all. We only have air for a few days. We lost 6 soldiers. The rest are in that tunnel, but they might not be trapped. We're going to survey our assets and then determine how we can employ them to continue toward accomplishing our mission objective.
We might die right here, Lazarus groaned. Ares thumped him on the arm.
You of all people should know that you're not dead until you're dead. If you let it get in your head that you're already finished, then you are.
Sorry, Lazarus said.
I'm not ready to pack it in yet. I won't give up, ever, even while they're lowering the curtains and shutting off the lights.
Ares smacked one armored fist into the other.
Let's see what Tin Man and Doc have to say.
Ares faced the tunnel entrance and flashed his light. Tin Man flashed back.
There we go,
Ares said. He flashed the signal.
Find the energy source for this barrier and take it out. Defensive systems left, right, and center are down.
Tin Man replied.
Stand by. Face outboard and be ready to go.
Ares ordered his people, pointed them into positions in a circle halfway across the 10-meter circular energy barrier.
Remember, airborne drones only. And by all that's holy, don't shoot any of those bombs.
Tin Man looked at Doc.
They got Ares.
He's fine. Full soldiers made it, in addition to him, and they took out the defensive systems. At least, they took out the ones that were firing. Doc replied.
6 soldiers are down,
Tin Man observed.
The rest of Ares' section. We have to get them out.
The injured? Doc asked. He stared out through the tunnel opening at the soldiers on the cave floor. I'm not sure any of them survived.
I'm talking about Ares,
Tin Man replied. Ares flashed his message through the energy barrier. The light diffused, but not enough to interrupt the dots and dashes of the HFP's primary communication system, Morse code. He wants us to figure out how this thing is powered and take it out, Doc muttered. Doc and Tin Man, as well as every other soldier, knew Morse code. Everyone watching received the message loud and clear. They didn't want to send anyone into the chamber because of the uncertainty that the defensive systems had been taken down by Ares' section. Doc moved forward, but slowed to a crawl as he got close to the exit. He stayed on one side, looking up and down at what he could see. He moved his head close to the edge, but didn't go beyond. He backed up and went to the other side to do the same thing.
What are you doing?
Tin Man wondered. It's what Ares did. Looking for threats. Doc stared at him.
And Ares survived through violence of action. We didn't even get out the door because of the firepower concentrated at the entrance. But he eliminated those systems. There might be more, but we're not going to find them in here, are we?
Tin Man called his section together.
We're going through there, and we're going left, just like Ares ordered. Move fast and shoot at any weapons coming our way. Aim high to avoid those bombs. Kill the flying drones after any static defenses. Any questions?
That's a negatory, bad buddy, Wheel 2 stated. He played with his fingers, seemingly disinterested in everything else going on. He was aware, though. He had a habit of twiddling his fingers when he couldn't use the rest of his body. His mind was always engaged. Tin Man didn't bother talking with him about it. There hadn't been any time. They were all in. If there was another defensive system, they would lose people.
Maintain your spacing. If they have more energy shields, then we could get trapped inside. We don't want the whole section taken out of play. Once inside, we're going to find a power source for those screens. It has to be pumping out a huge amount of energy. It should glow like a star-going supernova. We'll take it out, unless it's a nuclear reactor. Then we'll take it out smartly without causing a meltdown. Wheel 2 chuckled. Fair enough, Tin Man. Compliance. The others quickly followed with their own. Compliance. Left as fast as we can. Keep moving. He brought his section close to the edge and crouched, ready to sprint out of the tunnel mouth. He didn't want to hold up anyone behind him, but he knew that he had to be first. It was part of being the section leader. Lead by example. Lead from the front. It wasn't for the weak of heart. Tin Man bolted through the entrance, planted his right foot, and pushed hard to his left. He shot a panel mounted on the wall, even though it hadn't fired at him. He hammered it until it was shattered and fell to the ground. The soldiers gathered around, shooting at anything and everything that moved, including androids. Belay that! Tin Man roared, angry at the lack of fire discipline. I had a clear shot, the swing soldier countered. Don't argue with me. I told you to aim high. Now cease fire, Swing 5. Tin Man took a hard step toward the soldier. He hadn't seen belligerence before, but he had to bring it under control immediately. Swing 5 put all their lives at risk. The soldiers fired toward the ceiling, where the flying drones flitted back and forth, seemingly without purpose. A barrage downed a single drone. Lasers reached out from on high. Move! Tin Man shouted, but the lasers focused on him, the one in charge. He dodged and fired, then moved again, but the lasers had already punched through the arm of his suit. He laughed at the drones. They'd shot his artificial arm. It punched through both sides of the sleeve. Tin Man kept moving. Luck was on his side, but he didn't count on more of that. There was only so much luck afforded a soldier in battle. Doc led his section into the chamber, turning hard to the right once he left the tunnel. That area was populated by smaller equipment, but it was still taller than the soldiers. It was spaced out, and androids moved between the gear with some purpose. And then there were storage racks half filled with bombs. The safest place to be was where the Atlanteans wouldn't shoot. Doc's section raced to where the bomb racks stood. They tightened in around the racks and aimed outward. The flying drones hugged the ceiling, but resisted firing at the soldiers who were so close to the bombs. With the nukes at their back, the soldiers banged away, sending beam after beam toward the drones hovering around the ceiling. They jinked erratically to avoid the incoming fire. Hey! Ares shouted from behind the force field. Get us out of here! Doc's section had temporarily lost their focus. If they weren't being shot at, then they could find and destroy the power source for the energy shield. Coming! Doc yelled back. Cease fire! Find what's charging that field! He pointed. Energy like that didn't appear out of thin air. It needed an emitter to focus it. It needed a massive amount of power. It should have been obvious. Chapter 17. Secure. Blowing a nuclear stockpile would be problematic. Best to secure it instead. Ares grew impatient. It was taking too long for his soldiers to blast the whatever that produced the energy barrier, keeping him and 4 others inside. It was strong enough to contain a nuclear blast, but it had to weaken over time. It had to, because the alternative was unsavory. Finding Ares and his soldiers dead from lack of air, water, and/or radiation poisoning didn't appeal to him at all. Worse than that, he was helpless to do anything about it. Finger had already tried to blast the rocky floor to create an opening beneath the field, but the energy screen filled the gap instantly. It went from physical floor to ceiling, no matter where those 2 endpoints were. They didn't have the time or equipment to dig a tunnel, but... Carve out a rock, 1.5 meters wide. Let's see if we can lift it. Give us a way to crawl underneath the barrier. Using their Merc 71s, they cut into the rock, making a rectangle, but only on one side. As long as it was attached beyond the barrier, they couldn't move it, no matter how much they used their suits and all the strength in their bodies. Stop, Ares ordered. We might need the last of our power packs and strength when our people get us out of here.
Ares tried to relax. Lasers crisscrossed the air above and around Tin Man's section. They fired back in steady barrages. No one was firing on full auto, but they were pulling the triggers quickly. It was an endless stream of energy beams that lanced the ceiling. The first soldier fell, and then a second. Doc's section shot random pieces of equipment, carefully, looking to find the one that powered the barrier. Ares agreed with the methodology. Finger raised her hand. "Radiation levels are rising," she called out. Of course, radiation could penetrate the energy barrier. Gamma waves went through everything, even the extra protection of their suits. "Iodine now," Ares directed. "Iodine!" he shouted through at Tin Man. He turned to bellow the same order at Doc. "Compliance," Tin Man replied while firing toward the ceiling. He caught a glimpse of Doc's section laying waste to every piece of equipment. "Wheels 2 and 3. Shoot the androids. 1 shot, 1 kill," Tin Man ordered. "If you don't have a clear shot, don't take it. The rest of you, start shooting those big machines. On high. Don't hit the bombs." Tin Man took the first shot. Nothing happened. He adjusted his aim point and fired a second time, into the biggest piece of equipment in the chamber. It sparked and erupted spectacularly. A light flashed on it, and 2 androids hurried over. Wheel 2 shot the first one, and Wheel 3 shot the second. Swing 1 cried out and fell. Green laser beams dotted every member of the section. Tin Man bolted forward. The others moved as well, but too slowly. 2 more soldiers fell. "Shoot the drones!" Tin Man cried out, bouncing off equipment and the androids to keep moving while shooting toward the ceiling, trying to get a clear shot. Wheel 2 went down. Wheel 3 charged into the androids, firing when he pressed the barrel against their midsection where the silicon life form was located. He blasted 5 before the flying drones took him out. Tin Man used the big machine as cover, staying under an overhang and sniping airborne drones that stayed in one area long enough to target. He snap-fired at machines nearest him until he missed a bomb by a hand's breadth. His imminent demise didn't mean he had to put his fellow soldiers at risk. He took a deep breath and tried to ground himself, but the activity in the chamber was frenetic. Energy beams filled the air. Lasers came from everywhere and nowhere. The barrier crackled in the center of the room, securing 5 of their soldiers, who stood helplessly and waited. They waited for someone like Tin Man to free them. He shouted his war cry and stepped out to shoot the machines closest to the barrier, even a box on the cave floor. Anything and everything that might power that beast and prevent them from winning this fight. Divide and conquer. The Atlanteans didn't need to have drones firing from inside the energy barrier to eliminate Ares and his people. They only needed to wait them out. That didn't work for the humans. They needed to attack, destroy, and move on. That was their mission. The Atlanteans had only one use for nuclear weapons: to use them on their enemies, of which humanity seemed to be at the top of the list. Tin Man hit the box a second time, and it exploded with the force of a small sun. He was lifted off his feet and tossed like a child into the machine behind him. The metal dented with the impact, and he slid to the ground. The energy barrier disappeared. It didn't drop like a curtain. It was simply gone. Ares took off running toward the far side of the chamber. Finger, Lazarus, Swing 3, and Wheel 3 followed. Ares butt-stroked an android with his Mark 71, breaking the walking drone in half. It toppled, unable to move. Every android in their way received the same treatment. The 5 cleared a path, 10 meters wide, across the chamber. A bomb fell and rolled across the floor. Swing 3 picked it up and kept running. His weapon rotated under his arm on its sling when he needed both hands to carry the device. Ares didn't ask him what he was going to do with it, but the enemy didn't fire at him while he carried it. But then again, he couldn't fire back. A stalemate that didn't benefit the human soldiers. Doc moved a step away from the bombs and fired toward the ceiling. His section delivered a barrage that drove the drones toward Ares' escape. The ebb and flow of battle raged through the massive space. So many walking drones. Too many flying drones with equipment they could hide behind. Too many bombs that could obliterate them all. A single soldier burst from the tunnel and ran at full speed across the chamber, staying in the open the entire time. Drones lined up to paint him with their lasers. During that moment of pause, The soldiers still upright in Doc and Tin Man sections sent their energy beams skyward, straight and true. Drones sparked and fell. Emboldened, the soldiers stepped farther into the open, aiming toward the ceiling so they could pounce on any drone that flew from behind a machine. The flying craft formed an arrow as they fled to the far side of the cavern, as if they were going after Ares personally. But they flew past and disappeared into a tunnel beyond. They were moving so fast, it was impossible to get a count, but there had been far more still flying than anyone had guessed. Tin Man walked out from under the overhang that had been turned into a sieve with a number of laser holes cut through it. His armor had been peppered, but not with enough power or duration to penetrate. Machinery sounds were faint, as if only one or two were operating. Shuffling feet pointed out where the androids continued their tasks. Maybe the Atlanteans weren't driving the android bodies, because they worked almost mindlessly, as if they'd been programmed and forgotten. Doc picked up on the aura. "Charge!" he yelled. It was an HFP command that all soldiers were trained to understand, but his people didn't know what they were charging. After a few steps, Doc realized his soldiers weren't following. "The androids! Take them out, all of them!" He made a beeline for the nearest android and clocked the creature with a vertical butt stroke that lifted it off its feet and dumped it unceremoniously on its back. He hammered the end of the beam rifle into the thing's chest, but then recoiled from the violence of his own actions and the mess of the supposed artificial body. This wasn't alive, was it? They had all wondered after seeing the androids in action in the middle of the firefight. Tin Man walked across the floor on the other side of a series of raised workbenches, where the androids had been assembling the parts to create the small bombs. Fissile material. Tin Man identified them using the systems in his suit, which was the combat armor of a point soldier. He saw the glow from the small spheres on the table, so he took a bin from beneath and collected them. He didn't know what he was going to do with them, but taking them out of circulation made sense to him. Doc moved around the area, searching for more targets. He stopped and stood still, shushing his soldiers. They did the same. Still and steady. Tin Man stopped what he was doing. The other soldiers followed suit. "Who ran across the cave? What moron made themselves a target?" Tin Man asked after the silence grew uncomfortable. "Daryl, was that you? Bold and stupid. So unlike you." Daryl turned around from where he stood by Ares. "Someone had to break the impasse. The ice bridge has broken and the chasm opened. Death comes to the unwary and delivers harshly. It was my pleasure to help the brave soldiers of Ares' command." Daryl bowed, complete with an exaggerated arm sweep. "Couldn't have done it without you, Daryl," Doc quipped. "Injured?" "No," Daryl replied, but Doc hadn't been talking to him. Both Tin Man's section and Ares' section had paid a high price in the Battle of the Great Chamber. A dozen soldiers were on the rocky floor. Doc went to them, one by one, happy to find one alive. "Swing One, good to see you're still with us," he said. Tin Man returned to his people, leaving the bin filled with small nuclear cores on a workbench. "Swing One, you old dog." "I'm 20 years old," the soldier mumbled. "My leg hurts, and my back." "Your leg is shot, but I've activated your suit's tourniquet and given you some pain drugs. As for your back, that's a graze, but right across a bunch of nerve endings. It's like a long friction burn. Painful, but not doing any damage to your body. Suck it up, pincushion." Swing One groaned. "Don't tell me that's what you're going to call me," he grunted through the stiffness and numbness that came with the painkillers. "Too long. You'll be Pinky for short. Congratulations. You're my first named soldier." "Thanks, Doc. You suck." "You're welcome." Doc looked at the 5 dead and then at Tin Man. Tin Man hung his head. "This darkens my soul." "We'll take 'em back to the shuttle," Stubby offered. Frodo stood behind her in the tunnel. He hadn't been in on the action, and he regretted it. Too many soldiers had fallen to the drones. He was convinced he could have helped. This tunnel was wide, tall, and smooth, but the one from the smelting chamber to the surface didn't lend itself to an easy transit. It would be a major operation to get the fallen soldiers through the conveyor tunnel. No, Ares interjected. 6 of his soldiers lie dead near the entrance to the tunnel. Move them to the side and we'll continue on. This place is hotter than I like. It's glowing in here. The objective of this mission is not here. It's ahead. He pointed across the chamber. When he was on the far side, the exit tunnel had been there, just like the entrance tunnel. Same size and shape, same downward slope, and same exit for the flying drones. What's down there? We can rig the nukes to explode and light this place up. No one will ever have any use of this stuff ever again, and we can get the hell out of here, Tin Man suggested. I've had my fill of these Atlanteans. I don't even know if they're dead. He waved indiscriminately at the drones that littered the floor. Stubby gestured for 2 other soldiers to help her. Doc and Tin Man directed their sections to assist. Ares looked over the dead. They had lost the equivalent of a full section in this one chamber, when they couldn't afford to lose another soldier. He pulled the section leaders together. Daryl helped himself into the short meeting. An android appeared behind them. Frodo stepped sideways, caught the walking drone, and with the power of his suit, twisted until he broke it in half. It flopped on the ground, jerking slower and slower until it stopped. Frodo couldn't tell if it was dead. Just like the flying drones. He produced his combat knife. We should cut it open and see if there's one of those silicon gel monsters inside. Harmless silicon life forms, unless they find a weapon to put themselves into. Ares nodded. Let's see. If there are, then we need to sequester them. Frodo cut across the midsection until he hit something hard. A metal pan, just like they found in the flying drones. He pulled it free of the android, which was much like a human in that it was a biological entity. A blood-like goo spread across the cave floor. Inside the pan was a silicon being. I guess they are driving these things around. Ares blew out a hard breath. Collect those bodies and dump them into one of their machines. Do we have enough explosives to booby-trap it? Frodo pointed to the dead soldiers where Stubby was consolidating them and collecting their usable gear, food, and water. She stood beside a pile of grenades they'd collected. Pass them out. Check your loadout. Any power pack that has more than yours, swap it out. Everyone should have at least 1 rocket.
2 flechettes,
Stubby announced from the growing collection.
Want them?
Ares straightened. I'll take them. And 2 HE rockets, if they're available. Stubby collected the ammunition and delivered it to Ares. He refilled the pouches on his harness. Section leaders, make sure your people drink water and have taken their 2nd iodine pill. Ares stepped away from the others. Daryl followed. Ares wanted a few moments to think through his next steps, but Daryl had his own agenda that didn't always coincide with the soldiers' goals.
What now?
The reporter asked. Still thinking about that, Ares admitted. He took another step away, hoping that Daryl would get the hint, but he should have known better. You're going down there, aren't you? Deeper into the moon. Maybe you can roll one of those nukes down there and call it a day. Your grasp of military strategy and tactics has not improved. The deeper we blow a nuke, the greater the chance we break the moon apart. No, Daryl. We have to go down there and see to it personally.
I was at the briefing. All you were supposed to do is recce the site and determine follow-on forces. They didn't say you had to do the whole mission yourself. You're putting these people at risk. Unnecessarily, I might add. How many have you lost?
Daryl's memory was selective. The mission had included more. Much more. Patience was the hardest virtue for a soldier to embrace. Hurry up and wait, or simply tolerate the reporter's nonsense. Ares sighed. He didn't want to immediately respond, because he'd end up body-slamming the belligerent man who had saved their lives by flying the skinny shuttle back on Prime. That alone bought him some latitude. Do you not remember how we landed here? That we were under attack, or that the ships in orbit were engaged in combat? How are they going to send follow-on forces?
I'm sure they won that fight. You should check and call them in.
Ares was sure that Daryl had seen his limit of death during this campaign. Once he topped out, he became intolerable for his desire to run away. He called it something else, but the result was the same. Soldiers called it a tactical retrograde rather than a retreat or surrender. They have nuclear weapons, Daryl. We don't use such things. Until a couple months ago, any weapons whatsoever were prohibited on ships. But then the skinnies abrogated the treaty. Good thing we ignored the prohibition, although we didn't use them until they were used on us. We're the good guys, Daryl. But the good guys don't always win.
Then what are we doing here? Daryl demanded. If we can't win, why are we mucking about underground? Follow Frodo's advice and blow this moon to Kingdom Come.
And then go where? If we've lost, there won't be any of our ships in orbit. If we have won, then they'll expect us to complete this mission. We're close, and we're going to do it. We're going to take down the entirety of the Atlantean operation.
You've already taken it down.
Daryl shook his head and rammed his gloved fingers into his helmet, having forgotten that he couldn't comb his fingers through his hair.
Blow this place and let's go.
As an impartial observer, you don't have a vote on how this mission goes. Ares held up his hand to forestall further argument. There's only one person who gets a vote, and that's me, because I'm responsible. I'll listen to my section leaders, and I'll do my best to keep as many soldiers alive as possible while doing what it takes to satisfy our objective. That's threefold now. Remove Sargon 7 as a resource and make the moon untenable for the enemy. The third objective is to capture those nukes and turn them over to the HFP for reuse. Since the Atlanteans are making them, I think we probably need to have them too, for a deterrent if nothing else.
Humanity with nukes. I never thought I'd live to see the day.
Daryl moped away. Once nuclear weapons had been banned on Earth, not even rogue states attempted to acquire them. The technology had been turned toward space travel instead, where they found aliens. And oddly, found that they might need nuclear weapons once more, but humanity had remained stalwart in not building or using them. Better us than the Atlanteans. At least we know not to use them unless there is absolutely no other choice. Ares called after him. He trusted his leaders, the force commander and battle planners like Dante. He also trusted his soldiers. They had accomplished much on this campaign, and had lost many. But the end was in sight. Ares was positive the next chamber would answer his outstanding questions. He was also sure that if they were to win this fight, he'd have to lead the way. It wasn't anything he could task the others to do. Chapter 18. Battle Scars. The fight continues to rage, outside as well as in. Once Daryl was gone, Ares walked slowly to the far tunnel. He stared down it, using his UV and IR filters as well as the natural light version, which was illuminating, since there was some light in the cave walls. A luminescence possibly from being irradiated by uranium. Ares thought things through. Standard formation with him at the front. He checked his armor. It had more than surface scratches. There were more pinpoints than he could count. None of them had penetrated. It made him wonder how much radiation protection remained. Radiation sickness. That was no way to die. He felt the urge to take another iodine pill, but that wouldn't do what he wanted, which was prevent any damage from gamma, beta, and alpha particles. Alpha particles were stopped by any barrier, like the combat armor, as were beta particles, but gamma. Those penetrated anything except the upgraded shielding, but that wouldn't last, and the closer the soldiers were to the exposed cores, the worse it would be. The injuries wouldn't show up for a while. His exposure hadn't been bad enough for him to feel it. He flexed his joints. Nothing. He'd keep going until he couldn't. He had faith in his equipment. It had protected him in every previous campaign. Daryl stormed back to Ares. And another thing, on Pan Minor and Pan Major, you fought for food. On Espinar, it was about mining. Here, it's nuclear weapons. You should be appalled and refuse to comply. Take this moon out from orbit. Allow no one to use it. Daryl, did you get enough sleep last night? Ares asked. I didn't get any sleep. Coming down here with you is always a trial. Yet you still come. You volunteered for this, remember? The soldier taunted. Daryl stepped closer, nearly bumping chest armor. You could take more care of the civilians in your charge. At least you're not carrying a weapon, unless you want to, and you probably should. But I have no control over you, since you're a neutral observer. Yet I want to give you the order to pick up a beam rifle and prepare to fire, even though I know you won't follow it. Nice stream of consciousness. Daryl moped his way through his cognitive dissonance. He wasn't going to get what he wanted. The exact opposite was coming his way. They were going deeper into the moon. Ares loaded a flechette round into his mortar. He hoped the drones would come at him en masse within the tunnel. That was the perfect environment for firing flechette rounds. That suggested Ares probably wouldn't get the opportunity to take the shot. He didn't dwell on the fact that one of his soldiers had flechette rounds left over after engagements where they would have come in handy. Ares was ready to go, but time dragged. Stuffing the androids into one of the machines and booby-trapping it was taking too long. The enemy was down there preparing their defense, getting ready for the final human assault. Ares stepped back and checked the chamber's walls for conveyors or other material transport systems. He couldn't understand how the processes worked. From the smelter to the next chamber to finished parts to complete weapon systems. Did they manufacture anything else? He still had too many unknowns where he should see the whole picture. Ares shook it off. A soldier never had the full picture in battle. Never. A soldier could only fill in the blanks with educated guesses. The drones had gone down the tunnel, but the bombs were in this chamber. Doc, Ares called. Doc joined Ares after one final bit of direction to his soldiers. What can we do with that fissile material that won't kill us? That is a damn good question. At least we're handling them with gloves on, but I think our suits are going to have to get jettisoned into space once we're out of here. We take the cores with us? Ares asked. I don't think we want to irradiate the shuttles. We don't have anything to shield them within. Also way too heavy. We can carry them in smaller bundles, if we could find a lead lining for a tub. Ares suggested. Keep the cores to send them into the solar system star or turn them over to the weapons division for further exploitation and integration. Daryl had been right about one thing. Humans, and especially soldiers, didn't want to use nuclear weapons. A deterrent was only as good as one's willingness to use it. A doomsday scenario. Who would pull the trigger? Ares was torn. He thought about concocting an accident where the cores would be destroyed. Remove them from anyone's use. But what about material that had already been transferred to ships waiting in space? Deterrent. Or complete obliteration. If no one had them, then everyone was safe. If only one side had them, no one was safe. What if everyone had them? It was too much for Ares to get his head wrapped around. The players with nukes would be given a seat at the table and leverage for better terms in any treaty. But, so many buts. Trust was hard to earn and easily lost. What should we do with those things? Ares asked. Doc pointed to himself. You're asking me? I don't have the foggiest. I'm looking for input. I don't want our people injured by the radiation. I don't want to leave the cores here for any scumbag to come along and take. It's a hard decision. Doc nodded. Sorry, I wasn't making light. I was only being honest. I doubt any of us can help. This is one of those times where it's better to not be in charge. We're not envious of you, Ares. You're the right man for the job, which means that sometimes you stand alone when making the hard decisions. No matter what you decide, someone will find fault with it, but you already know that. I do, Ares agreed. Thanks, Doc. We blow the whole lot and let the miners figure out how to mine a moon that's been blasted apart. Frodo offered on his way to join them. Daryl walked behind him, curious as to what Ares was talking about with the section leaders. If we break up the moon, pieces of it could hit the planet. That would be catastrophic. It's a mesoplanet. It supports life. I'm not going to risk the deaths of every living thing down there. Then your decision is easy, Frodo shrugged. If we can't risk them blowing up here, then we have to take them with us. 10 man, He spotted him across the cavern. Find some lead. We need to wrap those cores. They're coming along. Tin Man had collected one tub to near bursting. He pulled out a second tub, dumped the parts within on the cave floor, and separated the cores into 2 equal loads. He set up a third tub, and then went in search of lead or another heavy metal that would shield them. He recruited all the soldiers who wore point suits because they could conduct rudimentary geological scans. Finger was the first to reply. "The conveyor." She pointed overhead. "The belt is resistant." "That makes sense," Darrow said, watching the orchestration and machinations of securing this chamber and its weapons. "What do we do with those?" Frodo asked, pointing toward the bomb rack holding the finished product. Completed bombs. 8 of them. And at least another 20 in the pipeline, based on the number of shiny balls that were the enriched uranium cores now in 2 tubs. "Maybe the decision is not so easy," Frodo admitted. "No," Ares allowed. "We bring it all with us. The bombs probably aren't as dirty as the exposed cores. Check them out." "Compliance." Frodo summoned his surviving point soldier and headed for the weapons rack. "Sir?" Lazarus interrupted. "There's something happening." Ares followed where his soldier was pointing his weapon down the tunnel. The sound came to him. Soldiers marching in step. The buzz from the drones. Ares rotated his mortar to the front and aimed down the tunnel. "Send an HE round down there," he ordered. Lazarus checked his mortar, aimed slightly above the last rise in the sloping floor, and pulled the trigger. The rocket launched from the barrel and flew straight down in the middle of the corridor, disappearing over the rise. It exploded shortly after. The marching feet didn't hesitate. The buzzing came through stronger than ever. "Cover!" Ares shouted. He moved to the side of the tunnel with one flechette round loaded, and another in the optimal place on his vest for the quickest reload possible. He expected to use both rounds in rapid succession. Despite his earlier concerns about using HE, he was gaining the appreciation of the rounds and that the tunnels could withstand the blasts. "HE! 4 rounds, now!" Frodo aimed and fired. Of course his mortar was loaded, as it always should be. What good was a weapon that wasn't loaded? The soldiers stopped their efforts to get the conveyor belt. "Finger, keep working. Get that belt off the rollers, as much as you can," Ares ordered with his speaker booming. Doc sent an HE round down the tunnel. Frodo's wheel soldier followed, and then Frodo sent a second one downrange. The explosions daisy-chained in the distance, one after another. The marching feet stopped. The buzzing stopped. The tunnel fell silent. Doc stayed on his knee, mortar reloaded and waiting. "There's 0 chance we killed them all." "0," Ares agreed. It was never good to assume a best-case scenario. Assume the worst, and learn the truth as you progressed. "We wait." Frodo had been ready to step off. "Reki, maybe take a look-see," he suggested. It sounded exactly like something that would draw us out from cover. A picture grew clearer in his mind. "They want this chamber. My bet is that down there," he pointed into the tunnel, "is where they're making the drones. The uranium is mined close to this equipment and processed here. Parts and pieces are manufactured elsewhere and moved here while others are made right here. It's convenient to the sources. This is the FOME, the focus of the Atlanteans' main effort regarding manufacturing." Frodo nodded. "So no need to go deeper into the moon?" Ares shook his head. "Thank God!" Darrow cried out. "Being here is one thing. Holding this against an attack will be something completely different," Ares explained. "I finally believe I know what they're going to do." "And that's why you're the man," Frodo stated. He looked to the others to make sure no one disagreed. "As long as we have the nukes, they'll be coming for us." "Doesn't explain why they abandoned this chamber to us in the first place," Darrow wondered. "Because they were at risk of losing their flying drones," Ares replied. "What we saw in their grand exodus is probably all they have left. We can deal with that. The marching feet? Maybe they have more androids down there.
but I'm not sure they are sufficient to work as soldiers. They might give them weapons, but being a soldier is a lot more than just carrying a gun. Those might have been projected sounds and not real feet. Real soldiers are different. Better. Hear, hear. Frodo threw one hand in the air in a mini celebration. I knew we were more than pretty faces, boss man. Tin Man snickered. Stubby brought one grenade to Ares.
That's the last of the recovered ammunition. Power packs with more than 20% capacity remaining have been all given out. We've been a little lax in our fire discipline. What do you have left?
Ares checked his Mark 71. 18%. 10 in my spare. He patted his harness.
28% total. That puts you near the bottom in the who can fire the most extravaganza.
I'll have to control myself a little better. Thanks for the comeuppance.
Ares gently clapped her on the back.
Or maybe you don't put yourself on point,
she countered.
That's not going to happen, so I'll hoard these flechette rounds and fire them when I can do the most damage. I'll be fine, Stubby. Be ready to back me up.
He gestured toward the soldiers gathering around.
All of you. Search and destroy, Frodo suggested. That's what I'm thinking.
A mission to hit the enemy from a direction they didn't expect, inflict maximum damage, and then recover to a secondary assembly area. They needed to exploit the material transport corridors.
Find a way down there that is not this tunnel.
Ares gestured toward Lazarus and the other two soldiers from his section.
Hold this tunnel. We won't be far.
Ares circled the perimeter of the manufacturing and assembly chamber. He'd be looking for exits and entrances leading into and out of this area. Frodo went in the opposite direction to see things from a different angle. When they met on the far end, Ares was first to report.
2 feed tunnels, but both are on the side leading into those 2 machines.
He pointed at the 2 biggest pieces of gear, 20 meters high and 100 wide. They each appeared to spit out machined parts of various sizes into a series of collection bins toward the middle of the chamber.
None on that side, Frodo said.
He climbed on top of a workbench.
We should put a few snipers on top of the machines, just in case the drones return. We can't let them operate with impunity. Concur, Ares said. I'll take care of it. Put your infiltration team together. Compliance.
Frodo selected 4 from his section and headed for the conveyor nearest to the tunnel, and voted most likely to get them closer to the next level down. Ares took the other 4 from Frodo's section and directed them to climb to the top of the machines. 2 on each side of the chamber. Both pairs searched for a way up. Ares took stock of the situation. Finger had 3 soldiers ripping up the conveyor that led from the smelting chamber. She was making progress, but it would take more time. The belt was made of a resilient material that required punching holes through it with a Mark 71, and then 2 soldiers at a time to twist it apart. 5 soldiers were in the shuttle. 2 soldiers were injured from those who made up the remaining 15. 3 guarded the tunnel leading down. 4 were finding their way upward to provide vertical coverage and prevent the drones from gaining a tactical advantage should they return to the nuke chamber. Soldiers were scattered across the chamber doing a variety of tasks. Most were avoiding the nuclear cores in the 2 tubs and the completed bombs in the rack. They'd been on the go for a while. If he could get his people an hour or 2 of sleep, they'd be better off. Once he realized that he had reached the treasure trove and the enemy could come to him, it finally gave him the advantage he'd been looking for. He couldn't flank this enemy. Not down here. The tunnels were too constrictive. If they ran into 2 more Atlantean defensive pillars, the humans would be eliminated. The only ones remaining would be in the shuttle on the surface. They would never know they were under attack until it was too late. The human resistance on Sargon 7 would be over. Victory hung in the balance, teetering precariously in favor of one side and then the other. If the Atlanteans had more drones than Ares suspected, they'd have the advantage. If they had armed the walking drones with any kind of capability, they could pin the humans and make them more vulnerable to the flying drones' lasers. Ares needed Frodo to be successful. He needed the Atlanteans to make a desperate attempt to retake the final assembly chamber. Then he could draw them into a kill zone and destroy them with withering fire from his remaining soldiers. Instead of every soldier fighting for themselves, he'd have them working in concert, delivering barrages to an enemy that had to take risks. He had them right where he wanted them. Odd numbers, find a hole and get an hour of sleep. Even numbers, stand watch. All soldiers, we will defend this chamber to the last one of us. They will throw everything they have at us to recover those nukes. Last soldier standing, light the torch and destroy it all. Which meant risking the planet below, but they couldn't allow the Atlanteans to have their nukes. Ares knew that beyond a shadow of a doubt. Chapter 19. Accordin. If you can't have something, make sure the enemy doesn't get it either. Ryle Twink stared at the screen. He didn't see any of the icons dancing across it. He only saw the red haze of his complete failure. The delegates were leaving. The only ones who had stayed were the skinnies. Renganal stood beside him. He towered over the diplomat, but he was thin, as the Renice were. "Why the long face?" Renganal asked, laughing at a joke which only made sense among the humans. But he appreciated the play on words. "What?" Ryle asked, pulling out of his descent into self-loathing. "Long face? Is it that obvious?" "You look positively Renice." Renganal continued to shake in the way that the skinnies did when they laughed. "What point are you trying to make? It's not my best day, and I'm having a hard time making sense of anything." Renganal sobered. "We have sent the 7th Army to Sargon. They will be there within the hour. That is a win. The Renice will solve your problem with the Atlanteans. We will rescue Ares. We are still a dominant power in this galaxy. Humanity needs our help." "We do. We've never made a secret of that, but the others seem to take offense at anything the Renice do. You are their sworn enemy, and will be for some time to come, until they realize that none of us want war. You don't, do you?" "Not I, surely. The old leaders are gone. They wanted war more than anything else. But with the wars, the people at home had purpose. Without wars, we're not sure what our purpose is." "That's a hard question, Renganal. The purpose of a species. We seek to expand our understanding of the universe, make our own lives better while doing it. War is the last thing a species needs to better itself. You only win until you lose. Resources, manpower, and galactic reach, they all suffer." "Then why do you do it?" the skinny asked. "We didn't start any of it, but we're going to finish it, like we did with the Renice. As you learned, we don't fight like the other races. We fight to win, and then we shake hands. We don't attack civilian populations. The Renice attack on Paneth Station was unforgivable." "But you forgave my people, because you captured those responsible for ordering the attack. That military leadership cabal has been in your custody ever since. They'll never breathe free air again," Ryle stated definitively. "They will not be forgiven, but we won't hold 10 billion souls responsible for the decisions of a few old crusty incompetents." "As you shouldn't," Renganal agreed. "You can call the delegates back once Ares is here. He will get the talks on track, because you'll tell him what to give, what to take, and how to address each delegate separately so they concede. You know what leverage is necessary to get them to agree. All you need is Ares looming over the table. They'll get in line quickly. You are important to this process. Don't give up on yourself." Ryle was happy he had a computer to translate, as the words were far more complex than what he understood of the Renice language. "Thank you. That means a lot." Ryle thought ahead. The skinny was right. His job so far had been to better understand the other members of the negotiation. His was not to run it himself. Hubris caught him unaware. He made himself suffer because of it. In the end, When the treaty was signed and security was assured in this region of space, then humanity won, and he'd be deemed a master negotiator, even if he wasn't the mouthpiece. Sometimes it was better to be the puppet master and not the puppet. Ares was his puppet. He had utmost confidence in his abilities to pull it off. He playfully bumped into Ranganal.
"Thank you, my friend. The light shines brightly today, don't you think?"
Ares wasn't going to sleep. He didn't need it. They'd been on the ice moon for less than 2 days. He had a lot of energy remaining, but he didn't need to waste it. He found a place to lean against, like he was sitting in a recliner. He cycled through his filters, looking for the best one to show the area. UV and IR both gave him a picture he could work with. His natural light view also provided clarity with the eerie glow that dominated this cavern. He was certain none of it was good for them. Could the Atlanteans wait them out? The attempt to intimidate the soldiers with the fake attack provided the information that Ares needed to finalize his decisions. Unless something changed, the final battle would be right here. He had thought it would be in the next chamber, the place where the surviving drones had fled. But they would be back and be worse off. Ares analyzed the last fight. If the drones had pressed their advantage, this battle would be over. The humans would have lost if the walking drones had engaged earlier to keep the soldiers from defeating the flying drones' lasering target systems. Fight the enemy as they are, not as you want them to be. The Atlanteans had grown overconfident, and now they would have to attack on Ares' terms. He got up to roam the chamber. 7 soldiers were sprawled out, already asleep, while the rest either watched or worked. Finger was taking stock of the conveyor belt sections they'd created. Tin Man was helping the soldiers designated to provide top cover to scale the grand machines. Nothing was easy. They couldn't raise their face shields, because the air was toxic with uranium dust. He wouldn't subject his soldiers to that. The Atlanteans didn't need air scrubbers, or even light for that matter. At least the production chambers were big enough for the humans, along with the access tunnels, thanks to the androids. Ares stood aside to let Finger attempt to wrap the cores, but they tended to roll off the stiff material. She threw her hands out in frustration. "Wrap the tubs," he told her. She threw a small section of the belt over the tub. Then she checked around it for radiation.
"The tubs are lined. Maybe that's why they're so heavy."
"Good to go then?"
"Each tub will take 2 people to carry, but yes, they are good to go. We have 8 bombs to wrap."
She checked the rack with the 8 devices.
"No need."
She looked at the stack of cut-up conveyor belt that was as tall as Ares.
"We're not going to need all that. We needed exactly 2 sections."
"Now you know. Stage the tubs and bombs right here. We have to protect them at all costs." Ares stubbed a finger at the center of the chamber, where the assembly benches stood. She took the bombs from the rack and put them with the bins. She found that 2 bombs fit within one. 4 more bins, for 6 total, to contain everything they intended to remove. Could they escape? Was it a mistake staying in this chamber and not retreating to the surface? They hadn't had the opportunity, and they hadn't been ready before now. What would they do when they got there? They still weren't sure what they would do when they got to the surface. Was there a ship to return to? "Antilles, are you up there?" Frodo led the way. He was forced onto his hands and knees as the material handling system took up most of the space in the tunnel. The first thing they did when they climbed onto it was cut the power, just in case the enemy wanted to activate the system and run the soldiers out the business end into a machine that wouldn't treat them kindly. He moved as quickly as he could, but the power assist that the combat armor provided wasn't too helpful while crawling. It was a slog. The good news was that it was straight. They could see all the way to the end, where it opened into the pitch black. Frodo needed a tunnel on the right side of the chamber they were headed to, and it needed to descend. That would take them to the chamber below, where Ares believed the drones were being constructed. Frodo was ready to lay waste to that place, appear out of nowhere, shadows and the darkness. The first hint of their presence would be when a high-explosive rocket hit something important. That explosion would be the first of many, maximum damage, and then Frodo and his team would disappear back down the tunnel. That was the plan. Simple but effective, if it worked. Frodo hurried toward the tunnel's end to find the darkness nearly impenetrable. IR showed residual heat sources, but nothing burning hot. UV showed almost nothing. This chamber didn't have the glow from residual radiation. It didn't have the heat from active machinery. "Prepare to fire," Frodo said softly. "Lights." He activated his signal light to shine a beam into the space. What he saw made his blood run cold. This wasn't an active production facility. It was for storage and shipped finished parts to the final assembly chamber. Parts and pieces, organized in neat rows, weren't what drew his eye. It was the tall stacks of flying drones, bodies without brains, thousands of them. Frodo remained still, even though he had a light shining from his chest. He panned it across the area. The tunnel was barely 2 meters above the cave floor. Frodo slipped out and stood in the storage chamber. "Lights on, people," he ordered again. He walked carefully, Mark 71 raised and ready to fire. His soldiers followed him into the room. Frodo used his forward hand to direct them to spread out. They fanned into the well-defined aisles stacked high with equipment, boxes, parts, and most of all, drones. "Look for feeds from other chambers. This stuff has to come from somewhere," Frodo said softly. He went to the right and tried to ignore the thousands of drones sitting quietly in stacks. He wanted to find the tunnel that led to the chamber below, where he believed the drones were joined with the silicon life forms. If he was going after the drones, then he needed to destroy this chamber. If he was looking to destroy enemy soldiers, then he needed to find the Atlanteans themselves. "We need to booby-trap this chamber," Frodo told the nearest soldier. "Get to it. Grenades and tripwires." "I'll throw in a couple HE rockets, because we want to make sure these things get destroyed." The wheel soldier waved to take in stack after stack of flying drones. "Make it so," Frodo replied, and returned to his task of finding a way into the lower chamber. Drones were here. Did they bring the Atlantean gel packs? Which was how Frodo thought of them. Here for integration. There weren't any workbenches or obvious places to integrate the life form with the drone. One sentient creature, but not a sentient computer. Frodo had worried about that. An evil machine bugged him. He would have no remorse about eliminating warm-blooded beings. Logic suggested removal of anything illogical. Humanity had far too many foibles to pass an AI's test. Were silicon-based life forms as intractable? They'd seen intelligence, but they hadn't seen competent military leadership. The Atlanteans had adjusted tactics, but they had yet to gain an advantage over the human soldiers. Despite the operational pauses in this campaign, Ares was keeping pressure on the enemy. He counterattacked each and every attack. He refused to be driven back. No retreat. Not on Sargon 7. The way ahead was the only way to accomplish the mission. Frodo could see it clearly. Ares didn't teach it as much as he showed the soldiers what to do. He led from the front and led by example, and he demanded that the soldiers execute competently, like the well-trained soldiers they were. Shoot the enemy, maneuver, and fire again. There was no better teacher. Many soldiers died, and it made all of them better. Cowering would get you killed as readily as trying to be a hero. Be neither. Do the job. Accomplish the mission. The tunnel wasn't hard to find. It looked exactly like the one that led downward from the nuke chamber. It headed in the right direction, a beeline to the room below. High, curved ceiling with a smooth floor, wide enough for 3 soldiers side by side. Frodo turned off his light and leaned into the tunnel. He couldn't hear anything, not the buzz of drones nor the stamping of feet. Where and how did they build the living drones? On Espinar, the Skinnies manufactured a similar race, put energy weapons on their backs, and pointed them at the HFP. They did all that deep underground. It depended on source materials. Had the oceans left biomass that could be tapped? Frodo smiled to himself. It didn't matter. The reign of terror was about to end. "Report," Frodo called to his soldiers. One by one they joined him. 5 different conveyors bringing materials in here. And there was a big empty space over there. Looks like something was recently removed, judging by the fresh scrapes in the rock. "Roger," Frodo replied. He had nothing to add. no insight to give. Something was there, and now it was gone. Such was the way of storage spaces. 1 by 2 by 2 formation. Point 2, you lead the way. Be prepared to fire. I'll be with Wheel 3 right behind you. If you fire, we'll take a knee, and you two bringing up the rear shoot over our heads. Mark 71 should fill that tunnel with energy. Load an HE rocket into your mortar if you don't already have one in there. Be ready to switch on my command. When we reach the chamber below, what you see is important to direct our fire. You might have 1 second before we get targeted by the drones. So be clear, be quick, and be ready to fire. Questions? As usual, none of the soldiers had questions. Frodo wasn't sure it was the best plan. There were too many unknowns. If only they could fly drones ahead of them to collect the intelligence before a soldier put his body on the line. They'd take fewer losses, but they'd also surrender the element of surprise. Move out, Frodo ordered. 5 conveyors and a tunnel. Tunnels leading from below. Tunnels that were convenient for creatures with feet or equipment with wheels. How deep would they have to go? Frodo hoped this next chamber had the answers they sought. He didn't want to descend any farther. He fought with a growing fear of being buried deep within the heart of Sargon 7. The ice moon would cover any trace of their passing and seal them inside. His stomach rumbled, and bile crept up his throat. It was an unnatural fear, but one he refused to voice. It was there. He had to tamp it down. He took a drink of his suit's nasty recycled water. It didn't help the foul taste in his mouth, but it would keep him hydrated and his muscles working like they were supposed to. Get in, hit them, get out. He kept his weapon raised as they stalked down the tunnel. Toe first, then heel. Make as little noise as possible. Speed wasn't the goal. Stealth was. Their lights were off, and they navigated by IR and UV, although neither was the best solution. Together, they made the tunnel passable. Far ahead, a slight glow signaled the temperature change. It looked like the mouth of the tunnel, the end that opened into the chamber beyond. Point 2 held up his fist. The 4 soldiers behind him stopped instantly, setting raised feet down gently. They held their aim and waited. Point was calling the shots because he saw more than they did. That was the Point soldier's role when leading the section: reconnaissance. If a battle was joined, the section leader would determine formations and other tactics. Not this time. They already had their marching orders. The section knew what to do: cause as much havoc as possible, and ultimately destroy the Atlanteans' ability to counterattack. Then the surviving soldiers of Ares' command could get out into the fresh air, where they would learn their fate. Was there a ship to return to, or had the Atlanteans dominated space? How long could they survive without support from the human fleet? That was a question that Frodo never wanted to learn the answer to. The least he could do was destroy the Atlanteans' ability to make war on the soldiers of Ares' command. It was a noble mission, one worthy of the originator, if Frodo were to resort to prayer. He felt like he should, but he didn't. He stared down his rifle and waited for Point to give the signal to move forward. After what seemed like an eternity, he lowered his arm, gestured forward, and pumped his fist in the air. Double time. He ran forward and the others ran with him. It was difficult to hold an aim point while running, but the end of the tunnel was racing to meet them. Frodo would figure out what to do when they reached it. He moved in beside Point 2, who eased aside to give him more room. They were entering the engagement zone, and that was Frodo's purview and responsibility. He wanted the responsibility. He had been in too many engagements to give that responsibility to Point 2 on his first campaign. There were too many variables to trust it to someone who was inexperienced. Even though they'd all experienced this chamber for the first time, they'd do it together. Frodo surged to the front and assumed the Point position. Without having to be ordered, Point 2 took his spot beside Wheel 3. He kept his Mark 71 raised and ready to fire. Frodo slowed the formation when they were 20 meters from rushing into the chamber beyond. There were heat signatures, movement, and UV lighting that became more obvious with each step closer. He switched to IR, but quickly returned to his UV filter. The area within was illuminated clearly. Frodo looked for threats, primarily a defensive pillar like what they'd experienced in other chambers. The movement drew Frodo's eye. Androids, busy carrying materials to and fro. Flying drones overhead. The androids walked without the sound of stamping feet. The drones flew without buzzing. Sounds manufactured for human consumption. Noise to intimidate and create fear. They had done neither. Frodo smiled to himself. The Atlanteans had a great deal to learn about humans, especially the soldiers of Ares' command. He gave the order using the hand signal. Prepare to fire. He and Point 2 took a knee, mortars at the ready. The other 3 aimed over their heads. He activated his suit's radio. "Comm check." 5 by 5, Point 2 replied. The others nodded. The jammers weren't active this deep. "I'll signal to start firing and to stop. And then we'll move into the entrance, but not exposed, and fire again with everything we have. Maximum destruction, then retrograde to the storage chamber as fast as we can run." "Compliance," the soldiers whispered over their radios. Frodo gave the signal. Point 2 fired an HE rocket before Frodo could pull his trigger. He followed with a round down the left side of the tunnel, 10 meters to the entrance and into the area. It struck an android who stepped into its path before it hit the machinery behind it. The round exploded, turning the android into a rapidly expanding arc of blood, guts, and silicon. Point 2's rocket hit a machine right of center, which erupted into sparks and more shrapnel. The androids ran for cover, unlike what they did during their last encounter with the humans. Mark 71 energy beams lashed out on full auto to spray the area, aiming for equipment that might lead to secondary explosions and even more damage. Drones headed for the tunnel, and the soldiers changed their aim points. Now it became about survival. They had nowhere to maneuver. 5 soldiers fired well-aimed shots in semi-automatic mode. They didn't have enough power remaining for their weapons to waste it. "Move into the mouth. Max 5 for 5 seconds, and then run back to the previous chamber," Frodo transmitted. He liked having the radio available. It expedited complex orders. "Go!" He launched himself forward, switching to his mortar to fire an HE rocket into a target to the left. He hadn't seen the target before he reached the mouth of the tunnel, but he knew he had the reflexes to adjust and fire in tenths of a second. Point 2 did the same on the right side. The other 3 switched over to full auto and sprayed the chamber. It was nearly as big as the chamber where Ares waited. 5 soldiers could only do so much damage. Manufacturing machines churned out products that might have been moved up the tunnel to the storage chamber that Frodo and his people had passed through. Androids working feverishly with the parts and pieces to assemble drones for the Atlanteans. A tank on the opposite side of the chamber that could be used to produce biomass for more androids. Frodo adjusted and fired at that. No more androids. He found them creepy, even though they weren't lethal like the drones. The booby trap on the drone bodies in the storage chamber would take care of most of them. Destruction of the manufacturing equipment would eliminate more. Finally, it looked like the humans were more than evening the odds. The soldiers pounded everything in sight. Frodo loaded his last rocket and fired it into an area that looked like an assembly line. Energy beams laced the area, blasting machines and piles of parts, anything that looked like it might elicit a secondary explosion. Smoke and steam filled the air. The number of lasers reaching for them increased. The smoke was crisscrossed with green lights fighting to find targets. Frodo screamed with pain as a laser cut through his chest plate and leg. He pushed backward to get out of the line of fire. All fire stopped when they hit the 5 seconds. Point 2 grabbed one arm and a swing soldier grabbed the other. They dragged Frodo on his back. The other 2 soldiers stepped aside to let them pass, providing cover fire to keep drones from targeting them as they retreated. Out of the chamber, drones entered the tunnel, aiming and firing their lasers. The 2 soldiers shot back, destroying the first 4 inside. Swing pulled his mortar around front, aimed for the roof, and fired. The rocket exploded almost instantly, showering the soldiers with shrapnel and rock chips. The roof above them rumbled with the impact and destruction. The 2 soldiers turned and ran. Point and Swing were sprinting, even with pulling Frodo along. The rear guard stopped and aimed down the tunnel, but it was blocked off. Frodo had watched it all. He approved. They all would have been killed if Swing hadn't brought the roof down. The mountain continued to rumble and groan. They had a long way to go, and the stone didn't look like it would give them the time they needed. Chapter 20. Hammers. Are we going to break rocks, or are we going to run away?
Sounds like Frodo has reached the chamber, Darrell said.
Ares had heard the first explosion and focused his microphone in that direction. He moved toward the tunnel mouth, where 3 soldiers were up and watching. The 2 that had been asleep were fully alert. There was no wasted movement.
"Fire an HE rocket down there?"
Tin Man asked.
"What if Frodo is using this tunnel as his escape route?"
Ares couldn't risk it.
"I guess I won't fire a rocket down there,"
Tin Man replied. He relaxed his aim and switched weapons from the mortar to his beam rifle. Explosions and cracks of Mark 71s echoed up the passage. IR showed a heat wave that dissipated before it made it halfway. There was no sound from a firefight. The lasers didn't make any noise. There was no buzzing from drones or pounding of android feet. The deep rumble of an earthquake reverberated through the floor. Tin Man reached out a hand to hold onto the wall. The cave floor shook with the vibration of a landslide. Ares stared down the tunnel, but no dust cloud boiled up.
"I'm going to take a look."
Tin Man held out his arm.
"Sir, how about I take a couple of my boys and we look? You need to be here to manage the fight, should they make it past Frodo or past me."
Ares knew he was right, but he wanted to see firsthand. He wanted to engage the enemy. The bloodlust had not withered with his time as the leader of Ares' command. He still craved the comfort and peace of combat.
"Don't waste any time. A quick look and report back."
Ares motioned for him to go. Tin Man took 2 soldiers and ran down the tunnel. They raced forward until they disappeared over a small rise. Ares called 2 soldiers over.
"Stand guard here. Cover Tin Man's return."
"Which means don't shoot the good guys when they come running back?"
"Something like that,"
Ares agreed. He clapped them on the back.
"Do you know what those explosions mean?"
"Yes, sir. It means Frodo was successful in reaching the chamber, and explosions suggest he was successful in hitting them."
"Concur. Friendly fire is the worst kind of fire. No one roasts marshmallows over a friendly fire."
The soldiers looked between Ares and the tunnel, unsure of whether Ares was making a joke or not. They hadn't been in his section more than a few days. They had no reference except the stories that were told about him, the mystique, and the aura surrounding a 5-time winner of the Star of Valor. "Compliance," one of them said. "Don't shoot the good guys." Ares left them to their own devices. He put Stubby and 2 soldiers on the conveyor tunnel that Frodo had used.
"Secure their return route. Support is needed."
He turned to the rest of the soldiers, now up and milling about.
"Finger, prepare to carry all of that. We leave no fissile material behind."
He motioned to take in the cores in the tubs and the completed bombs. Pack 2 to a container. 6 heavy tubs with 8 bombs and 20 cores. Enough to obliterate a planet. How much deterrent was sufficient? Or were the Atlanteans on a mission to remove any warm-blooded sentient species from the galaxy by destroying their homes? Maybe it was best to destroy this moon so the Atlanteans couldn't return. The damage done in the chamber below, along with what they'd done to the machinery in this chamber and the one above, could be repaired. None of it was terminal. It would take time and resources. That's all. If humanity didn't control the space above, then the least Ares could do was make sure the enemy didn't gain weapons to eradicate competing sentient species. As it seemed from before Ares' command deployed, the diplomats had made no progress in their attempts to negotiate with the race. Nuclear bombs portended a culture based on destruction. Spaceships that attacked other ships suggested a militaristic expansionist mentality. Combine those two, and the Atlanteans became the most dangerous enemy in the galaxy. Darrell sidled up next to Ares. Ares sighed inaudibly. "Your boy has delivered the heat," Darrell said, trying to re-engage after his previous failed attempt. With Ares' soldiers given their specific tasks, he had a moment's respite.
"It was a good mission, and judging by the explosions, he succeeded."
"Suicide mission? Did he bring the mountain down on top of himself?" Darrell pressed. He wanted to hear Ares say that he had sent Frodo on a one-way trip, that Ares had sacrificed his number 2 on the altar of expediency, that no one could trust Ares to protect them. They were all fodder. Ares' disdain for the reporter grew, but this was the mental chess match that Darrell always played. You can quote me on this. I sent my number 2 because he had the highest probability of returning. That wasn't a mission for someone without Frodo's experience. That's why I sent him, not as a sacrifice, but to survive and bring his 4 soldiers out of there.
That's a good quote, Darrell admitted.
It looked to me. Let me stop you right there. Despite the fact that you've been with me for multiple campaigns, you still think subterfuge first and haven't bothered to learn anything about military tactics. Once you do, you'll understand that I'm not trying to get anyone killed. Max survival with max chance of accomplishing the mission. Balance in all things, Darrell.
I've heard that, but usually when it comes to eating fatty foods, which isn't a problem when I deploy with you because it doesn't seem like there's ever enough time to eat. I'm down 8 kilos since I was assigned to you.
Good.
It was the best Ares could do rather than lecture Darrell about his slovenly ways.
Healthy body, healthy mind. You're probably telling better stories nowadays. Here's a hint, Darrell. You don't have to look for dark secrets. War is dark enough without trying to fabricate a galactic conspiracy or subterfuge that doesn't exist. We're a bunch of people who volunteered to put their lives on the line for the greater good. It's what patriots are made of. What about you, Darrell? Are you a patriot?
Drawing back the curtain that conceals the dark underbelly, yes. That makes me a patriot.
We'll agree to disagree. Observing without an agenda. Watching and reporting what you see. Fabricating a narrative that detracts from our support back home? That's not patriotism.
I made you a hero, Darrell countered.
Ares stared at the reporter. Arguing with people who have already made up their minds is like wrestling a pig. All you do is get dirty, and the pig doesn't learn anything.
He spread his arms wide.
There are no heroes out here. There are only soldiers fighting to survive, fighting for each other. Have you ever been part of something bigger than yourself?
I don't know what you mean by that. Darrell bristled, because he wasn't getting what he wanted from the conversation. Ares wasn't admitting to any fault or wrongdoing or doubt.
And that's where you should focus your efforts. See the big picture, and not the one where questionable men make backroom deals on their way to overthrow the government. Because there is no backroom. There are no secret plots. There's only the desire to win these battles so we can push the enemy as far away from human space as possible. That's it, Darrell. That's all there is. What you see here is what you get. The survivors preparing for a push to get back to the surface where we hope, yes, hope, that Antilles is in orbit and waiting for us. We're simple creatures. You can quote me on that. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to prepare so that we can return to the surface without bringing every Atlantean with us.
Ares walked away. Darrell took one step to follow. Ares stopped and held out his hand as if stopping traffic.
Don't follow me. Rest up. We're going to be running, and you're going to help carry the heavy stuff.
Why me?
Because you refused a rifle, so I need my shooters to keep their hands free. Carrying those bins prevents them from aiming like they need to. Rest up, Darrell.
Ares hurried away and around a massive machine to the far side, where there was debris from the battle but no soldiers. He continued until he was in the open and could see some of his people. More importantly, they could see him. He needed to be there for them, which was what Tin Man had said. He heard the call from the tunnel and strode briskly to greet the section lead and receive his report. Tin Man jogged out with the other 2 soldiers in tow. Those guarding the entrance filled in behind them, aiming their Mark 71s into the darkness.
There's a lot of heat in that chamber. We saw drones, but they didn't spend much time in the tunnel. When they saw us, they booked it out of there. The good news is that the secondary explosions continue. I think Frodo dropped part of the cave roof down there. We might want to do that up here. I've been thinking about it, Ares said. But on the way out, the mountain doesn't seem very happy with what Frodo did to it. A vibration resonated across the cave floor and through the walls. Ares looked for obvious cracks. It felt like the place was going to come down. He wanted the complete destruction of the cave system to deny the Atlanteans their extraction and production processes. He also figured it would barricade the enemy inside, or crush them. What had been in that chamber where Frodo thought it was best to bring down the roof? That question took too much time in Ares' thoughts, because they had discussed that. Frodo had been trapped underground with Ares and the skinny engineers. None of them had enjoyed it, and they actively avoided living through that again. Stubby, take charge of those nukes and get them to the surface. We'll stay behind and wait for Frodo. Darryl, you go with them and provide your manual labor to assist. Doc, take your section to provide security. Ares section, you four go with them. You're attached to Stubby's section. 20 soldiers. That left 14 soldiers as the rear guard until Frodo showed up, and then they'd have 19 with Ares in command. Frodo and Tin Man would provide support. All they needed was Frodo and his people to show up. How long do we wait for you? Doc asked. Until you know for sure we're not coming. Don't head to space unless you have confirmation that one of our ships is out there. Ares was succinct. Either he would make it or die trying. If they died, there'd be no reason to stay.
What do we do with these things?
Stubby asked. Hike them out of the shuttle on a trajectory toward the sun when you know they won't get pulled down to Sargon or one of the other moons, assuming you'll be heading to orbit. Take the long way and destroy it.
Compliance,
Stubby said with enthusiasm. Foot soldiers didn't like bombs that could destroy massive swaths of land, vaporizing every living thing within its fireball and frying warm-blooded creatures within a radioactive belt that extended far beyond the initial blast radius. They preferred soldier-on-soldier fights, contests of individual skill and determination. Ares excelled at that. Anyone who fought with him became better in his presence. No one wanted to look like a slacker with Ares watching. The secret that he didn't share was that he didn't watch the others during a fight. He gave them their orders ahead of time and turned them loose. He watched tactics, not individual efforts. If a soldier wasn't carrying his or her own weight, Ares would know because of the gap it would create in his own lines. As long as everyone kept maneuvering and fighting, the whole unit would win. Move out, Ares ordered. Stubby saluted and led the way up the tunnel. Darryl tried to glare at Ares, but his face was covered by his helmet's shield. 5 soldiers added their hands and lugged the cumbersome bins. The rest moved with their Mark 71s at the ready. Doc brought up the rear. See you outside, Ares. Don't take too long, he called before he disappeared into the tunnel. What now? Tin Man wondered. We wait, but we get ready to run. If the drones flood up the tunnel, we're going to bring down that roof. We had best have our running shoes on. When the roof starts coming down, it goes pretty fast. Tin Man didn't dispute Ares' claim.
Sounds,
a swing soldier announced from the conveyor tunnel.
Oh, who goes there?
Wheel 1, Frodo section. We have wounded. Ares rushed to the tunnel and climbed up the equipment so he could see within. It took longer than he expected for the soldiers to finally appear. 2 were up front, dragging a third. 2 more followed. That was the entire group. Ares growled his satisfaction. Frodo had conducted a raid and not lost anyone. The only drawback was that the soldier they were dragging was Frodo himself. Frodo, report, Ares called before they made it to the entrance. Boss man, I have to say they pin-cushioned me. Took 1 through the chest, which hurts, but must not have hit anything important. And 1 in the leg, that hurts a lot. I could see that you're still alive. What about the chamber? What happened to the cave? Oh, that. We blasted as much as we could, but it was almost as big as this place. Androids and drones. It looked like they were marrying them up down there. Then the flying drones came after us upon egress. That's why we brought the roof down, but only in the tunnel. Good call. I think the cave-in was more extensive than just the tunnel, though. It shook us all the way up here. But that's immaterial. We need to get out of here, because we're bringing it all down. I like the way you think, Ares. Frodo's voice strained with the effort. The damage to his body had been more than he let on. He needed to be carried, unable to walk because of the leg injury. Take him to the surface, Ares pointed. That way. He collected the soldiers to follow Frodo and his people out. They backed toward the tunnel leading upward. The machine with the surviving silicon life forms was booby-trapped. Ares hesitated. He couldn't just kill them. They were helpless prisoners, even though he wasn't taking them with him. He didn't have the capacity, since too many human soldiers had been lost. Bringing the roof down on them? They could be dug out over time. Ares had no idea how they lived or how they died. He only knew that after destroying their drones and their android bodies, the life forms survived. His conscience would rest well. He motioned for the others to keep going. Ares took a knee. Originator, hear my prayer. Grant us the strength to return to the surface, and the glory to deliver a final blow to our enemy. Ares backed up until he was even with the others. A wisp of a shadow. The flit of something across an open area. Prepare to fire, Ares shouted. Chapter 21. Run. It takes a special person to enjoy being underground. Belay that! Get out of here! Into the tunnel! Ares ordered. He ran the other way, across the chamber to where he had the best angle. He aimed at the mouth of the tunnel and fired. A rocket shot from the mortar, and in an instant, it broke apart, sending 1,000 tiny darts in an expanding deadly cloud. 2 drones that had already escaped the tunnel shattered under the deluge, and more inside sparked and exploded. Ares turned and ran. The soldiers weren't moving as quickly as he wanted. He turned and fired his last flechette round into the void between the machines, angling upward to catch drones heading for the ceiling. One spark. It wasn't the effect he hoped for. He dodged left and right as he pumped an HE rocket into his mortar. Energy beams raged into the chamber from behind him. His soldiers were clustered in the entrance and were providing cover fire. The energy crackled from the intensity of it all. It was time to go, but he hadn't done what he knew had to be done. Ares aimed at the highest point of the ceiling and fired. He ran, but didn't get a step before it impacted the ceiling and sent small shards of rock and debris into the chamber. 5 steps and the roof started to rumble. By 10 steps, the first boulder fell, crashing heavily into the cover on one of the machines. Tin Man poured all his fire into the booby-trapped machine. They couldn't wait for the Atlanteans to trigger it. Ares reached the cave mouth. The soldiers were already sprinting upward. Only Tin Man remained. Ares grabbed him by the back of his combat armor. Time to go, he bellowed, dragging the still-firing section leader away from his firing point. Tin Man conceded and joined Ares in a sprint up the tunnel. The mountain rumbled beneath their feet. A piercing, white-hot poker of pain shot through Ares' shoulder blade. He dove, rolled, and came back up, aiming his Mark 71. He fired at the drones chasing them. The green lasers flashed through the wisps of dust that fell from the ceiling. Tin Man stopped and fired as well, using the semi-auto setting, aiming and firing. 1 shot, 1 kill. But the drones darted around the tunnel. Still, they couldn't maneuver far enough away. Between Ares and Tin Man, they killed 5 drones. No more appeared. They turned and ran, accelerating as fast as they could. Before they reached the cavern above, they found themselves blocked behind the other soldiers. Dragging Frodo was taking too long. Give him to me, Ares told them. He hiked Frodo over his shoulder. Even with his power-assisted combat armor, it would slow Ares down, but he could make sure the others would escape. With me, Tin Man shouted at his soldiers. They peeled off and set up a cordon behind Ares, who focused his efforts on getting to the next chamber and then to the conveyor passage. They had to climb out, and that tunnel was too high to reach, but Stubby was already there and had solved the problem. Her people had ripped down the lattice work of a second transport system and staged it against the wall to act as a ladder. It was shaky, and only 1 soldier could use it at a time, but it gave them the out they needed. Ares waited with Frodo over his shoulder. How are you doing back there? Ares asked. Frodo? He put him down. I'll take a look, Doc offered. Too many soldiers were standing around. They were bunched up. Thank you. Take charge of Frodo. Ares stood. Get another lattice. He pointed at 2 soldiers, who ran off without responding. Get those bins up there. The soldiers looked at each other. Push me, pull you. 2 at a time. Go. It'll hold. Ares wasn't sure it would hold, but they were running out of time. Dust was the first indicator that the roof in this chamber was at risk of caving in. Tin Man soldiers fired, sending a nearly constant stream of energy into the tunnel from below. The drones that escaped were sniped by a soldier off to the side, whose sole purpose was to eliminate those that got past the barrage. The firing lessened. 2 soldiers stopped because their power packs had drained. There were no more backups. They had already installed the 10% or less packs, and now those were drained. The soldiers turned their weapons around and brandished them like clubs. The booming bass of an explosion echoed up the tunnel and brought with it a boiling cloud of dust. Booby traps worked! Tin Man shouted in both joy and surprise. Drones stopped coming through. The lattice creaked with the addition of a second soldier as well as the bin. As they reached the ledge, they put the bin in first with the soldier on top, dragged it out of the way, and then the soldiers went through. Stubby climbed up with her point soldier. They sent the container into the tunnel and climbed through. Keep going, Ares shouted. Get outside before this place buries us. He gestured toward the smelter, which was much cooler than it had been when they first arrived, however long ago that was. Here, we climb up and jump across. He waved to the soldiers waiting with the last 2 bins. Pick up the pace, people. Get those up there and go. They hurried as much as they could, but the lattice didn't make for an easy one-handed climb while they hauled the bin between them. How is he? Ares asked, while Tin Man took his people up the side of the smelter. He's alive, but he needs help. He's lost blood. How much? I don't know, but his vitals are stable for now. Getting him to see a real doc would be beneficial. Working on it, Ares replied, and clapped Doc on the shoulder. Get up there after that last bin. I'll be right behind you. A second lattice finally appeared. The 2 soldiers held it in place while Doc scrambled up. The soldiers with the last bin moved agonizingly slowly, trying to hold the conveyor section in place while they climbed. It was the heaviest bin, and it threatened to upend with every new rung. Steady, Ares told them in his most encouraging and supporting voice, while inside his mind, the countdown clock to their demise had already reached 0. It shrieked its dismay at him while he stood over Frodo. Up you go, my friend. Ares pulled him up until he was sitting. Then he leaned a shoulder forward and lifted, pulling until Frodo fell over his shoulder. Ares headed for the lattice, one hand over the other, gripping with the fingers on the arm that kept Frodo pinned to his shoulder. He stepped close to where the horizontal bars were welded to the vertical, where they were the strongest. The lattice squealed and shrieked under his weight. He continued to climb. If he fell, he'd hit and roll, then try the other lattice. Tin Man sent his soldiers over Ares' head. One by one, they jumped the 5 meters, crouching to land inside the tunnel entrance and then falling to their hands and knees. They scrambled forward to clear the way for the next. More rocks fell from above. A low rumble echoed through the chamber, turning louder and louder until it roared. Tin Man jumped, the last one. He turned mid-air to slide into the tunnel feet first and slammed into the rock on his chest. He reached out and caught Ares to pull him the last meter as the chamber roof buckled, bringing everything down. Tin Man pulled Frodo inside, and Ares pushed him while scrambling to get his legs in before falling rocks took them off. Go, go, go! Ares shouted, but Tin Man didn't leave. He rolled Frodo over so he could put him across Ares' back, with his arms dangling over Ares' shoulder, like a dangly, uncooperative backpack. Once Ares had Frodo by the wrists, Tin Man shot forward, crawling as fast as he could through the wreckage of the conveyor system. The mountain was venting its displeasure at the disruption of its sleep, seeking to fill every void beneath. Each chamber's roof collapsed. The tunnels filled with debris. The next chamber gave in, and it was following the human soldiers toward the entrance. The next chamber. From there, they could run all the way outside. No more crawling, only running for their lives. Ares grunted and strained to get out of the tunnel. There wasn't as much space as he preferred, which was the vast expanse of the great outdoors, even if it was covered in ice. Tin Man went over the ledge and into the first chamber. Come on, he shouted. Shadows of the other soldiers behind him disappeared quickly. Everyone had the same thought. Escape. Ares tumbled out of the tunnel. 10 men caught him halfway down, but the combined weight of 2 soldiers was too much. All 3 hit the ground. 10 men was beneath the other 2. He felt like he was being crushed, even though his armor protected him. Stubby appeared and pulled Frodo free. Ares rolled the other way and came to his feet in one continuous movement. He pulled 10 men up and caught Frodo for one last fireman's carry down the passage and outside. The ground continued to rumble. 10 men and Stubby didn't wait. They passed Ares and headed straight down the short tunnel that turned 90 degrees before the great outdoors awaited them. Ares plunged into the entry behind them, sliding around the corner and using his own armor to absorb the impact with the wall. He jogged the last 20 meters and slowed to a walk the second he stepped onto the ice. 3 shuttles were parked nearby. They had repaired 1 additional shuttle. That would carry them all home. Ares continued carrying Frodo. He'd put him into the shuttle, where they could seal it so Doc could work on him once they had him out of his suit. They needed to decontaminate first, leave the suits behind. That wouldn't give them much air, with only what the shuttle could provide. Antilles. He looked up. Flashes of light stopped him in his tracks. The space battle was still underway. They couldn't leave Sargon 7. A wind had kicked up and blew snow across the landscape. It swirled in small, vicious, frigid tornadoes. 6 tubs sat on the ice beside the nearest shuttle. None of his soldiers moved like they had a purpose. They'd made it outside, but that wasn't enough. Chapter 22. War on 2 Fronts. Never split your forces, except when you have to. Captain Nero of the battle cruiser Patton hung onto the rail. The gravity plates weren't working as well as he'd hoped. Half of them became discombobulated with the Atlanteans' last attack, but the ships had moved away, maintaining their loose formation. Nero shouted,
"Don't let them regroup. All ahead full."
It wasn't what the crew wanted to hear. The looks on their faces told the full story. The skinny fleet had arrived. They were more than happy to let those ships deal with what was left of the Atlanteans. After 2 days of cat-and-mouse strikes, the Atlanteans had finally come at them with everything in their arsenal. Nero clenched his jaw, not in anger, but with a shout of triumph behind his teeth. Patton had handled everything the Atlanteans had thrown at them. The ship had not just survived. It was still operational. Patton had come through. It was everything the designers and shipbuilders had hoped it would be.
"A full spread. Fox 3, fire!"
the captain ordered. Weapons control hammered the buttons. The missile slipped away from the ship without making a sound, without a shimmer across the hull. They knew the missiles were outbound because they appeared on the main screen as icons, racing toward the enemy. 5 Atlantean ships remained from an initial 7 that had been reinforced by 6 more. 13 enemy ships. 8 kills. Patton was already an ace warship. But the 5 remaining ships were wily, better fighters than the ones that had gone before. Antilles and the HFP battle group had engaged with the minuscule weapons and systems at their command. They were currently loitering at the far end of the system's heliosphere, ready to move forward or retreat, whatever the outcome of the battle dictated. The Mark 20 ship-to-ship missiles closed on the enemy vessels. 3 days of battle, and this was the first time they had a shot from directly aft. 6 o'clock and all was well. The ships had maneuvered and provided cover for each other, 1 or 2 within range, and the others lobbing munitions from a distance. The Atlanteans understood their mortality. If they closed with the human ships, they tended to get destroyed. The battlecruiser jerked backward as if the reverse thrusters had been kicked into overdrive. Nero stumbled across combat operations, catching himself at the last moment. The ship bucked, and the crew lifted off their feet or out of their seats.
"Report!"
the captain called out before the ship rose to meet the crew members, slamming into them. Screams and cries of pain filled the ops center.
"Impacts across the forward quarter. Space mines,"
the first officer declared.
"Full stop."
"We're already full stop," the pilot replied. "Thrusters are offline. Main engines are idle. I don't know why." The captain had nothing to say. He couldn't bring the engines to life through his force of will alone. He couldn't wish the ship into motion. He could only deploy repair crews and turn the engineers loose on the ship's numerous challenges. At least the missiles continued flying true, accelerating during the final third of their flight to the targets. The skinny 7th Army bore down on the Atlantean ships, 12 versus 5, but those 5 had been depleted by 2 days of battle with the human fleet, which had been pounded and was licking their wounds away from the engagement zone over Sargon 7. Final target lock. Last of the propellant is burning, accelerating to 125,000 kph. The weapons control officer announced. He rose slowly from his chair while staring at the main screen. Impact! 3 of the missiles slammed home. 2 ships accelerated away from the other 3, which were bleeding energy and trailing debris. The 2 ships changed their orientation to put themselves between the incoming skinny fleet and the damaged vessels.
Strange bravado from these species,
Nero said.
They're not even going to slow them down.
The screen filled with icons showing a barrage of missiles headed toward the Atlanteans. Energy weapons danced across the screen. The skinny fleet was far more heavily armed than they should have been. The human fleet had been armed too, but the immensity of the firepower delivered by the 7th Army was nothing like what humanity had encountered from them before. 3 damaged ships flew on a ballistic trajectory. The 2 undamaged ships turned to fire at the inbound skinny vessels, but it was too late. The barrage was sufficient to deliver multiple missiles on each Atlantean vessel. The 2 ships fired defensively, sending energy into the void in the form of lasers and plasma, but they destroyed only 1 tidal wave. The missiles rained shrapnel and pain on the Atlanteans. Explosions fore and aft. Explosions amidships. The 5 vessels split and broke in half. Then other sections separated and tumbled away. That quickly, a battle that had raged for days was over. The chess match that left the human battlecruiser dented, scratched, and danger low on munitions had been won through brute force and overwhelming firepower. Patton was only 1 ship, but had there been 3 like her, the Atlanteans would have been finished with the first high-speed pass.
No one will tell their race what happened to them,
Captain Nero posited.
Oh well, sucks to be them. Nav, mark the location of that debris and issue a notice to our ships to avoid the area. Come, get me whoever is in charge of the skinny fleet.
The computer engaged to interpret, and the link was established. Audio only, the communications officer reported.
Thank you for your timely arrival, Captain. I am Captain Nero of the battlecruiser Patton.
The skinny language boomed through the speakers. Com reacted with a start, tapping buttons to reduce the original language and increase the translation.
I am Admiral Belsagoth of the Renice 7th Army. I will put a liaison officer on Patton. He will relay the tactical situation to us and explain to you what we are doing and why we are doing it.
Nero wanted to have a say in the matter, but it made sense. He had no idea what assets the skinny fleet brought. Did they have soldiers on board? Or was this fleet made up of offensive strike platforms like Patton?
We can send a shuttle, or you can fly him over here. We look forward to the exchange of knowledge. We can send a liaison of our own to live and work with you, share knowledge of HFP tactics. I'm sorry, that's the Human Force for Peace.
Peace? But you make war very effectively. Ah, I see. This is to mislead your enemies? Very good. We stand in your service, as ordered by the Renice Leadership Cabal.
Thank you, Admiral,
Nero replied.
I invite you and your senior staff to dine with us on Patton. I would love to give you a tour of our ship and meet with you. We have much in common and much to discuss. Then I fear Patton will have to return to Earth for repairs. But Antilles will take over our fleet responsibilities out here in the buffer zone. We shall cross-deck your liaisons to them. There is a Renice officer already assigned to Antilles, but is currently on the ice moon of Sargon 7, which I need to address soonest. I look forward to your reply, say in an hour.
Nero drew a finger across his throat to cut the channel.
Get me Antilles, and contact those shuttles on the ice moon. I need a status update.
They had seen the Atlanteans chase the shuttles through the outer atmosphere and toward the moon's surface. After that, Patton had lost radar tracking because they were fully engaged in a high-speed pass to attack the Atlantean ships orbiting Sargon 7. Speed was the technique that ensured their survival during those first critical minutes. Antilles online, Com announced.
Robinson,
The captain of the Antilles replied, keeping it simple.
Enemy fleet is destroyed. Renies are here and providing cover. Come on in. Sargon 7 is open for a full-scale landing.
You've heard from Ares? Captain Robinson asked.
No. We are attempting to make contact now. If he is alive, he can report to you directly. If he is not, then his mission will need to be fulfilled. The Atlanteans can have no reason to return.
On Patton's main screen, the movement of Antilles and her accompanying ships appeared as an icon. Their movement wouldn't be notable otherwise until they were closer, and the scale of the system was magnified. We'll send a note to the Terran ambassadorial delegation to inform them that, thanks to the Renice fleet, the Atlantean incursion has been eliminated, Robinson said.
We'll notify Earth. They'll want to know that an alien ally has helped make the difference. We could use more of them.
Nero held Robinson's gaze. And more battle cruisers like Patton. My compliments to you and your crew, Captain. Robinson nodded to his colleague.
Appreciated. By the way, I guess we're getting a skinny liaison. We'll keep him on board for a little while, but then we need to head back to Earth for repairs. We'll transfer him to you before we depart.
I hope he likes to eat, Robinson replied. The channel closed, and the main screen returned to the tactical view of the Sargon system.
They send us a skinny, and we'll return a heavy.
The operations center officers didn't comment, and only glanced at the captain.
It sounded better in my head. Get my adjutant to find quarters for him. A personal computer with the skinny translation software, and a badge so we know what to call him. Then have him arrange for an executive function in the wardrobe at 1800. Get back to work, people. Fix this ship so we can go home, and upgrade while we're rearming. I don't know about you, but I couldn't be happier with employing Patton in a real fight.
The captain leaned back in his chair that had a commanding view of the entire combat operations center. He could see every person, every position, and every screen. It blended into an orchestra of engagement within a star-filled sky. The third shuttle was buttoned up tightly. Ares placed Frodo carefully in the first one.
What's up with that?
Ares nodded toward the new arrival, even though they couldn't see it from where they were on the floor of the aft section.
Radiation. Both of these shuttles are contaminated. We didn't realize it until well after loading the casualties, the crew chief replied. Sorry, Ares. If you want someone in a clean area, they'll have to ditch their armor here and pass through a field-expedient decontamination shower on their way to Lucky Number 3.
The dead had been moved outside to make more room and limit further contamination.
That's what we'll have to do with Frodo. Stubby, too. Doc will escort them.
Ares took Frodo's hand.
We'll take care of you, my friend. All we have to do is get off this rock. Not sure how things are looking upstairs, though. Listen to Doc, and do what he tells you to do.
Frodo mumbled something incoherent. Ares stood and stared at the crew chief until he nodded. It was the unspoken order to take care of that soldier and all of the other wounded. That meant Stubby and the soldier they called Pinky, short for Pincushion. Anjanson stepped in front of Ares the moment he left the shuttle. It is good that you are outside. I have counted all the heads, as you say.
Good to see you too, Anjanson. What's the bad news?
Darrell appeared and leaned to listen in. Ares pushed him back a half step.
You can listen, but stay out of the way.
He turned his attention back to Anjanson. 36 soldiers accounted for, of which 5 are wounded.
32 bodies recovered and 15 missing. We have 10 crew from the shuttles and 1 reporter. Total count is 47 alive.
We started at 94. Losses of 50%.
Ares hung his head. Anjin-san pointed at Ares' side.
You've been injured?
A graze. Nothing more.
Ares had almost forgotten about it. The pain surged through him in waves when he turned the wrong way, like the entire time he'd been carrying Frodo. He didn't have time to be injured. As long as his body continued to function, he considered himself to be fine. The blood that had dripped out the hole in his suit before it self-sealed told a different story.
Your armor?
Anjin-san noted.
I've had worse.
It was the standard reply whenever someone was hurt as badly as they'd ever been hurt. In this case, it wasn't true. Ares' arm injury on Antares 3 was worse, even if it had been inflicted by one of his own soldiers. In that regard, he didn't count it.
When? Anjin-san asked.
When what?
When have you had worse? I've heard about your exploits from the soldiers. You are revered, almost like a god in their eyes. The fact that you haven't been killed isn't lost on them. They think you might be immortal.
Ares laughed.
That's a new one.
He looked toward the sky. Fire trails littered the upper atmosphere. Debris burning up during entry. No explosions in space.
Did we win? Anjin-san asked. Please don't tell me that's what's left of Antilles. All my stuff is on board that ship.
Ares shook his head.
And a couple thousand people, too. But if it were Antilles, there'd be a lot more debris. You can be sure of that. No, our fellow soldiers are still up there.
And wives?
Anjin-san added softly.
And wives.
Ares kept staring at the sky. Tin Man, Doc, and Stubby approached.
What do we do with the nukes?
Tin Man asked pointedly.
2 of the shuttles are already polluted. We should probably leave them here. I heard the number, 47. Without armor, we could squeeze in. Anjin-san,
Ares interjected.
Can we fly our shuttles remotely?
We can fly Reni's shuttles remotely. I don't see why you can't fly yours that way. What are you thinking?
It all depends on if we can fly them remotely,
Ares replied. He gestured toward the nearest shuttle.
Indeed. How about I find out?
Anjin-san hurried away.
His English is nearly impeccable. I think the skinnies are gifted linguists.
Darrell commented.
Are you going to load them with the nukes and fly them into the sun?
Ares stared at him.
They can.
Anjin-san called from the shuttle door.
No, we're going to load them with nukes and fly them into that mountain. We're going to irradiate this place and blow it up, all at the same time. Just in case we missed a secondary entrance, which I think there has to be, because there was no way to get those bombs out of there by taking the route we took.
The section leaders nodded their understanding and agreement.
But I thought you were going to turn those things over to the HFP.
Plans change, Darrell. No one needs those. Not us. Not any of the other sentient races, including the Atlanteans. As foot soldiers, the last thing we want is a nuke hanging over our heads. We fight for every meter of ground, but that's all meaningless if we can get nuked. No, we need our diplomats to add that to the Regulus Treaty, and then get everyone to sign it anew, including the Atlanteans. No nukes. All fights settle between soldiers fighting for what they believe in, where mercy can be granted instead of imminent death.
Darrell mumbled a note to himself, using his suit's voice recording capability.
That'll make a good quote for the people back home. Maybe we'll even transmit it to the races at the negotiating table on Corvus. Are we sure we can leave Sargon 7? Stubby asked.
We're going to act like we can, until we're sure we can. Or we can learn that we can't. If we can't, then we're going to have to do a lot of stuff in a hurry, so we have a place to stay, air to breathe, and water to drink. Maybe even find something to eat.
I doubt there's anything to eat, Darrell grumped.
There might be in the ocean. We don't know until we take a look. But right now, our armor is keeping us alive. If we have to take it off, then we're doomed. Except for you, Stubby, and Doc. You two need to go through decon and manage the third shuttle, the clean room, as it may be.
But once we're out of our armor, we'll have to stay out. We won't be able to put it back on without juicing ourselves.
That's right. You and the other injured soldiers are out of this fight, and Doc will be responsible for taking care of you all.
Includes you now? Anjin-san had rejoined the group.
It does not include me. I'll stay out here. I'll be the last one off this moon.
No one said anything.
Tin Man, figure out how to detonate those nukes. Anjin-san, help prepare one shuttle for a remote flight. Take the second shuttle and scour these hills for that second entrance. I know we've already looked once, but we have to look again. Stubby and Doc, you have your orders. Go through decon and get on the third shuttle. Start healing.
Compliance. Stubby and Doc moved into the first shuttle to decontaminate. Anjin-san joined them, but once inside, he went to the flight deck to talk with the crew. Tin Man looked at the 6 tubs sitting away from the shuttles, even though they were covered by the conveyor belt sections.
That stuff will burn out your eyeballs. That's why we're getting rid of it. As soon as we know that we've got a ride out of here.
Ares pointed to the sky.
Did you see the colors? Pretty greens and blues,
Tin Man replied.
Our ships aren't made of metals that burn those colors. If it was a human ship, it would have been yellow and white. How do you notice?
Tin Man stared at the sky.
I read a treatise on disintegration during re-entry. I wanted to know what a shuttle would look like if it suffered catastrophic failure during deployment, versus what it would look like if it were struck by weapons fire. The Regulus Treaty used to be in effect. Violations would get us extra cookies with dessert. Extra cookies. You wanted to know what your shuttle would look like if it burned up. Are you okay?
Ares chuckled.
I'm just fine, but want to hear from our ships. We may have to launch to orbit to make radio contact. And to get there, we take a contaminated shuttle, knowing that we have to return to the surface, or we bet our lives that they're out there, waiting for us. Now you understand. It's a roll of the dice, Tin Man.
The section leader pointed upward.
What does that tell you?
A burning streak traced a line across the upper atmosphere.
It says someone is coming to say hi. If it's ours, then we have a second ship to ride home in. If it's not, then we might die right here. You better get on those nukes. If that ship is Atlantean, then we'll need to detonate those weapons sooner rather than later. If we're going to go, I want to take as many of the enemy as possible with us.
Tin Men hurried toward the tubs, their personal stockpile of world killers.
Form up around me and prepare to fire.
Ares boomed at the loudest volume his suit could manage. The soldiers who were milling about now scrambled upright, checked their weapons, and reported to Ares.
Sir?
Lazarus wondered. Ares pointed toward the sky.
Inbound spaceship.
Lazarus turned to the soldiers.
Anyone who's dry, get into the shuttle and get a replacement power pack. Load your rifles and prepare to fire.
Ares nodded to him. Anjin-san checked his beam rifle as he had been taught. He was embarrassed at how much energy he had remaining. The soldiers who emerged from the underground had been empty or in the single-digit percentage of available power for their weapons. A soldier ran to the shuttle and then returned, carrying 6 power packs that the soldiers happily inserted and activated. They stood in 2 lines, adjusting as the spaceship cut across the sky, far out over the ocean, before making a huge circle and heading straight for them. Chapter 23. Philistines. Not everyone comes away from war intact. Ares relaxed. He faced his soldiers and gave the signal to stand at ease.
It's one of ours.
He strolled away from the landing area to direct the newcomer and warn them away from the contaminated soldiers, standard hand and arm signals directing them in, turning the ship sideways and slowing before settling onto the ice. The side hatch popped, and a crew chief started to walk out, but he stopped and shivered. He waved Ares to him.
Can't do it.
We're covered in uranium dust. We have one uncontaminated shuttle, and you make two as long as you don't come close,
Ares explained.
Is Antilles okay?
That's where we just came from. She's in good shape. The Skinny fleet arrived and took care of the last of the Atlantean ships. Thank you for bringing the Skinnies on board.
Ares nodded.
We're ready to go. We'll decon in the first shuttle and move to the third without our armor. We'll pack into that ship and take it home. And then we'll fly the 2 hot shuttles into this mountain. That will take care of them, and take care of any residual goals from our mission.
By the way, Force Commander told me to tell you that he knew you would take care of business down here. He had no doubt you'd survive.
The crew chief gave Ares the thumbs up.
We lost half our people over the past 2 days,
Ares replied.
And we're ready to go. Give us 30 minutes. If you have any food, drop it off with the 3rd shuttle. My people are pretty hungry.
Compliance.
The crew chief disappeared inside the shuttle and closed the hatch behind him.
You stink,
Frodo mumbled.
You all stink.
Shut your pie hole, Frodo. Some of us are still working.
Doc tried to get to Ares' injuries, but they were packed into the shuttle as tightly as humans could be packed together, like filling a college elevator. Everyone stood to take advantage of the available space. They were in their underwear, except for those who didn't wear any and were naked. The shuttle had 2 blankets, and had used those for the injured. Ares held his arm up while Doc worked on his ribcage.
These left a crease in your bones. The doc shop upstairs is going to have to do something so you don't have a breakaway ribcage. Titanium inserts, maybe. I don't know. I'm not a surgeon, but you know someone who is smart about that stuff, don't you, Ares?
Ares grunted. He didn't have a comeback. When they landed, they'd take the injured to medical. The others would get cleaned up and then make a beeline for the mess deck, where they'd eat 2 days' worth of food, even after the survival bars that most soldiers were inhaling while they flew.
Gonna get bumpy,
a pilot called from the cockpit.
There's nowhere to fall except on me,
Frodo groused.
Stand me up.
I will not. You don't need any more blood in your lungs. Just lay there like a good little invalid.
Do you want me to sit on him?
Tin Man asked.
I'd be happy to. I think not,
Frodo said with exceptional clarity.
Why aren't you wearing underwear? Chafes when I'm in the suit.
Do not let him touch me,
Frodo pleaded with Doc.
New rule,
Ares bellowed. The soldiers quieted.
Everyone wears underwear in their suits, or at least brings a set to change into. That's a few times where we've shown our asses.
Assets,
Doc said.
They're called assets.
Lazarus laughed. He was one of the naked ones.
Cold?
Ares asked.
No more than you,
Lazarus shot back. Ares nodded.
Well played, Lazarus. Where's Pinky?
Here, sir,
Injured soldier replied weakly.
You hang in there. We'll get you the best medical care possible in this entire region of space. It won't be long now. Same goes for all of you. When we reach the ship, injured to medical. The rest of you clean up, get some hot chow, and hit your racks. Get some well-earned sleep.
Ares, came a request from the flight deck. Antilles wants to talk with you.
I'm not done,
Doc said. He hadn't bandaged the wound. It was covered in salve to keep it from bleeding.
Finish it up, Doc.
Ares stood there with his arm raised. Doc slammed the bandage on harder than was necessary and strapped a single line of wide tape over it and around Ares' chest.
They're waiting?
The pilot added.
Tell them Doc is giving me CPR. I'll be with them as soon as I'm alive.
They can hear you,
the pilot replied.
By all that's holy, Originator, save me from myself, and those who know no patience.
Ares moved through the sea of ranked bodies to reach the cockpit, which was also filled with people.
They shifted around to let Ares get closer to the microphone and speaker.
Ares here. I'm happy to report that I'm sufficiently not dead to keep working.
Always a pleasure, Ares, Dante replied.
I've missed you. I should have gone along, because what you were doing was a lot more in your control than what I was doing. You're not dead, are you? Not right now, at least. We have wounded, and I'm sorry to report that we lost a lot of soldiers. We started with 93 soldiers and ended with 36. That includes Daryl. He survived.
Dante paused, giving the appearance of not wanting to laugh at Ares' tone when reporting Daryl's survival, or the sad fact that he'd lost 47 soldiers.
Thank you. You accomplished the mission, haven't you?
Dante asked.
Always. There is some debate about whether the silicon life forms that are the Atlanteans survive getting shot and blown up, but they aren't currently capable of conducting offensive operations against us. Good to know. I hear you're going to destroy 2 of our shuttles. We want those back. Fly them remotely, which you already planned to do. We're sectioning off the hangar bay so we can get them in, decontaminate them, and return them to service.
The flight crew stared at Ares. He wanted to say something that Dante would agree with, but he wasn't going to lie. He drew his finger across his throat.
Get those shuttles in the air. Ram one into the entrance we used, and ram the other into the next valley over. Even if we didn't find an entrance over there, the tunnels lead in that direction. And explode those devices.
A pilot manipulated one joystick, and a second pilot manipulated another. Small screens in front of them showed where the ships were going. Tin Man said we need to hit the ground at full speed after descending at least 1,000 meters, the first pilot said. So we're taking them high, 1,200 meters. Ares watched while Dante waited for his answer. Ready to dive, the remote pilot reported.
We are clear of the blast zone, the shuttle's pilot said.
Just to be safe, let's wait until we're outside the atmosphere.
Roger,
Ares told him. The shuttle bumped through the upper atmosphere, pressing passengers and crew against the deck plates as artificial gravity overcompensated for the surge to escape velocity. The view outside the shuttle turned from a dark blue to the black of space.
Send them in. Get me Antilles.
Microphone is live.
Dante, just letting you know that there are unstable nuclear weapons on board those shuttles. 28 to be exact. We're going to explode them on the surface of the moon to ensure the complete destruction of the production and manufacturing facility underground. We didn't blow the weapons below ground because we didn't want to break the moon in half. 28 nukes, Dante. They would have destroyed that moon, which would have put Sargon at risk.
2 flashes and 2 mushroom clouds converged to fill the sky with debris and roiling dark that reached towards space itself.
Ares, what did you do? Save mankind,
Ares replied. He drew a finger across his throat, and the channel closed. The pilot stared at him.
What are they gonna do? Make me go back and unexplode the bombs?
They could court-martial you, the pilot said.
And make it known that they wanted to acquire nuclear weapons? I doubt they'll do that. I won't get a medal for this operation. I'm okay with that, because this op was business as usual. We went in, we fought the enemy, we won, and then we destroyed everything, to give the enemy no reason to return.
That's your business as usual? The pilot wondered.
He's Ares,
the soldier said from the passenger compartment where all the soldiers had been listening to the conversation.
He's the god of war, and they'd be foolish to try and punish him. They'd have to make it through all of us first.
Hear, hear, came a hearty shout. We're with you all the way, the pilots declared.
No need, people. It's all good. Dante is a foot soldier at heart. He doesn't want those things any more than I do. And it's all done now. Maybe we can get some beer from ship stores?
Beer? They don't have beer on Antilles,
a voice countered. Ares wasn't sure who the speaker was.
They didn't have weapons on board Antilles either,
Ares replied.
We'll see what I can do when we board.
Another round of cheers rose from the passenger compartment.
Ares,
Frodo called in the lilting voice of one who had received too much morphine.
are you going to get a sponge bath and medical? A private sponge bath by your favorite nurse?
Ares rolled his eyes.
Gangway, coming through.
Bodies pressed uncomfortably against each other to make enough room for Ares to get where Frodo was on a stretcher.
You should lay off those pain meds,
Ares said softly.
They make me feel good,
Frodo replied.
Can I get a sponge bath too? I'm not in charge of sponge baths, but you definitely need one. Maybe we'll have ship's personnel scrub you down with decon fluid and rough bristle brushes. That would be something. You wouldn't feel it, not like you are now. I'm injured, and you poke fun because I'm weak? You big bully.
Frodo started laughing and couldn't stop. He laughed until he coughed and then passed out. Doc nodded. He's going to make it. How much longer until we get to the ship? Those two statements have nothing to do with one another. He looked anywhere but at Ares.
Any time now.
Ares moved toward the bulkhead. Two soldiers moved out of the way so he could lean. He winced as he tried to get comfortable. Ares wasn't in a hurry to be first to medical, but he wasn't going to delay any longer than necessary. It hurt far more than he let on. And he had an ulterior motive as well. He closed his eyes, and what seemed like only 2 seconds later, the shuttle bumped to the deck. The crew chief opened the door and launched himself out of the shuttle. He breathed heavily of the fresh air inside the hangar bay.
That was horrible,
he cried out and fell to his knees. The soldiers left the shuttle and were ushered away, given blankets to wrap around themselves on their way to their quarters in the showers. Ares was one of the last ones off. He helped carry Frodo, despite Doc's protests. They relieved him, an orderly in a white smock taking the handles of the stretcher. Another orderly offered a stretcher for Ares, but he declined.
I'll walk.
Ares followed Frodo and Pinky. They put Stubby in a wheelchair. Ares offered to push, and they politely declined with an array of harsh language directed at his inability to avoid exacerbating his wounds. Medical wasn't far from the hangar bay for good reason. Get the injured the help they needed as quickly as possible. When Ares walked in, he scanned the space for Evelyn. He found her helping with one of Antilles' crew members. Judging by how many were already in the beds, Antilles had been damaged during the fight with the Atlantean fleet, even though the battle cruiser had taken the brunt of the attacks. How many had been lost during the fight? Ares didn't know. The immensity of what had gone on during his absence was obvious by the number of injured. He hadn't seen body bags on the hangar deck, but he hadn't been looking. He'd been focused on getting his people the attention they needed and deserved. That was his job, not to assess the state of the ship. A nurse appeared and guided Ares to a table. Did you walk here?
Yes. Others needed help more than I.
Ares knew the game.
You should have been carried. As big as your head is, you'd think there'd be a brain in there of comparable size, but I guess not.
Ares laughed.
That's not one I've heard before. Fine. I'm undoubtedly the worst patient you've ever had.
So I hear,
the nurse said.
If you can't tell, I'm keeping you company until Evelyn is able to join you.
Thank you. Can you do anything about my ribs?
No. The doctor will look at you when he can. Your wound isn't life-threatening, but I suspect it hurts like the dickens.
Ares stared at her.
I would never admit that.
She smiled.
Of course you wouldn't. You're a big, tough, manly man, aren't you? We'll rub some dirt on the ouchie and make it all better, she cooed.
Ares scowled.
Can I get a shower?
Not yet, although you clearly need one.
Evelyn leaned around her.
Tag, I'm it, she said.
Her playful demeanor fled the second the other nurse walked away.
Let me see what happened to you.
She removed the bandage and looked over the wound while they waited for the doctor. She checked him over as if looking for more injuries, but her fingers lingered and caressed far more than assessed. Ares only smiled through it, despite the pain in his side. He rested his hand on her shoulder, happy to touch her. She provided solace when he needed it. It was something he hadn't known he needed. It made him more strategic in his thinking, the long term. The doctor appeared.
If it isn't the happy couple,
He said, grinning.
I've never had a married couple on a ship before. It's bizarre. Oh!
He stopped when he saw the wound. He leaned close and then used a magnifying lens to get a better look.
Sorry, Ares, but I need to get you into surgery soonest. We need to shore up those ribs before you rip them in half. There are microscopic fractures leading from laser penetration. You get cleaned up. No hanky-panky. Prep him for surgery.
The doctor said the last part to Evelyn. He looked from one to the other to make sure they understood. Dante and the Force commander appeared in the doorway. Ares saw them first. He instinctively ducked behind the doctor so they couldn't see him, but it was too late. They marched straight for him and appeared at the end of his exam table. Ares sat upright.
Gentlemen.
Ares, you've been recalled,
the Force commander said.
No one needs nukes,
Ares blurted.
Am I being sent home?
Nukes, no. That 10-megaton blast on the moon's surface did quite a number on the mountains. Left craters 10 kilometers wide. Nukes were best taken out of everyone's hands.
The Force commander blew out a long breath before continuing.
As soon as you get medical clearance, you'll be on your way to Corvus. The 7 races demanded that you lead the negotiations regarding the new Regulus Treaty. If you want to be punished, spending time with diplomats will be punishment enough. The gunship leaves within the hour. Get cleaned up and report to the hangar bay. Take your dress uniform. You'll wear that for the interaction with the alien representatives. In an hour, he'll be in surgery. He won't be leaving the ship today. The doctor interrupted the second he realized what the senior leadership wanted. This is non-negotiable. His wounds are worse than they look. He turned to Ares. What did you do after you were shot? Because you made it worse.
I carried a soldier in combat armor out of the caves. Sometimes I had to crawl. I climbed a ladder too, but it collapsed. Have you taken care of Frodo and Stubby and Pinky?
The soldiers that you brought up from the ice moon. The doctor scanned the beds for the wounded. The injuries were interesting. Radiation too?
Uranium. We had to leave our suits behind.
You flew back with 40 naked bodies crammed into the back of a shuttle, the doctor stated,
the corners of his mouth twitching upward.
37, and you make it sound worse than it was,
Ares countered.
The crew chief had to be treated with oxygen.
It was hot being near all that radiation. There was sweating. And 2 days of other stuff.
Ares shrugged. It was always that way after combat. Armor was life-saving and unforgiving at the same time. It was a pleasure to put it on, and a celebration to take it off at the end of a mission. Except when they crammed twice as many soldiers as usual into one shuttle. The Force commander tapped his finger into his hand, as if making a point at a staff meeting.
As soon as you can get him on that ship, he needs to go. The negotiations are on hold until he gets there, because the delegates refuse to talk with anyone except him.
The Force commander looked sideways at Evelyn.
He's injured and will require care.
The doc nodded.
Does Evelyn?
Dante asked. The doctor smiled. Safe travels, Evelyn. Looks like you're going to Corvus to care for this overgrown miscreant. Now prep him for surgery. He waved and walked away.
You're not mad about the nukes?
Ares wondered.
You're Ares. No one has the best interests of the Force in mind more than you. Think nothing of it. We didn't include it in our reports. The explosion was what happened when the Atlantean facilities were blown up. Nothing more. It was a job well done. But the skinnies were the real heroes.
Ares nodded.
I want to take Anjin-san with me too. He's helped me understand the Renice. He's made good recommendations in working with them. The other alien races despise the skinnies with a white-hot rage. I'm not sure adding another to the negotiating room is a good choice. They asked for me. That means they're getting to get the best version of me. I'll have Evelyn and Anjin-san by my side. And then we'll tell them what they're going to agree to. Sounds like easy work. You keep thinking that. You'll be taking direction from Senior Negotiator Ryle Twink. He already doesn't like you because the aliens respect you over him. Sounds like I'll have to win him over with my charming personality. Aries smiled, while Evelyn kept trying to lead him away. Fine. We'll catch you on the way out. Happy cutting and grafting. Dante shook his head. Nice move with the nukes, but those shuttles are going to be hard to replace. The skinnies might be able to help in that regard. Darrow proved that humans can fly their ships. Interesting, and good point. Thanks, Ares. Be well. I'm glad the Atlanteans didn't kill you. Such high praise. Ares took a couple steps. He reached around Evelyn's waist and pulled her tightly to his non-injured side. I remain your unworthy servant. And I yours, because you are the god of war. Ares waved and took a step toward the entrance but stopped. He whispered to the force commander and together, they headed for the beds with the other soldiers to talk with each one, thank them for their sacrifice, and wish them well in their recovery. It's what Ares would have done if the doctor had allowed it. Chapter 24. Compliance. People want to believe that they've been listened to, whether they have or not. Ares walked normally despite the bandaging on his side. His uniform fit tightly and created a bulge and extra pressure that made his surgical repair inconvenient. You didn't have to wear your uniform, Evelyn whispered as they entered the hangar bay to find a cordon of soldiers and senior staff waiting. That's why I wore my uniform, he whispered back. She held his arm with two hands, looking rather protective of the big man. Her role on this trip was nebulous at best. Recompense for a shortened vacation on Earth. Military never traveled with their wives. But no one in the military had ever been like Ares. In Ares' mind, they still owed him for pulling him out after only a week. 6 weeks of travel for a 1-week vacation. And immediately thrown into combat. Recovered to be unceremoniously, if temporarily, transferred to the diplomatic corps. His recovery time from surgery would be spent traveling the short way to Corvus, and then at the negotiating table with some guy named Twink. Ares had lost control of his life. And that's why Evelyn hung on to him. She grounded him when the whirlwind of everything outside his control threatened to consume him. In combat, he had his weapons. Here, he had people he could count on. More than just Evelyn. He even had Dante, who had a different agenda which sent Ares into harm's way. Ares veered away from the shortest path to their ride, an ammunition carrier that was much faster than a shuttle, and also armed to pack its own punch. Tin Man, he offered his hand, and the two men shook. Me too. They hooked me up with a few titanium ribs. Next time, we won't let those drones slice us up. Tin Man held up his arm. He had left the scorch mark where a laser had burned through. It was inevitable. The enemy really wanted this arm. Only the originator knows why. Time to go, my man. But I'll be back. Have to rustle up some allies, or so I'm told. Ares gave a curt nod and glanced at the insistent pull on his arm. Evelyn made eyes at him. I know. It's time to go. Ares trooped the line, taking the time to make eye contact with each of his soldiers. Frodo and Stubby were still in medical, recovering as normal people would. The last ones before the gunship were the fleet commander, the force commander, and Dante. 2 visits in 2 days. I'm honored, Ares quipped. Yes, you are unworthy, and we sully ourselves in your presence, Dante said. I don't think that means what you think it means. Ares shook Dante's hand. Good luck. Don't give up our advantage with the new Regulus Treaty, but whatever you do, don't let ships fight in space. That was the worst, the fleet commander said.
He was a lifer in the space fleet. He flew ships. He delivered troops in combat zones. What he didn't do was fly an oversized space fighter. He didn't like aliens shooting at his ship. Bad things happened when energy, plasma, and shrapnel impacted a relatively fragile spacecraft. I hear they have good food on Corvus. Have to offer only the best to keep the alien delegates sated. I've seen what the skinnies eat. Sated? It's not a word I would use. But we'll show them how it's done. Can't grow big and strong without your meat and veggies. The fleet commander clapped Ares on the shoulder.
Ares, you are not moving so good. Are you broken?
Anjin-san said from the gunship's hatch. The force commander chuckled. I see why you want him with you. Not one to mince words, is he? No, sir. Ares reached the ship and turned to face the crowd that had closed in behind him. Stay frosty, people. I'll be back. Tin Man, run them and spend time on the range. Too many shots did not hit their targets. One shot, one kill. Live up to that standard. And maybe, just maybe, if we're successful building an alliance, we won't have to do it all by ourselves. He waved and climbed into the ship. Evelyn moved in behind him. Take that thing off. She pulled at his uniform jacket. My pleasure. He undid the buttons, and she lifted it off his broad shoulders. He found that he couldn't raise his arm because of his new ribs and the cartilage in between that hadn't completely grafted itself to them. It would, but that would take time. A crewman from the gunship closed the hatch and pounded on the bulkhead next to the flight deck. The crew fired up the engines and lifted off, carefully maneuvering out of Antilles' hangar bay. There was barely enough room for the ship to get through the doors and into space, but it was designed that way for resupply as well as offloading munitions.
Ares, come on up and talk to us,
one of the pilots called. Evelyn stepped in his way. What are you doing? Going up to talk with the pilots, he ventured. You need to do nothing. Talking is doing nothing, Ares countered. But that's what you're going to Corvus to do, as your job. So maybe talking isn't doing nothing. You set me up. Ares pulled her against him and held her. She was careful hugging him to avoid putting excess pressure on his injury. That's what marriage is about. Find someone who will bug you for the rest of your life, but you're willing to tolerate it. He called over his head. Sorry, guys. The boss said I have to rest. Need my skin and muscles to grow together where they cut me apart. But now, I'm like that Wolver guy with titanium ribs. The pilot appeared behind Evelyn. Sorry, we didn't realize. Get your rest. Maybe we can talk over chow. You need to eat, don't you? I'm already hungry just thinking about it. Ares waved. He and Evelyn followed a crewman to their quarters. It was a 4-person stateroom with 2 bunk beds. It's the best we have, sir. The ship isn't big on luxuries. It's better than we deserve. Thank you. If you'll follow me, ma'am, your quarters are back here. He held the door for her. She laughed. Ares pointed to his ring. She's my wife. Well now, that changes things. Take any bunk you want, ma'am. I'll move the skinny into the back. He spread his arms to take in the small room with barely enough space to turn around. Chow for you will be at 1700. The crewman excused himself. Chow for us? Evelyn wondered. There's probably one small table, so they stagger who eats when. It's 1100. 6 hours to do nothing. Good thing I brought my reading pad. Where's Anjin-san? Evelyn shrugged. She didn't know. He was in the hatch when we climbed aboard. Maybe he's bugging one of the weapons specialists to learn the language of arms and ammunition. Ares smirked. He was guessing, but it made sense. There was a small pack under one bunk that they hadn't seen before. Anjin-san's quarters had been in here with Ares. Ares started reading, but quickly put it down because Evelyn was staring at him. Tell me about Sargon 7. Ice, cold, radiation, and little silicon globules
that flew drones or drove android bodies.
He stopped there, but Evelyn rolled her finger for him to continue. My day is boring, and a burden shared is no burden at all. That op is bothering you. I can tell. He nodded.
It is, but I'm not going to go into why. I lost half my soldiers.
And if you're successful on Corvus, then the sheer weight of Allied numbers could change the shape of the galaxy. You might never have to fight again. Do you think you could weather that?
That's a hard question. I know in my heart that I could die any time we deploy into a combat zone, but I also know that I'm doing it to protect others. People like you. People like we met back home.
If there are no wars, then there's no need for warriors.
Is that what it's going to be like?
Ares asked.
You challenging me with uncomfortable questions instead of reading?
Yes. You'll grow hoarse from talking with me, and you'll grow deaf listening to me. It's how life works. Ares closed his eyes and thought for a moment.
I'm good with that. We left the ship, and all was well until they chased our shuttles and tried to shoot us down.
Ryle Twink at your service.
Ares shook his hand while keeping his arm close to his side. He didn't reach out because it had only been a week since his surgery. Recovering was taking longer than he wanted, but he blamed himself and his nurse because of their extracurricular activities, as much as they both knew that wasn't optimal for Ares' recovery. It didn't stop them. This was as much their honeymoon as anything they were going to get. Ares commanded a certain amount of attention that never subsided.
Call me Ares.
He gestured to the two people behind him.
This is Anjin-san, or rather, Click Gabor. He is my trusted deputy and a soldier in my section. And this is Evelyn, responsible for my care while I recover from wounds fighting the Atlanteans on Sargon 7.
Evelyn shook her head. We're also married. He intentionally hadn't said that because he didn't want Twink to think Ares was using these negotiations as a boondoggle.
That's pleasant. I should have thought to bring my wife, he said.
Neither Ares nor Evelyn were impressed. If Ares hadn't been injured, Evelyn wouldn't have been with him. Twink minimized her presence. She instantly didn't like the man. Ares had been warned and disliked the man before they arrived.
Please arrange the next meeting for as soon as possible. Say, 30 minutes from now.
I'm an ambassador, not your aide.
Then tell someone else to do it. I'm here because the alien delegates asked for me. Get them in here, and we'll see what they think I can do for them.
We don't call them alien delegates. They are ambassadors in their own right. You need to show them respect.
How'd that work out for you?
Ares stared at him.
Get them in here, please. And so you're not confused. I utterly despise the entire bureaucratic thing of which you seem to be a big part. So stop messing me around trying to show what a big dog you are, Mr. Ambassador. Get them in here, and let's get this thing done.
Ha!
Twink threw his hands up and bounced back and forth with energy he couldn't release.
They sent me a buffoon. What's the rush? These negotiations could take months or years. You'll follow my lead and support me. That's what the delegates need to see.
Ares didn't use his size to intimidate people. He could loom over nearly everyone, but avoided doing that because it never brought him closer to getting what he wanted. Compliance. Convince the people of what's right without creating an environment based on fear. And then pummel the enemy into next week. In this room, the only enemy he saw was the one on his side.
Have you ever been in combat, Ambassador?
Of course not. That's not for people like me.
Evelyn's fingernails dug into Ares' arm. He lightly caressed the back of her hand to reassure her that he wasn't going to go ballistic on the toad.
Maybe you should study it. This room is like a battlefield. The one who shapes the battle, seizes the high ground first, commits his reserves last, is most likely going to win. That's what I'm going to do. These people asked for me, which suggests I already have a certain amount of leverage. I hope through respect and not fear. Respect that I've earned. Have you earned their respect, Ambassador?
Twink's mouth worked, but the words didn't come out. He knew he had not. Otherwise the delegates would not have requested Ares.
Why don't you sit down?
Evelyn suggested, and pulled Ares toward a seat at the head of the table.
That's my seat,
Ryle said weakly.
Not anymore. Please get the delegates. We're going to begin. It would be best if they were here.
Anjin-san ushered Ryle to the door.
You should listen to him. He is very smart,
the skinny pilot counseled. Ares sat at the head of an oblong-shaped table. Everyone could see everyone else, but there was only one seat with a commanding view, and Ares sat in it. The table was shaped to give that one seat dominance over the others.
Not this one. That one.
Ares slowly stood and moved to a middle seat on one of the sides. He leaned his elbows on the table, a position that he found relieved the pressure and pain in his ribcage. He had refused pain pills on the entire trip. He hadn't slept well because of it, but he was clear-minded, not addled by opiates. Evelyn kissed him on the cheek. He turned his head to kiss her. She glanced at the door before giving in. They stayed that way for a while, tuning out everything else, which included the delegates entering the room. Ryle cleared his throat. Ares coughed and straightened, but he didn't stand.
Take your seats, people. They interrupted my honeymoon for this, so we're going to knock out the big issues today. And then my wife and I are going to enjoy the splendors of this planet on our way to enjoy the splendors of any other planet we can get to.
What?
Ryle blurted. He gawked at Ares.
Seats,
Ares said in a voice that wasn't to be disobeyed. The aliens moved in around him. Ryle sat at the head of the table, but the delegates didn't look at him. They stared at the man before them, wearing a dress uniform with medals that drew the eye because of their magnificence. 5 of them, in all their glory. Ares had chosen to wear full-sized medals instead of the ribbon equivalent with 4 clusters denoting subsequent awards. He gestured for the delegates to take their seats. Each had an assistant that stood along the wall. The skinny representative didn't have a seat at the table. Ares had taken his. Ares gently pushed his chair back and stood. He walked slowly to Ranganal and held out his hand.
It's good to see you, my friend.
And you too, Ares. We've needed you to break an impasse.
So I've heard.
He walked behind the chairs on one side, but the delegates turned their chairs around. He recognized 3 of the races as those his team had rescued from Prime: Neanderthals, the Philemon, and the Centilon. The arthropod and the bug chittered. The speaker in the center of the table translated into English.
Thank you for freeing us from the Renice. Thank you for coming here to guide these talks.
Ares didn't bother looking at Ryle Twink. He would be fuming. The Philemon delegate continued.
Strength is power, but your strength isn't in your body. It's how others react to you. The Renice leader,
he pointed with one of his tentacles,
and the others who were captive. You weren't there, but you were eliminating the system that had been in place for 1,000 years. The evil leadership cabal. Once that was gone, we found ourselves in a place we hadn't been, not for generations. We can't thank you enough.
Ares bowed. He didn't know if the aliens understood the movement, but they were in his house, and that's what he did. They could learn his ways as he had learned the ways of the Renice.
Freedom is power. You are now free. Humanity is free, and will continue to be free, even though we have our squabbles. We have allied ourselves with the new Renice. I stand here before you because their fleet rescued me on Sargon 7. A silicon-based race we call the Atlanteans were mining a moon in the human sector. They were building high-yield nuclear weapons. We destroyed them. 10 megatons worth. I am told the explosion could be seen with the naked eye from the planet. The Renice are now free, but they choose to help us, as we help topple the leaders who made your people slaves. You'll find that alone, you may be free, but you're also vulnerable. Together we'll all be strong.
We'll respect each other's borders and trade. What incredible things await those willing to send freighters and receive freighters. We're all alien to each other. That makes us better when we share and we learn. Seeing you here, of your own free will, has shown me that we don't need a new Regulus Treaty.
Twink gasped, and that only reinforced that Ares was doing the right thing. He didn't want the ambassador's approval, but he needed it. He needed Earth to agree and Janus 7 himself to sign it.
I propose a very simple treaty, a mutual defense pact. An alien attack on one of us is an attack on all, as determined by a group of allied representatives, like this group here.
Ares waved his arm to take in everyone in the room.
The Corvus Pact will have simple tenets. Agree to the geography of each race's space. Attacks by signatories constitute an attack on all. We agree to deploy our forces in support of such an incursion. If you don't have a military, then you will provide supplies, food, fuel, raw materials, support personnel, and more. Human and Renice forces are already in place, and will patrol around our combined solar systems. No signatory will reject another's freighters. They will be allowed the opportunity to trade freely with each other, without duties on the products. Disputes will be resolved by the representative body. The leaders of the free races will meet annually, per the Earth cycle, to discuss ways to grow. And that's it. That's the treaty. Good for one, good for all.
There's a lot more that needs to go into the treaty. The Regulus Treaty is 62 pages long,
Twink complained.
2 pages.
Ares held up 2 fingers. He continued to walk around, much to Evelyn's dismay. Anjanson raised his hand.
Click Gabor,
Ares said, giving him the floor.
You hate me because I'm Renice. Renice hate me because I sided with the humans and helped them change our government. Yet I would do it all over again to serve with this human. He doesn't care about himself. He only cares that everyone else is given the chance to live their lives to the fullest. I abandoned him in the Cabal's tower. I went home and waited. I was miserable, because I put the full burden of fighting this man and his deputies on Ares. But then he did something incredible. He convinced the leader of the Cabal security to let him go, taking the last of the surviving leaders with him. They will live in misery the rest of their lives, as they deserve, thanks to enemies who became friends. We cannot let the past define our future. It starts right here, right now. 9 races, independent and free, but guaranteeing each other's security. You get to make the most of your opportunity. Don't squander this chance. I'm glad I didn't. I'm glad Ranganal didn't.
He nodded to Ares and sat in a chair along the wall. The 7 races talked among themselves and over each other. Translations came in a chaos of sound. All at once, they stopped. The arthropod spoke for the group.
Present the document as you stated. We will sign.
Ares walked back to his seat and sat down.
I'm happy to hear that. Do you have such a thing as marriage, where you bond with a partner to live together and have children?
Evelyn blushed. 6 of the alien races did, while 2 did not. The Centilon and the Boviarans. The others had partners.
Thanks to your expediency, Evelyn and I will get to enjoy the rest of our honeymoon. Ambassador Twink will prepare the documents based on what I said.
I will prepare the document, Ranganal said. It is more important than ever that the Renice bear more of the burden of peace. Our fleets must be reduced in size because of the cost that is crushing our economy, but we can maintain sufficient forces to help guarantee the security of our allies. We owe them that.
So let it be said, so let it be written, so let it be done.
Ares rapped the table with his knuckles.
I'll be back this afternoon for a ceremonial signing, and then I suggest we take the good news back to our respective leaders, Convince them this is the right thing to do for your peoples.
Ares stood and bowed until his ribs protested. He turned and headed out. Evelyn hurried to catch up. He stood in the hallway. "You are something," she said. "What next?"
We entered that room through the other door. Now we're here, and I have no idea where here is.
Do we have a date or something? How about we just wander around until we find a place we want to see?
Like our quarters?
Ares suggested. Incorrigible, but yes, like our quarters. We might even find a place serving coffee.
I like coffee.
Ares liked when the simple things were simple. Life was complex enough without making the easy stuff hard. Like allies that had no business fighting each other. He chuckled to himself. Evelyn nudged him. What?
I could have shortened my speech. The crux of it was, we're friends now. Any questions?
She thought for a moment. That is it, the simplest terms. If they believe they're friends, then they'll act like friends. Ares shrugged.
That was the plan.
He sniffed the air.
Do you smell coffee?
Evelyn sniffed and pointed. It's that way.
The end of the drone war.
You've been listening to The Drone War, Book 6 of the I, Soldier series, written by Craig Martelle, narrated by Bryan Douglas.